old and bad, but come on, man.
I mean, come on. If Vulcan Hestan can get a new model,
Hi,
why can't?
everybody. Hello. Welcome to the shit show that is my stream. Welcome, one and all. We're gonna be watching Brick here. We've got people here. We've got Cube, Zerkia, and Kazuha here. Go follow Zerkia, please do. I'll link. Actually, I'll just shout Zerkia out.
You got two nerds with you who know probably too much about plastic soldier men.
Did it come up with the white Zerkia? Interesting. Well, I'll shout out Zerkia on this stream. I'll just link his stuff in the description.
It's because you put QA instead of QIA.
Oh. Q.
It is because you spelt my name wrong.
Ah, fuck. So
I didn't want to point it out first until you were like, oh, it didn't work. And I was just like, I'm watching your stream. I know.
Like this. X-I-K. How was it again? Shit.
Xirqia.
Q-I-A. It's got a cooldown. But
yeah, that's me.
Let's go. Show Zerkia some love. We love Zerkia, but Zerkia enjoy
I wonder
it.
if that comes up with anything, Zerka. There is actually a person with that name.
Also, while we're at it, let's get started with Mifune.
What the hell? There is somebody with this, like, nearly the same name as me, except they're missing one letter.
And while we're at it,
weird.
Let's shout out Sealy chat.
That's fucking weird, bro.
We're shouting out people real quick.
Fucking weird, bro.
Oh, wait a while. Let's do Aki too. People are gonna yell, what is up all these shout outs? I'm a very helpful person. You're welcome, everybody.
On the subject of people who got a nice model, fucking the Raven Guard guy.
Oh, he's baller. I like how they got rid of what is this? Was Shrike because he became too well known. He's like, I need to piss off and like have everyone forget I existed.
I thought his new model was so like. In fact, a friend of mine actually said, finally, this is a model that's suitable for the Raven Guard because they have a character who is crawling in their skin with the wounds that will not heal. And I'm like, oh my god, that's so true. It's so new metal.
Here we go.
But this one comes with the helmet. I'd rather run it with the helmet because the helmet looks really cool. But I want to
like how it's like a Primaris beaky helmet. I like how it's like.
Yes, I was going to say, it reminds me a lot of the Mark 6 armor.
Chat, me sitting here confused.
I know that they're trying to go with like the Primaris are trying to go for the is it the Mark 4 look?
Probably.
Something.
Alright, chat. So the plan today is we're gonna go through the Warhammer factions. It's part 1 of 2. It's gonna be a long video, so strap in and get some popcorn, some soda, or whatever the hell you want to drink or digest in your system. And we are going to start it in 3, 2, 1, and boom!
In the kind brightness of the far past, there was no war. Our galaxy was, for a long time, fairly empty and quiet. The first known species to appear during this time are known only as the Old Ones, cosmic entities that traveled across the galaxy with ease.
Let's go.
You should be watching the TTS version of this where the Emperor describes
the Necron tier, evolving under the harshness of a devastating
star.
The short-lived and irradiated Necron tier try to find the secret to eternal life and to be freed from their terrible existence. As they expand through the stars, they find the Old Ones, and they plead to them to share the secrets of the universe and grant them purchase from their short and painful existence. The Old Ones respond with a
the new Iron Hand model does. The new character looks great, but the combat control is so ass.
They force them back to their
But the new
homeworlds.
character's not in the
Necron
combat
tier,
patrol.
filled with rage and hatred, make it their duty to get
But
revenge
the White Scar's
on
no
the
such
old
issue.
ones.
New
A
character in
revenge
that
that
one,
would
no
come
problems at
swiftly
all.
as a chance encounter with other
Only the White
gods
Scars got
gave them a
the character
solution.
in the
These
combat
other
patrol.
gods were known
I mean,
Although
I don't-
Salamanders
Khaton,
one does
a
come with
race of
Adrex
highly
Agaton, the
powerful
other like named
star-consuming
character.
it comes with Adrex
Do not
Agaton,
fear, young
and it comes
mortals,
with
for we, the
the ones
Khaton,
with the
will
melter
provide
guns,
you with
and
the
it comes
And it comes
immortality
with
you
all
seek.
of the
Come
flamers.
now. Won't
yeah,
you
but
shake
the
a poor
problem is it
sinner's
also
hand?
comes with the
Quoted from
absolutely
Mephitron,
stupid worst,
the
one of the worst
Deceiver.
vehicles
The
they've ever
Necrons
made.
accepted
ATV.
the Khaton's
Vader
offer of
ATV.
immortality, but believe it
ATV,
or
why?
not,
Horrible.
this turned out to be
It's
a
terrible
ruse,
model.
a trick.
You know what
The
it is?
Khaton
You know what that
crafted
is? That's a
gigantic
land
furnaces
speeder on
and began
wheels.
the process of
fucking
I
stupid.
don't even know what's going on anymore.
willingly walked line by line
sorry,
into the
Rennie.
furnace
Lost
engines
control of
made
this.
Okay,
by
I'm
gods
very
who
confused.
devour stars and had their souls consumed
Oh,
instead. The
I gotta say,
short-lived,
the Imperial
irradiated, and
Fist one is
cancer-inflicted
pretty
race
cool.
of the
Yo,
Necron
well,
tier
Necron.
ceased to be, and the
Oh.
I think
immortal,
it's more-
soulless Necrons
I think
remained.
so.
It
Now
could've
backed by the
had-
immense power of the
I don't know,
Khaton,
So
the
those are the
Necrons
neck
rally
ones.
against the old
I
ones,
hear
and
people
the
talk
bitter
about them.
conflict
Yes.
in the stars at
They
this
are
time is
immortal.
known
The
as the
Necron
war
robot
in
Egyptians.
heaven. Despite
Robot
creating
Egyptians?
various
That's
races
kinda
and
hard.
entities
Let's
to aid
go.
them in this
Yeah,
battle, the
they
old
live
ones
in
are
pyramids.
overwhelmed and
They hide under the
eradicated
ground
down
asleep,
to the last,
and then they
due
come out
to
and
the
live in-
sheer
yeah, they live in
power
your
of
worst
the
nightmares.
Khaton fact.
Yeah.
The souls of the Necron
love the
tier,
worst
and with an
nightmares,
army
Chad.
of unthinkable
And they
robotic
don't
slaves
have,
at their behest.
like, any
However,
kind
the
of,
Khaton
like,
are
free will of
greedy
their
and
own, but the
spiteful
ones
gods.
that
Sometimes-
do
And
are
when there was no foe
horrifying.
worth killing, they turn on
Sometimes,
each other.
sometimes they
The
suffer
Necrons
from
then put
I
their
have no
sights
mouth
towards the
and I must
Khaton
scream
and
and
lay
Oh
waste to
my
them.
but I have
God.
no mouth.
Their freedom.
So they
the
carve
wars of the
themselves
with
Soviet
flesh.
Necrons now
So-
Yeah,
control
so that's
the
where that
world.
line
one
comes
old
from.
Resident
Worn
model where
out
he's got like
and
the
weakened
full,
by these
like
wars,
the
the
head and
Necrons
the
under
torso,
their leader
like
Zarek,
mounted
the
to his
Silent
spine.
King,
That
lie
model
Alright,
dormant,
Chad.
with a plan to eventually
Stupid.
wake
Let me
and
remind you,
reclaim
Chad.
Because the
control over
skeleton
the
they use, the
galaxy.
proportions
Over
are
millions
horrible.
of
It looks like a
years,
Wallace and
empires
Gromit
rise
character.
and
Let
they
me
There's
remind
no
you,
flame
chat,
ones.
that
They
we
look
are
good,
be
but they're
doing a
expensive
charity
and
for
are really
immune
horrendous
deficiency
to
fund.
put together.
This
And
Oh,
that
that's
is
gonna
going to be
be
going on
tiny
for the
old
next
one I have,
couple weeks. So yeah,
so I can tell you how terrible
in the thick of
Spindly
all this
models
conflict,
can be.
humanity begins to evolve.
Same with
and for the most part,
what's that
the
one with the
basic
giant
path of
chainsaws
humanity's
that
evolution
just battle-
remains the
just
same
replace
as it
it.
is
Yo,
now for
so-
almost
Those are new ones.
15,000
They
So-
look
years.
great.
Right now,
They're
in the
horrendous.
21st
So
century,
Earth
this
kind
is
of went the
canon.
same
You,
route it
right
always
now,
did
Twitch streamer
initially.
reacting to this video, you existed
They look actually
at a
really
point
cool.
in the
I love the-
Warhammer
I love
universe.
the
But
sort
with
of-
time, humanity's ambition
they've
and
made
the
them more
power of
scary
their
and less
technology
stupid.
becomes
Yeah.
unmatched.
Hey,
And the
call this
golden
out. You call
age
this
of
Twitch streamers
expansion
watching his
begins. Humanity
So,
starts to branch
Stop me.
out
So,
through the stars with
I have a
powerful
question.
tools used for
So, he
agriculture,
said that
mining, and
humanity-
expansion. Some branches
Hold
of
on.
humanity would
Humanity evolved kind of similar to how we are at the moment in this time period, or it's different?
So humanity evolved. Like what is currently whatever has currently happened in human history is canon to 40k because
Oh.
it is identical except for maybe some slight changes, but it's basically identical.
Yeah, the slight changes will be around the Earth of the Emperor, be the circle of all
The slight changes are
the shamans.
basically
gave him, like,
immortal
trauma.
humans like existing in the backgrounds of humanity,
Oh.
guiding humanity, kind of.
I
But
see.
And then they were like, because they became themselves sort of sub race of ultimate beings.
yeah,
Oh. Damn,
it's a very very rare human mutation that like by the time of the 41st millennium there's like I think there's like not even 20 of them.
Oh.
Isn't Sanguinius one of them?
No, Vulcan is, Sanguinius is not.
Oh, Vulcan is, you're right. And is Malkador the Sigillite one?
He was one.
Yeah,
He
chat,
was
as
one
you can
guy.
see,
Because
it's gonna be a
I
lot
know
of
one
me
of the
very
not
Primarchs was,
understanding
and
what's
so was
happening,
Malkador.
and I get to listen to the
Yeah,
teamless knowledge
Malkador
of
was
people
one
I
and
know.
then he died.
So when I talk to you, chat, most of it's gonna be me
Very
muted.
horrifically. on the Golden Throne.
So
Poor guy,
alright,
poor
so
guy.
we've established there is people that don't age on Earth, but it's more or less the same. Gotcha.
No, it's more than not aging. So he'll kind of touch a little bit later, but there are beings called perpetuals, and as long as the soul exists, they cannot die.
Oh.
You could kill them. You could atomize them, and they will respawn.
That's crazy. That's wild. Okay.
But if you kill the soul, then they die permanently.
How do you kill the soul?
Crazy wizard powers that you get from hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go, hell powers.
Psychic mind bullets is usually what does it.
Or there's sometimes special weapons that like damage the soul.
Yeah.
But like you gotta be like crazy like high tier crazy shit to like kill one.
Eventually settle far away from Earth.
The Sisters of Silence might be you because of the pariah gene. Just because they exist as like the ultimate.
There's a lot. So that's to the 9 out of span.
But yeah, kind of.
Itself, and around this time, the psychic ability of humans are greatly expanded, and what we begin to know as psychers appear. But despite all the progress, things would begin to collapse. The machines created to aid humanity would turn on them in M23, an event known as the cybernetic revolt, and trade would begin to collapse due to
the wizard powers.
Your head explodes and then demons pour out.
Downside.
Space and time.
Downside.
Would separate humanity, and this would be what is known as the
downside is tentacles will fly out of my brain
of hell, storing all thought, emotion, and the souls of those who have passed on.
Zuki, is that what happened to you?
Something terrible, as far on the horizon, something horrendous was brewing. You see, the warp isn't just a random assortment of chaotic energy. It is fairly well organized, thanks to those living in the galaxy. The warp itself acts as an afterlife of sorts, and the actions of the innumerable amount of creatures who live in the galaxy have manifested a pantheon of organized entities known as the forces of chaos. At their helm are three major entities: Korn, Nurgle,
the one that gets me, the one that's like one of the backgrounds I've always had on my PC is
my mom walked in and jumped.
Were one of the first species created by the Old, and due to their extreme and unbridled excess,
what the fuck am I looking at? A circus? Is that a space circus? Let's go!
Those of the Harlequin who sought to bring
hold
their
on.
species back together, and
glory to the laughing god.
Look at that! Yo, look at the cake on that one!
Yeah. Slanesh tore a hole in the galaxy and forever split the Eldar into those of the craft world who sought to bring their species back together, and those of the Guardian who wish to continue what caused the birth of Slanesh.
This is so crazy!
The birthing of this fourth chaos god settled
off
the
storms of the Immaterium and ended the age.
You're telling us, chat, we got a circus space? Let's go.
So one man revealed himself and spearheaded an immense attempt to reunite all the fractured pieces of humanity.
Like Armon tried to get in the Black Library so many
was the Emperor of mankind.
Oh, there's the God Emperor.
Destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the unification wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperial man. However, due to the very long, devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it.
Wait, hold on, chat.
It's terrible. It's the literal worst thing ever.
Chat, hold on 1 second.
Yeah, they just tried for the 5,000 years of like regression.
Yeah, except for 2 of them, because 2 of them could just fucking die.
I'm just trying to see if I changed all my categories.
We don't even know what happened to them. They got stricken from history.
Yeah, did you see the panel where it's like they're in the chamber in the palace at Terra?
Well, we think
the ones that are chaos.
So we think one of them is in the Black Vault under
to
Terra.
Reconquer the
and we think Trazen has the other one. Because of course he does.
Known as the Thunder Warriors were recruited by the Emperor to reclaim the Earth.
Because of course he does.
These warriors,
I would wager the logic of it is that one of them ends up being Sigma
overstayed their welcome. He would need something better, and that's
how did the God Emperor?
Because it would make you a god if you went to the old world as a Primarch. Like, that would make you a straight up god.
So I have a question. So
answer.
The god emperor, he just said that he was just like a normal dude that took up bombs. Is that like at all true?
No,
so not really. So the god emperor
was made from a circle of magic.
Well, that's one of the. We don't know where he comes from, but that's one of the theories. So the God Emperor is one of the perpetuals we were talking about earlier,
who sought to
but
bring their species back together,
the most
and
powerful
those of the Drukhari who wish to
existed.
continue what caused the
probably
pretty
will
much
ever
dead,
exist.
and he's
the birthing
holding
of this
back
fourth chaos god settled
as it
the
stands,
warp
as a half-dead
and ended the age of strife. But humanity was still fractured. So one man
because isn't it like if he actually
and
truly dies in chaos,
an immense attempt to reunite
Terror would be gone.
Just
Terror would be gone for two reasons. One, that rift would open, and two, the nuke that Vulcan put in the Golden Throne that would destroy Terra would go off.
So was the God Emperor one of the first like Space Marine class people?
The Emperor
defined what it meant to be a Space Marines because he
made the Space Marines.
Okay.
He made them in his image, but they originally started as techno-barbarians, a group of
those are the Thunder
loosely
Warriors.
assault. I was going to say those were the Thunder Warriors in Mark 1 armor.
Yes.
With the stupid visors, but the exposed faces.
Technically,
they all look like
they were kind of like the precursor to them.
So like these, right?
They were just generally power armored badasses. They weren't genetically engineered power armored badasses who would be the Mark II in iron armor.
The nearly destroyed Earth, the Emperor embarked on the unification wars to unite humanity under the banner of the Imperium of Man. However, due to the very long and devastating impact of the Age of Strife, humanity as we know it is not the same. To reconquer Earth, the Emperor would need more than
armor,
mere
especially
men.
if you're a Carl
Great beings known as the Thunder.
So humanity,
space shocks.
Humanity kind of ceased to exist as we were and became something more.
So, well, not quite. So humanity was like during what is called the Dark Age of technology.
The Strife War, he said,
humanity had a level of technology unrivaled, but due to some funky shenanigans from some elves and an AI uprising,
not the elves,
humanity greatly fell and will never rise to the levels they had before.
And the other thing to mention is that technology from the Dark Age of technology is considered both a relic and an unbelievable force multiplier. Like, if you have a pistol from the Dark Age of technology, you are no less than a captain in your Space Marine ranks.
Unless it's a little tiny or has AI, and then it's heresy immediately.
But these warriors,
and you will just be straight up purged. It's just tech heresy.
Overstayed their welcome. He would need something better.
And imagine if they woke up and there was a man of iron.
The Space Marines. Superhuman soldiers that will have the
cunning
exponentially greater than the mortal man. These new warriors will be commanded by an elite group of his very own sons known as the Primarchs. Unfortunately, though, Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor.
Daddy didn't charge the baby monitor? How could Daddy do that?
Stolen by the forces of chaos and scattered across the galaxy.
Oh, the Emperor is like a galactically terrible father.
Oh.
Yeah, it was literally his negligence of 20 children that resulted in 2 going missing, half of them turning to chaos, and the other half of them fighting each other for autonomy.
And then the Imperium being stuck in a never-ending war.
It is, unbelievably so, and you may never have heard this before, but it is the grim darkness of the far future where there is only war.
If you have heard of the term grimdark, it originates from Warhammer.
It is because this is the grim darkness of
the term. Yeah, Warhammer originated the term of grimdark.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some water. We're just gonna be a long one, chat. We're 7 minutes in, and this stream's been. This stream's been 24 minutes.
Nerds. We could talk forever.
Yeah, no, that's why I did this. I wanted to have interesting shit happen.
I was literally just thinking, all this Warhammer talk makes me just want to sit here and do models.
I'm finding it very interesting in the Votan release because I'm apparently the new Steeljacks are controversial. I love them, but apparently a lot of people don't like them because they're not dwarfy enough.
Oh yeah, because they're going in. They're definitely not squats anymore, are they?
No, I like them
and they
because
get, like,
I like
like
them because it's kind of what I wanted. Maybe not exactly what I wanted, but I wanted them to lean more into like the AI thing because that's the one thing that's like the most unique to Votan is that they have like hyper intelligent AI that's indistinguishable from like not AI.
You know what they look? You know what they remind me of? Looking at one, Castellan robots.
Yes, well, but they probably originate from this like same thing, different and roots.
It does look like just like from a distance. That's a Castellan robot.
Because the leagues are human, at least originally.
But aren't they actually in a Xenos subfaction now?
They are classified as Xenos because they don't work with the Imperium because they find the Imperium to be really dumb. Also, if the Imperium found out that they had AI, the Imperium would kill them immediately.
Yeah, there would be their home worlds would be exterminatus.
I mean, it would be hard, but the Galactic Core would be a mess more than
I have returned from my travels through time and space. Hello, everybody.
It travels through time and space to the kitchen.
Time and space. Well, my kitchen's in an alternate reality, so I guess it's reality warping at this point.
Of humanity and reclaim.
Then I went back to the 1800s and got some awesome coffee and came back
the fires of industry to make this happen. Looking to the distant cousins of Mars, the Emperor signed a treaty with the technologically irradiated hellscape of the Red Planet and allowed the cult of the machine god, the Mechanicum.
Oh, the Mechanicum! I keep hearing the machine god.
Were the tip of the spear. Their numbers pale to the
1001101101010101010. Blessed be the Messiah.
Are they like the antithesis to the Imperium?
No, they are allied with the Imperium. So,
which is hilarious considering how their entire
the Adeptus Mechanicus makes the Adeptus Mechanicus are the engineers for humanity.
Ooh.
They make all the tech, they maintenance it, but they are not subservient to the Imperium. They are equals with the Imperium.
Oh, so that's pretty big deal.
And the other thing to note is the fact that because of the desperate need for more engineers, they sort of all live on Mars in an amazing well, they have other planets, but they're primarily
they have other
based
worlds,
on Mars.
but Mars is like their main
HQ.
And then and then in amongst that, if the Space Marines see somebody who would be like a good fit for it, they'll send one of their guys to Mars to learn the ways of the machine spirit, and they will become a tech marine. And some of the tech marines have like robot arms with like heavy.
I have not a clue what's going on, and I love it already.
So the thing with the Mechanicus, the Mechanicus, the Imperium needs the Mechanicus as much as the Mechanicus needs the Imperium, because without the Imperium, the Mechanicus wouldn't have food supplies.
Right. So without the Mechanicus,
the Mechanicum would starve, but the Imperium would die.
So essentially, they need each other.
Without the Mechanicus, the Imperium would have no technology.
Yeah, and without the Imperium, they would have no protection, right?
Yeah, and also, the Imperium protects the Mechanicus a lot.
But to be fair, there's a lot of ways that the Mechanicum could protect themselves, but their weaponry is very ornate
and their seemingly endless numbers make up the bulk of the fighting force for humanity, supplied by the intelligence and prowess of various legions
What on God's name is that?
Of connectivity between the worlds, what a society
are those floating cities you were talking about?
Became mysterious and varied.
That is
once used for harvesting and agriculture. Now we're being used.
Oh, and then this is the Imperium. So is that like the Dreadnought up there?
No, that's an Imperial Knight. That is farm equipment that they put guns on.
You know what? Fair.
As machines of war in the form of Imperial Knights. Some of these
Yo.
fractures of humanity will even be changed further,
they were farm
unrecognizable to
equipment
the
during the
average
Dark Age
human,
of technology,
with differences in
but
size,
now they have
skin color.
retrofitted them to be war machines.
Wild.
And all of those farm families became the night houses
That's
and gained immediate
crazy.
like loads of power.
So it was a bunch of farmers
like,
that said, fuck it, we'll become part of the Imperium, put shit on their farm equipment, and now they're part of the Imperium.
There always were.
That's crazy.
I mean, you can't really leave the Imperium and then come back without being executed, really.
Well, technically, night houses are also allied with the Imperium and not quite as subservient.
Yeah.
Like not quite on the same level as the Mechanicus, but they're not like
they're on the same level as rogue traders. If you think about it,
unless
you're
a Mechanicus aligned night house, then you're fully subservient to the Mechanicus.
Yeah. But Mechanicus aligned ones tend to stem specifically from Mechanicus planets like Forge World Riser, Forge World Metallica, and the one from the first Space Marine game, which was also a night production Mechanicus Manufactorum world.
Yep.
Oh, well. Oh, what?
You're hearing lots of words that you have never heard of before.
I'm hearing something for a second. I start to understand, then I hear another faction.
Transonic blades.
I don't even know what that means.
Transonic blades.
What are transonic blades?
And in the background, that big mech is a Titan. That's the
not
smallest class Titan.
That's not a knight.
That's a warhound.
Yeah, it's a warhound.
I don't even know what these mean.
It's probably the size of like a 4-story building, and that's the smallest one.
Just wait until you get into Emperor class.
Like
Titans.
Emperor class.
I don't even know what any of this means.
So the Emperor class is, imagine a mech the size of a skyscraper with a cathedral on its back.
Hell yeah.
And every square foot is covered in guns.
You know what?
It has a defense array that can resist any incoming thing up to and including a Death Strike nuclear missile.
Oh, I need to write some of this shit down.
It is a walking cathedral with guns.
I need to grab me a few of those.
You're looking for the one where it's like they're on the platform and then the Emperor class is just above them looking at them. It's like eclipsing the sun. Are you looking for that picture?
Here's one of them.
I think I know the one. This is like the picture if you're talking about Emperor classes.
Let me see it. So send an inside shot. What the fuck is that? Yo! That's ridiculous!
Yes, that's the picture. That's the one I meant. It's got a plasma gun.
Here's another one where you can kind of see like the whole thing.
What
it's so fucking
cute. Fuck? Why?
Bearing in mind, it has a plasma gun.
There's like a giant ass church on its back.
That's fucking crazy.
By the way, the model, the unit that's standing next to is the largest model that it's possible for you to buy.
Yeah, it's next to a Warlord Titan.
Yeah, that's a Lucius Warlord Titan.
So remember, like, go back. So like, remember that, like that. You can see behind it. You see that small Titan. Look how fucking small it is next to the Warlord.
Heresy.
That's small. Yeah.
Horus heresy.
Its plasma gun is basically a power station with a muzzle.
Tall, and it's that small.
Would result in a split in the Imperium with devastating
consequences. It's also worth noting that this is where you reach the God engine level of Titan classification.
Yeah.
Half of the Emperor's loyal sons.
So half the Emperor. This is what you're talking about. Half of them fell to chaos.
Yes, the Horus heresy.
And it was primarily started through, unless my knowledge escapes me, but the word bearers turned at about the time of when the Ultramarines sacked Monarchia.
All my
I'm hearing so many terms that I have no clue what the fuck's going on.
The first heretic, the true bastard.
The true bastard is a word I never thought I'd hear today, but here we are.
Okay, so Erebus is is an amazingly written character, but fuck Erebus.
Literally, he is the one that meme is destined for. It's just like fuck Erebus, all my homies hate Erebus.
like you know, there's two different ways for like you to hate a character. There's like the character where they write it to where they want you to like it, but if they're written so badly you hate the character. And then there's the ones that are like, no, they're written as like utter scum, so they're fun to hate.
Written as scum, so they're fun to hate.
Like, those are great characters. He's a great character, but fuck Aaron.
Yeah, I've noticed that. You like to say "fuck this guy" a lot. There's tons of people you've said that about.
When he's like, oh yeah, we need to set up the warrior lodges, and then fucking
join.
Like, Lorgar's like, don't do that, and he's like, fuck it, I did it.
Hey,
anyway.
How are you?
Like, fuck you.
We're doing 40K stuff. What's up? Hello, Master. Like, you can stick around if you want. We're just gonna be sandwiched between two Warhammer nerds, and then there's me. That has not a fucking clue what's going on.
Chaos Space Marines,
along
with the forces of the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos Knights. The conflict will result in
what
the
are
absolute
those?
obliteration of Horus and the physical death.
What are Chaos Space Marines?
They're Space Marines.
Look at that old art.
Oh my god, that's like
Horus looks so. His face is so like the art's great, but Horus's face, man.
And then the Emperor himself, the near-dead body of the Emperor, will be placed on the golden throne to serve
they were terrible with face sculpting.
That's the Emperor?
That's the Emperor now on the golden throne.
That's crazy. Is he still alive?
He is still alive, technically.
At soul level because he's a perpetual.
Beacon of humanity and allow for the continued ability to travel the stars, protected by his most loyal.
Yeah, also on the golden throne,
the Imperium
Emperor is projecting like a projection of his soul that can be seen from the other side of the galaxy.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. And there's also the fact that in order to maintain this, they literally get 1,000 psychers and then feed them into the engine to keep him alive. He is
every day sacrificing 1,000 souls a day.
This is fucked.
1,000 psychers because, and it's like you thought the real Grimdark was the Red Tithe. No,
hey Mask,
that's only 350,000 people a year. That's not that bad.
That's not that bad. It's a crazy statement.
Well, to be fair, it's the Carcharodons. They could probably do a shitload worse to you.
When you've got 10 quadrillion people, 300,000's not that.
I mean, that's a crazy sentence to say. Oh, just 300,000.
Night by terrifying space marines in Mark 5.
That's what you think that's a normal sentence to say is diabolical in its own sense.
Like, if you didn't know we were talking about Warhammer, damn, that's a crazy sentence. It's only 350,000 people.
Nah, this is just what it's like living in the city that I live in. It's just 350,000 people.
Is it Birmingham?
I gotta remember, like billions of guardsmen die like every
That's fucking
during this age of
in fact, to the point in which they are basically just cannon fodder because space marines are too expensive to deploy.
As time went on,
if we can drown them in
gunfire,
we'll drown them in
the
our
Emperor
blood.
would become less of a head of state and more of a religious
This the same army
figure.
that prides itself on drive me closer, I want to hit them with my sword.
My sword. In a giant ass tank.
So
running like a Bane blade.
So the God Emperor is just at this point just a figurehead at this point, huh?
Kind of. He is doing things, but he's not like actively governing. He's kind of like nudging things in the warp.
He's reading tarot cards that actually change the fortunes of humanity.
He's playing Yu-Gi-Oh with the Chaos Gods in the warp.
Is he winning?
I thought it was the Adeptus Custodes who were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Or
he must be playing Castera.
Strip Poker. Whatever.
Did you know they kind of made that canon in the Siege of Terra book?
What, playing Yu-Gi-Oh! With gods?
Yes, they did. It was the end of the Death Part 3 where he's like,
there's like an alternate reality where him and Horus are playing a card game.
Playing Yu-Gi-Oh! and Warhammer!
They're literally sitting there playing fucking Magic the Gathering instead.
Chat, my mind's being broken. Help!
Literally, it's two guys who are basically dead fighting on the one guy's flagship to the psychic limits of their abilities, and then
they're like while they're fighting, they're like seeing alternate realities, and one of them they're playing a card game.
They're literally sitting there playing like fucking Magic the Gathering.
Help! Help!
Warhammer's very dumb.
And you know what the funny part is? That for the longest time that wasn't canon, but it only became canon recently. So only very recently have they decided that no, in fact, they were actually playing Magic the Gathering the whole time.
The zealots of the Imperium would intensify and create
a
brand
dead on
new
the floor
era known as the Age of Apostasy.
That
And
is
this ecclesiarchal
craziness.
command of the Imperium would end up with one of the strongest fighting forces of Terra, the Adeptus Sororitas.
Game on.
Over time,
The Adeptus Royaltus? What's that?
The they're nuns with guns.
Sororitas, my army. These girls are mine. They're my army because they're not genetically engineered. They are.
Look,
they don't have psychers.
It's the order demon.
Oh God, yeah. It is. I love Celestine. I love the fact that
living saint.
Like, at the end of the turn she dies, she can just come back to life with full wounds. Then she cries, and one of her sisters come back to life.
Every time Saint Celestine dies, she awakes in the warp with no memory, with a mountain of bones in front of her.
I am so confused.
Each bone being one of
I don't know what's going on.
That died, and she has to climb it while being like amnesiac. And if she makes it to the top, she comes back to life. But if she ever failed, she would die forever.
But that's not even the coolest resurrection roll. The coolest resurrection roll is Angron, who you have to roll 666 in order for him to come back.
So we have now officially reached the point in the video where it is now in 40,000 finally.
Yeah, so we've glanced past the Horus heresy, the one bit that
we've done a brief explanation
would come
of
with its own form of problems. A primitive species once found during a recon mission will be able to evolve in relative secrecy for 6,000 years.
Oh, so those are the people you were talking about, the guys that have Gundams?
Yep.
Yes.
Oh,
these are the guys I used to collect because I used to have Farsight enclaves because Commander Farsight is amazing.
Becoming a highly advanced coalition of aliens known as the Tau.
I don't like they kind of get overhated.
The galaxy weren't bad enough.
They get overhated because of the 7th edition.
As a monster has begun to wrap its tendrils around the Milky Way.
Also, like when they initially came out, they weren't super grimdark initially, and people were like,
no, they were too clean and too happy. They had too much contentment in life.
So they're talking about a giant being that wrapped its tentacles around the entire Milky Way.
Oh, the Tyranids.
That's me.
So explain to me how crazy are the Tyranids as opposed to the Eldrazi and all that.
Okay. Do you want a good explanation for the Tyranids? Imagine the eventual heat death of the universe. That is the Tyranids. They are inevitable. They will kill us all. It's just a matter of when.
Imagine like you combined Eldrazi with Xenomorph and bugs.
Oh no.
Yeah. The bugs from Starship Troopers.
That's wild. Because the Eldrazi's I know are like reality warping.
And I said kill them all.
They're not quite reality warping, but they can
do. Zoanthropes
whenever they arrive at a planet, if they succeed, they will consume all of the biomass on that planet and leave it as a barren rock.
That's crazy.
And then they have ones where they implant their genetics into people. Then those people become cultists that worship them.
Yeah.
Also
And essentially
like
highlight their planet for like the Tyranids to arrive because they'll have taken over everybody. So the Tyranids arrive with no resistance.
Uprising.
So that's kind of like the Phyrexians missed of the Eldrazi.
Yeah.
That's
But
why.
also, like, the thing is like,
the thing is,
a guy with 3 arms is kind of a normal thing in 40k because
through the
more
mutation
covert
is
gene
rampant.
stealer cults.
And because the Hive worlds are horribly polluted with nuclear waste.
What the fuck is that?
To the Imperium.
That's a
In
pyramid?
the first millennium, there is no peace among the stars.
It is
At
the
any
Hive
point,
Tyrant.
your life can and will be
It's not-
threatened
it's
by
not-
the
it's
Xenos
not-
races
it's not the
uncountable,
Swarm
or by
Lord,
the
but
arch
it's
enemy of
just a
chaos
generic
within,
Hive Tyrant.
or by
Okay.
So, wow.
Did you see Cat's called? Did you see Cat's called Magorek Thraka?
So, from what I'm getting,
the best
it
orc.
is these 3 things: the Phyrexians, the Eldrazi, and the Slivers.
Kinda, yeah.
That's fucked. Considering those are the 3 most dangerous things in Magic the Gathering all piled into one.
Yeah, the Tyranids are like a giant hive mind.
Like,
They just like
the power of
roam
technology
around.
And the Hive Mind exists outside of the galaxy and just directs
For in
them.
the grim darkness
Why?
of the far future, there is only
Only
war.
one.
yeah! Let's go! Again! Part 1.
Part 1.
Oh my god, the
video's 2
characters
hours
are so
Oh,
long.
cute.
go
Look, I
fuck
got the
yourself
star
with your
eyes,
bullshit
too. And look
advertisements!
at the little bear on.
Why does it never fall?
I am gonna
That
crack.
look like World of Warcraft, but horrible.
I'm gonna do a little crasher every time I see a ad because it's funny.
At least you don't get British
A
ads. We get some shit
fantastic
ads.
job once
Is
again,
that Conrad
Mr.
Kurz?
Kurz, the
It's
Night
Conrad
Hunter
Kurz.
himself.
It's Conrad
don't
Kurz, the
you
guy who
love that,
literally
my
died
faithful
because he
audience?
wanted
Once
to.
again, we have
Yeah, I
another
told-
criminal
you-
over
you
the
told me
course
about
of
this guy.
6 hours break
Yeah,
every
he fucking
single
sat there
bone
reading a
in
book
his
whilst an
body.
assassin
And with that,
killed
once
him.
again, our
Mhm.
glorious leader has brought the
The
crime
Night
rate
Lord's
to
omnibus is fucking
0%.
peak.
Always
Why?
brought to you here on the
But the thing is they're
It's
all
drama.
like
Bricky,
fucking
thank you once
Sevatar
again
is
for
such
joining
a
us. Our top stories for
they're
tonight.
all
The weather forecast
bastards.
appears to be rain.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
horrible
extra
people.
dark, so make
Like
sure
they
you pack
terrorize
those
They're well
children
written.
on their
They're
home
well
houses.
written,
They're
horrible.
So
people.
YouTube
Let's
chat's
not
talking
forget
about,
the fantastic
hey Aris,
gang
how are
violence
you?
called
Lol,
McCrimmon
I am
Havoc.
just
Oh,
for
I'm sorry,
Eldar.
what's that?
I moge what's that mean?
It's gone.
So my
Hold on.
chat, so
Gang violence is
It's
God
chilly
because
ones.
they're all dead.
so Cube, chat says, lol, I'm here's for Eldar. I moge Eldar, moge Eldar,
Eldar, the space elves.
the space elves.
Extinct.
Tonight as well.
See,
make
so
sure your
Eris-
seats are nice and
Aris,
tight.
I have never seen Warhammer. I don't know
Hold on,
shit
hold
about
on.
it. These two do.
No.
We know too much.
Half this has just been them talking.
I've been to
Oh,
Warhammer World on multiple occasions and played
I'm
at
sorry.
tournament levels, so like...
Yeah.
Rates have gone down to 0%.
Love yourself.
It was like
Whoa.
maybe Space Marine is Dwayne Johnson.
Smile?
Yeah, smile emoji face. Let's go.
No.
No.
This could only mean one thing.
What?
It is the Strawman News' great
What?
privilege to bring some color back in your life
What?
with the brand new 3-part Gamer Subs drop.
Oh, yeah, I'm getting
exclusively
advertised too,
on
what the
this
fuck?
here news network. That's right, your esteemed host Bricky
You
Mind
did
Self
promise
I
it
will
was gonna
say-
be a crash out.
I didn't notice that it was an ad.
Sponsoring the Strawman
I
News.
I
And
will
let us move
say
on
he
to our
does
next
keep
phase.
his ads. He
I've
does
learned
make
a lot.
interesting ads.
I was like, what the
Warhammer is
fuck?
That he's
so
decided
much
to do
more
it as a
than
news
just
article from
Spaceman Shoots
Nostromo.
Big Guy.
I
It has
got
also
fucking
grown
trolled.
substantially from its origins, being
Yo, I
a
need my
Warhammer
gamer
Fantasy
subs.
spin-off.
Chat, I got
Space.
fucking
Now,
trolled.
it is a black library filled with immensely
Broken
deep
Lands.
characters,
Dated.
difficult themes, and even some tear.
So chat says,
I love the fact that it is just like night battles.
chat says, I am do that. I clave mini OD Eldar of Eldar mini.
Oh, like original models.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm waiting. I have YouTube chat up at the same time.
I mean, don't
It is a
forget that
backdrop
the
for a
Eldar
million
are
stories
actually home
over
of
a million
the
worlds,
oldest
and I did
He
not
has
see
them.
its
He
true
has like
depth
too
in that
much.
ever.
But now
So Eldor's your favorite army, Eris?
We just had
awesome.
a brief summary of the world and each faction that takes place
you remember how old
and
the bloody
we did that because to truly understand each
what are warp spiders?
They were older than I was.
The way they are.
No,
I don't know what.
They're not as old as me.
In chronological order, discussing their origins, their culture.
What is this?
And
they were 30 years
what makes
old
them
before they got
grimdark. So let's
what are the grimdark?
Very start it all and sing praise.
Like more than just one, you have them all, don't you?
As
you can see the visible confusion on my face chat. You can really see it.
Of the Necrons.
This is too much for normal people. Yeah, I am.
Lives due to the irradiation.
My chat just said this is too much for normal people. Yes,
as like a sort of
it's
cancer, space cancer of sorts. The Necrons are very much inspired by the ancient Egyptian aesthetic, but unlike the windswept dunes commonly associated with it, the irradiated hellscape the Necrons here endured was far from picturesque. This also translates into their hierarchy. They are a race of nobles and peasants. Most of the peasants would often live for their very short amount of time, only a couple of decades.
Is this like the race that you were talking about that has just cancer the whole time?
A little bit longer, but still far less than the average lifespan of a human, even today in the 21st century. The leader of the Necrons was...
But even after they left their galaxy, like even if they left the solar system, it was like so baked into their genetics that they would still suffer from it, even if they weren't at their like home star where they got it from.
So
they would live longer outside their solar system, but not significantly so.
So chat says, "Oh, and hate Monkaya." Yes, that's how Eldar calls humans.
Monkey.
Yeah, they call us
humans.
Monkey.
Yeah, they call people monkeys.
Yeah. Oh wow, yeah. Space races. Let's go.
Sarek,
I still like the
he was the one who took the deal with the Catan and the Deceiver. Of course, he wasn't aware of the fact that they were known as the Deceiver at the time.
Helper,
but the whole species was blinded by hate after being debased by the old ones on their quest to cure their illness. The sheer pain that underwent the Necron race.
The pain of the Necron race.
As their fear was
follow the path.
The Catan are, of course, gods that eat stars.
Yo!
And when the leader of your species tells you to march into the gigantic green furnaces to ascend to immortality, you march. The scenes from these are long lines of both the peasantry and nobles clutching their loved ones in a frantic act to save their own lives. Many of them already inflicted in the late stages of the space
combination of flesh and metal.
Into the biotransference furnaces, trying to outrace death itself. Without realizing, death was the one who made these to begin with. What came out the other side was a soulless...
They're trying to figure that out.
And I say that literally.
They don't know
a soul
yet.
Is not an
abstract
concept.
Is the fact that they are just mindless zombie.
What is the soul in Warhammer?
The soul is your connection to the immaterium, the warp. The soul is a real thing. It is separate from the mind.
Oh.
The mind and soul are separate things. But without your soul, you lose things like emotions, creativity, like music creation.
So everything that makes you.
Kind of.
Oh,
it's your basically it's your emotional side and your brain's your like analytical side.
Oh, okay.
Isn't it that the Sisters of Silence and all of the pariahs don't have a soul?
He says that his second favorite faction is
anti-soul. It's not like
I was gonna say it's like an
inverted soul. Yeah.
So there's a Dark Eldar. The chat says that's his second favorite faction.
Yeah, the Dark Eldar are like, I was going to say they are space masochists.
Oh! Space masochists.
Hellraiser. Imagine Hellraiser cranked to 11.
Oh!
Yeah. Every day is BDSM by, like, mandate.
They gain sustenance from pain.
Eldar have very powerful souls.
Do you remember that old model that they used to have, which was two human women being chained up to the floor?
Yeah. Why did I say it like that? Yeah, hold on.
Horrible.
Except like it is in our world.
Was disgusting.
An immaterial
bad.
version of
Everyone
oneself
hates the
discussed and
Drukhari.
debated
There's
in
no one that
religion
likes
and
the
philosophy.
Drukhari
No,
in
in
40K.
Warhammer, a soul
Dog
is
Eldor
a
torture for
tangible
pleasure.
Don't like the
item
Drukhari.
of oneself.
No.
So
And
yeah.
the
Scenario
Catan
like we could do better.
Were just
And
like
Raiders,
to
gotcha.
every single person who went in
Yeah,
their
they
furnaces.
come on,
If you
like,
were a
pirate
peasant,
ships and
you
just
came out a
commit
Necron warrior.
Ah,
And you as an
crazy.
individual have
The
ceased to be. You have no
worst
mind,
fate in
you have no
40K
soul,
is being
and your
captured
body,
by
as you
Drukhari
know it,
raiders.
is
I
made of
would
an
believe
extremely
it.
advanced
Fate
mass
imaginable.
of re-knitting a
You'll
get
living
fed into the
metal
Bargasi.
known as
That will not be good.
necrodermis.
Ah.
You cannot think for
You'll
yourself.
you'll
and you
get
do
tortured
not
for
have
like
a brain
who
to
knows
think
for
with.
eons
All you do
until they
now
get bored
is
of
await
you,
That's
and then they
wild.
turn
from
you
your
into a living
overlords,
hat that
which are
feels nothing
the
but pain.
nobles who
A
came out
hat?
of the furnaces with their minds
Yeah.
intact.
Or,
not their
there'll be a
souls,
Drukhari
mind
who
you,
will
because-
literally wear
table,
part of your
but their
flesh as a
minds
coat.
are very much
Or a
intact.
coffee table.
These
Or you'll
nobles
send
now
to a
have
coffee
Or a
table.
bedside lamp.
protocols,
You're still
and they are
alive.
able to command
And you
all
feel
And the
of
worst
their
part is
peasantry and do with
they
them
hate
whatever
even
they
each
wish.
other
Zarek,
because
the
look
Silent
what they
King,
did
is the
to
most
the mandrakes.
So chat
They are literally
says
Drukhari. They are Drukhari that have gone into like Cthulhu levels of
chat
Eldritch Horror.
says Astral Bull Vect. This is the model he is talking about. The main dog Eldar. He is the leader of the faction.
Yeah.
Vect.
He doesn't have a model, but he is the leader of Kamara.
Oh,
He's
okay.
like the city at the end
Which
of
is
the
like
webway, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Understandable.
Isn't that where Jagatai Khan is going? Because
Jagatai,
the-
last time we saw the Khan he was going into the webway chasing.
I was going to say because he was chasing after
chasing
raiders
Drukhari.
because they. I was going to say because they raided his homeworld
apparently
while they were fighting.
people found bits of his war gear in Kamara. So there's like highly likely that he was at least there at one point.
But the fact that
Oh,
Kamara is
wow.
still there is proof that he was not successful.
Alright,
No.
chat. We continue this. If you have any more questions, chat, YouTube chat apparently has a lot
advanced
comments.
of all the Necrons. A
And you
perfect
know
If you have any
that-
questions, ask
version
us.
of
Like, oh my
himself
god,
with
we could probably
and you
incredible
know
power and
what a
intelligence.
trick space
His
marine
strength
kills
allowed
his
him
enemy.
to lead
Yeah.
the undead and the unthinking armies of the Necrons to battle
Just
against
in
the
character.
Catan when they were at their
Oh,
weakest
okay.
due to their incessant infighting and then
Oh.
win back their freedom.
Uh-huh.
But gods cannot die. So
They
in
can't?
reality what occurred is the Catan were shattered.
Oh, so
into
gods are
thousands
literally
of
unkillable in
pieces,
this
and
universe.
each shard of their
So
god was
the Catan,
trapped
so
in a
so
stasis
there's like
vault
two
and
there's like
mind
two
controlled
gods.
to do
There's
the
gods in the warp, and then there's the Catan. So you got warp gods, which are the gods of the warp,
Mm-hmm.
or in the warp of emotions and the like.
And hell.
Then the Catans are gods of reality, of real space.
Oh.
They are
rea-
basically
they-
flying radiation that eats stars.
Oh, so they don't have a physical form.
and they each one represents some physical aspect of reality.
Interesting. I like that. That's
Especially
cool.
the Void Dragon, which is my favorite.
Yeah.
My favorite facet of reality
fitting of the
is Void
Necrons
Dragon.
they once enslaved.
cool, I like
the biggest
that.
challenge they face now are actually the
Also,
upstarts of the
a
galaxy. The
a
Eldar
normal
and the
canon,
Orcs
a normal
were
like
quite prominent,
top
and
tier
as you can
Necrons army
imagine,
in
a
competitive
galactic war
is just
really
all
takes its
Catan.
toll on the joints.
Catan are the
They
gods
weren't
of
so much
material.
war, but
It
that
was in
was
their
that
best
was the
interest
case,
to
and it
wait
was
out the
terrible.
galactic
It was
rise
it
I was
was
gonna
of
say,
the races
because
and
people were
come back
weren't
at a
people
more
taking the
opportune
Catan out
time.
of the
So
monolith
they
model.
went into stasis.
The
Five
Tesseract
massive
yes.
tomb complexes,
And then
Just to
running
have
it
a
as
regular,
various
like, have
models,
a-
biding their time
yeah.
until
So
it was
the
once
Katana
again
gods of the
opportunity
Materium,
to rule the
well, the
galaxy.
Warp had
Zarek,
used
the
to
Silent
have their
King,
gods.
as penance for his failure
Oh.
to his
The
people.
Warp God's still
The,
there.
exiled
the
himself into
Eldar
the
used to have
darkness
warp gods, but they are all gone except for
Kayla Mensha Kane.
Oh, yeah.
Hagarok, Kane, who
Hagarok.
got shattered, and then there's Isha, who is a prisoner by one of the other Chaos gods.
Yeah, and Falcon Guatanares is dead. Eldinesh is dead.
Oh.
They're all dead, and then they're
The
trying
one
to
who
create the
created
Eldar
Warp
Death God.
Prisms are dead. The one who created the Prisms are dead.
That's why. That's a lot
Yeah.
of dead gods. That's wild. Okay.
The War in
one of
Heaven
them
was
one of the
terrifying.
Chaos gods
million
ate like
years.
all of
Yeah.
them.
With his perfect memory, a
into
constant
that
reminder
later.
of the doom
Yeah.
he inflicted
You'll get
upon
into
his
the
people.
War in Heaven.
Flash forward to the modern day, and the
Yeah,
Necrons
that is a
are
crazy
reawakened,
punishment.
but
He has a perfect memory, so he has to remember every crime he's done to his people.
Yeah.
for all of eternity. That's crazy.
Isn't working as well as it could
That's
be.
the
Whether
nicest
the
thing that can
Toon
happen
world
to
is
you in
reawakened
Warhammer.
naturally
Just
or
letting
by
you
some
know.
imperial
You could be a demon host.
So the Silent King,
Necrons
so the
have come
Silent
back
King,
to reclaim the
instead
galaxy
of
they consider.
so all the other Necrons went to sleep, to basically bide time after the war in heaven, and they basically were like, we can't beat our enemies, so let's just like go to sleep and wait for them to die.
Chat is having a faction war.
If we can't beat them, we will go into timeout mode for as long as it's possible.
So cute.
So they went into a 60 million year slumber.
Oh, yeah.
All of them except for the Silent King, who exiled himself outside of the galaxy to just like wait.
Chat, Cube, we're having a faction war in the comment section for the Nequitire. No, for Ashron, Isa, and Kalia, Mencha, Kane. And I have first place, so although the best. Then Trizan the Slick. Changed my mind. Okay, you got a point. I have no clue what any of that means.
No, to be fair.
Infinite.
No, but to be fair, like of all the really cool, like big Walker models that Warhammer and Workshop has done, the Avatar of Kane is a fucking amazing model.
The new one is really good. Too bad everyone in their mother beats the Avatar and Kane in lore.
Monster demon.
Too bad that everyone and their mother fucking beats an Avatar of Kane to show how cool they are to Warhammer lore.
Well, chat, feel free to comment stuff like that.
Don't forget that Dawn of War is the story of how Godsplitter just kills about 12 Avatars.
Yeah.
So chat's gonna ask me questions.
Your Ultramarine character is, so have him kill an Avatar of Kane.
Chat's gonna ask me stuff. I'll ask you two stuff, and also they'll be comparing factions. So you'll hear me ask you stuff about that too. YouTube chat specifically.
This is the reason Cato Sicarius isn't cool because he hasn't killed an Avatar of Kane yet.
But 60 million years of hypersleep have taken their toll. Many Necron dynasties awake with systems unrestored and huge swaths of their population's minds completely lost.
If I don't talk too much, it's because I don't know what's going on. I don't want to interrupt them constantly.
Excessive paranoia, schizophrenia.
He's the one Ultramarines model that I actually like.
So, from what I gather,
love his model.
These Necrons had all kinds of mental diseases because of the things. Also, chat says
they had like turbo cancer.
Trizan is a Primarch.
And they're also massively depressed at all times.
So Trizan is a.
Trizan is not a Primarch. That's a meme. So Trizan the Infinite, so it's a meme because they both steal stuff a lot.
So Primarch of the Blood Ravens because they're always stealing.
Chat says they hate the Ultramarines.
Ultramarine.
Yeah, a lot of people don't like the Ultramarines because it's kind of like an older lore problem. It's not so much anymore, but so they're like the Ultramarines are the poster children of the poster children.
Yeah. You got to think about it in terms
they get a
of
lot
the
of
Ultramarines.
attention.
The Ultramarines to 40k are John Cena to 2010 WWE. They are on the front cover of everything.
Eris says they had so much plot armor it's shooting to another galaxy.
If you see Art of a Space Marine, like 90% of the time, it's an Ultramarine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and look at the Space Marine game, it's Ultramarines. I mean, only really Dawn of War stepped away from that, and with the possible exception of Space Hulk, Vengeance of the Blood Angels, and even then, both of those have picked Blood Angels.
So, they said they have so much plot armor that it's shooting to other galaxies.
Well, that's not the case anymore. That was the case, but not anymore.
Yeah. They've toned it back and they've given other characters a time to shine. Specifically,
Matt Ward is no longer the primary author of Warhammer 40k.
Blessed be the Emperor for removing Matt Ward.
Matt Ward's still around. He still writes for Warhammer.
But this is the same guy who decided the Blood Angels and the Necrons should have a fucking
at the fourth battle of
a relationship
daubing themselves green and roaring
like savages.
I'm just along for the ride. I'm just as confused as a normal person is. I am a normie.
Danny's a
thanks for reading. You're welcome. I'll try to keep up.
Imhotep the Stormlord
Although I really like
usurped the newly
the
returned
author
Silent
for the
King
Infinite
for
Divine,
rightful
that book's
ruler
really
over the
good.
Necron race.
I like Guy Haley. Guy Haley's also really cool.
Oh, okay. So basically, chat is saying that they're saying, yes, I, Kato, Sikaris, I destroy gods, every god, because I am Ultrium. And then Lewis responds with, who is stronger? The Silent King or Imhotep, Stormlord?
So the Silent King is like the original ruler of the Necrons. Imhotep is like basically trying to usurp the Silent King. Because
isn't he one of the dynastic leaders?
He's basically the greatest like war leader the Necrons have ever seen.
I'll do my best to keep up. I'm just stuck between two Warhammer.
Basically, so like, the Silent King wants to revert the biotransference.
I am literally
and
just
the
getting into Warhammer.
flesh.
So
Imhotep doesn't
yeah, I'll
want
try
to do
to
that.
read when I can.
He wants to stay
when they start
an
talking,
immortal,
I am literally lost.
Robot with no feelings.
And
because
they
it
said,
works out better to be immortal, and then you can just outlive all your enemies.
And they said, Iris says Silent King is better. Change my mind. Stronger.
The Silent King wants better for his people.
I mean, the Silent King does have a Catan shard, like, in his chair.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
remember those space gods we were talking about of like real space? The Necrons like shattered them into fragments and used them and like captured them like Pokemon, and now they use them like power sources. And the Silent King
they
has
hide
one in
them
his chair.
They hide them in living in cases of living metal, and the shards become like visible, and they have like a physical presence, and they're also terrifyingly dangerous to be anywhere near. The prime example of this is the three that we have access to as models, who are the Deceiver,
the Banana Man,
the Nightbringer, and the Void Dragon. Banana Man, yeah. Banana Man,
it's so
wispy
bad.
hood guy.
He needs a new model so bad.
Right. So Eris says
they both do, aren't they? Like old resin, aren't they? Fine cast.
Yeah, and then the Void Dragon's fucking baller.
Eris says,
yeah, but his is a brand new model, so it's plastic.
Yeah.
Eris says, soon gonna be Eldor. I agree. Guy Haley is one of the best authors in 40k.
Yeah,
I have mixed opinions about Guy Haley. I don't think he's a bad writer, but sometimes he puts too many plot threads in his books, and it gets really convoluted and annoying.
All right. Oh, now we've got someone say glory to the Infinite Empire. So Alex has joined the fray.
That's the Infinite Empire is the another name for the Necrons.
In order to gain immortality, asked Citan. Yes, Lewis, yes. And hello, by the way, glory to the Infinite Empire. I am just building a combat control for the Necrons right now.
Nice.
Nice. What dynasty are they gonna be?
I like how we've been here an hour and we're been like 30 minutes into this video.
Oh, you're good. And we have chat that's actually being really interactive, and that's good, at least on the YouTube side of things. Oh yeah. If you have any questions or like to discuss Warhammer, these two are your people.
lore debate right now.
I am a simple, humble cat girl that is confused and is willing to learn about the glory to the God Emperor stuff. Alright, yeah. So that's for the tabletop. Okay. I am painting my own craft ward units.
Nice.
Ooh, nice. My craft world was Eandon. I did Eandon with the Wraith constructs. They are still here, but like every 40k player, I can't decide on an army, so I just built all of them.
So Lewis says they're just here to learn some lore. All right, well let's start somewhere lore. We'll stop periodically because these two are extremely into it. I have no clue.
Archaeologists like
painting Orcium at the moment. Yeah, painting Orcium at the moment. Recently read TDK.
Truly, the Necrons are a faction of
I care for this lore.
So Alex, painting Orcium at the moment. Recently read TDK and Infinity and the Divine, and fell in love with the Undying Legions.
Infinite Divine's a really good book.
Is it really?
It's two immortal like grumpy old men having a bitter bitch fight for like 10,000 years over and like a redundant planet.
Unthinkable, unimaginable power held back
That sounds right.
entirely
That sounds
by
right.
their own hubris and 60 million years of stasis. It is a species that does not
Twice
know
Dead
of
King.
time. Only of the ravages
Twice Dead
brought
King's
by
also
it. A
very good.
pharaoh of a dynasty may just be as frightened to awake
what is going on here?
mad as they are to be
No, he does
assassinated
not.
while they
So
sleep.
Cube, what is
Thousands
going
of
on the
years
screen?
past,
Is that a
in an
war
instant, there is
between?
a play, like an
What
opera
the
play,
fuck?
a retelling of the war in heaven in the Necron culture that takes 40
It was
And
that
that's
series
Harry Potter
with this
because
the Battle Sister, wasn't
why
it? That was the
leave?
Battle Sister
You have no need
series
to
where
eat
there's
or
the
vacate your
Yeah,
battles.
also the
You
one with the
are
salamander.
Sarkhan.
So they said something about
Yeah,
I
like.
don't know
the
why
Sarkhan.
they named him Sarkhan. Why Games Workshop?
So apparently they said something about
Because if they called him Corsaro, that would be really bad.
something takes 40 years to witness, and then essentially they said, "Well, why leave? We don't need to eat or anything like that."
Oh yeah, there's it's something called they have the Necrons have a recreation of the War in Heaven as a play.
Oh,
The play is a continuous 30 years
that's
because
wild.
they don't need to sleep, they don't need to eat, they don't need to shit, and time is meaningless to them because they're immortal.
Necrons don't have many books, but they all slap. Eris says, "I love that." Instead of just watching the interactive chat, yeah, I always try the interactive chat. I am also on live on Twitch. And out of the two right now, you are the most active. Thank you so much for talking.
You know, yeah, all the Necron books are really good.
Yeah.
And we just got another one about the Silent King.
Oh, nice.
I haven't read that one yet.
Yeah, I always try to interactive chat.
Model is really cool.
His model's really good.
I love the sort of side pieces that he gets, which are separate models.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got the little, and then he's got the Triarch.
Yeah.
Like, because he got his little guys with him. Because he doesn't speak, but he has two little guys that like speak for him.
Chat. My only exposure.
He essentially gets the voice of Sauron.
To 40K is the Age of Fantasy, which is Vermintide, and what little I got from Space Hulk and the first Space Marine game. So I don't know anything really. And I was even
Space Hulk.
Yes, I have it. You want to play it co-op one time?
Which one? Because I have the original.
I have the one that was like the first person shooter.
The Deathwing, probably.
Yeah.
The Dark Angels one.
Space Hulk Deathwing. I have I did want that, but I got the original Space Hulk instead of Vengeance of the Blood Angels, where it's like a tactical strategy.
Lewis
that
says,
one's really hard.
Lewis says, I haven't played for 15 years. I'm just getting back into the game and all of the lore.
Yeah, it's an uphill struggle. I mean, there's new factions after 15 years.
But you are soulless. Despite the Necrons.
So this section that we're watching right now are all the Necrons, and then the next section would be the Chaos. So yeah.
Incredible technology. Their mastery over time, reality itself. Despite all of this,
isn't that faction number
they
one?
still are missing a soul.
So they're still missing souls?
The biggest struggle. Most Necrons look to conquest
they lost their souls
kill the
when becoming
like the
robots
humans,
because
Eldar, and Orcs that scrape at a
ate
fraction of their power. But the end goal for many, including Zarek himself, is to return
the souls are just like basically their personality and their like how they were as a person.
Yeah, which is why they became thoughtless drones, basically.
Mostly, yeah.
They do exactly what they are commanded and nothing else.
God, I love Laura, says Eris. Mostly Eldar love Eldar. Did I mention I love Eldar? Yeah.
Too bad your books all suck.
Yeah!
And too bad your models were so old for so long.
I have no clue.
No, even Eldar players hate their novels.
So
they're like, everyone agrees the Eldar novels are not good.
Eris, is this true?
Which is a shame because their faction models, some of them are the best models going. Like Fire Dragons are really cool.
Gav Thorpe needs to stop writing Xenos books. They always end up bad.
No.
So Alex says they ate their souls.
As soon as you said that name, I'm like, oh fuck.
So the silent.
He wrote my Votann book, and it makes me sad.
So
no,
Alex says they ate their souls, so the Silent King enslaved the Catan as for payment.
Yep, basically. because the main Catan, what's his actual name?
Yeah.
His title is the Deceiver, but obviously he called that when he met when they like. He didn't introduce himself as the Deceiver.
I am the Deceiver. Yeah, he doesn't say that.
I think his original title was the Messenger. His name is Mephetran, the Deceiver.
Eris says, you know what? The only good ones were Valdor, and it was written by Guy Haley.
Yeah, Constantine Valdor, yeah. You know what's a good book? Gaunt's Ghosts.
Oh,
those books are very good.
To undo
the
horrible fate he cast upon them.
Then again,
they
go
but great books.
Their dynasty.
So chat wants to know if you can explain the Satan.
Flying space radiation that eats stars.
They are gods of like reality gods that are each one represents some fragment of like how reality works. So destroying one would inextricably like affects reality, which is why they are shattered instead of killed.
Whoa, okay, that's crazy.
But they are energy beings that feed on stars.
That's wild.
I'm kind of right.
Oh yeah, but Dawn of Fire has some cool Eldar characters.
They're good bits of Eldar lore. It's just a lot of their novels are not that great, unfortunately.
So does that answer your question that there's star gods that Chad also answered it. Satana star gods, most got shot in defiance but couldn't be destroyed. Oh wow, okay. That's
technically one of them did get destroyed, and that's why we have flayed ones.
Because he gave them all. He gave them all like space crazy.
The Necrons did kill one with Chen Curse,
or the Flayer Curse. Because then
I was gonna say it's the Flayer Curse.
So the Destroyer Madness and then the Flayer Curse.
Yeah, not to be confused with the Destroyer Hive, which is very, very different.
So Lewis says, so what's the difference between a Nightbringer and a Void Dragon?
They are different. They are
aspects.
Different Catans. So the Void Dragon is like a Catan of technology.
Right.
The Voidbringer is basically death. He is like the Grim Reaper. He's like the primeval Grim Reaper.
He's a hooded figure that's literally made out of darkness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he's kind of like is the originator of the concept of death and the Grim Reaper.
Oh,
he's also terrifying.
Yeah.
With an iron fist and kill all they consider unworthy. But to many others is to undo.
I didn't want to write a whole university degree of Warhammer Fair.
Before they can do that, there is a pest that needs exterminating. That is the fundamental understanding of the Necrons. They are so hyper advanced that their science borders on magic.
Model.
They play with the fundamental aspects of reality and their mastery of the physical galaxy is the strongest in the universe.
That's wild.
Nightbringer's model is probably
to the
just
barest
old
molecules, and they have devices capable of
causing
stars and supernova.
It could be done.
So yeah, chat. This is crazy stuff. Like no live Nightbringers.
Reanimation.
The art for those models, the paint job on the
teleportation, and often killing a Necron fully will
Yeah.
just have its consciousness translated back to their tomb world to await reassembly. They utilize large phalanxes of warriors and honorary combat, but some of them fall into various mind viruses.
I mean,
The
do
Destroyer
you remember
are hell-bent on killing
original
everything
model for a sister Dialogus, where she's got the big, like the circle face? She looks like
that's a sick picture, yo. So is that one of the Necrons
faces,
too?
Though they're so bad. Yes, that is. That's a Destroyer Necron.
Oh.
Is it one that lives with an overwhelming force, and then there's the flame.
It's not an obliterator. Those are chaos.
Oh right, yeah.
So chat is asking.
We'll get back a second. I'll
chat says, is Thousand Suns stronger than Necrons?
It depends on your definition of stronger.
It's just stronger. Yeah. I mean, they're both Egyptian. Like that's where you get the.
They're both Egyptian. They're both autonomous robots.
Yeah, and it's chaos personification. This is what this live is. Yeah, it is. It is gonna be me getting lost and having them explain, and I read you out.
I will admit that the Thousand Sons do better in Horus Heresy when it comes to models than they do in 40k.
But chat is on brand
with the big sword.
Because on Twitch I am a chaotic style streamer, so chaos is just part of my brand.
Destroyers because they've got the new circles and like hyrotech and shit like that.
Nekon's problem.
That big stupid tall walker thing. It's horrible. I don't know what model looks like.
Chat says Nekon.
You don't like the three-legged the canoptic walker or whatever it's called.
No, I don't. I think it looks stupid.
So chat says Nekon problem is they're at war with each other a lot of the time. So if the Silent King kept the command protocols, they would take most of the galaxy.
They could, because that's the thing though. Like that's a tricky thing with Warhammer, is it's like every army has the if X they would win.
Yeah, like orcs. If enough time was allowed to happen, then yes, the orcs would probably destroy all things.
Lewis says I'm playing a game against the Thousand Sons combat control this week, and Eris says he bought combat control. Yeah, lead the wolves.
Yeah, they're like every faction in lore has like a what if X condition, like where they would win, which is like kind of where everyone gets balanced out because everyone has that.
Right.
Warhammer is the meme of like no one is overpowered if everyone is overpowered.
That's kind of true though, if you really wanna, From what I've heard,
with I have no mouth
chat, we've almost entered the chaos.
Panic attack virus as the last laugh of Landogo, the
player.
Slowly losing their minds, they strip apart their foes and adorn their bodies with the skin of their enemies, trying to better return to their old feelings of flesh.
Yo, that's crazy! So you're saying that when they kill their foes, they take their flesh and rub it on themselves? So that way they can feel like they're alive again?
Also, the flayed ones have a weird, player dimension they can enter and use it to, teleport across the galaxy.
Yeah, they can shadow step, basically.
Whenever there's a battle with excessive blood, often, portals or rifts to that realm will open, and flayed ones will just, come pouring out.
Could you imagine that same thing? It's like on one hand you've got a bunch of flayed ones appearing, and on the other hand you've got a bunch of howling banshees because they're just gravitating towards conflict.
I love Warhammer. Did you collect your 40k hammers? The Ghost Wind? There's a Ghost Wind?
That's the thing from the Twice Dead King, where they're going to the world of the flayed ones. The kingdom, the dead kingdom, or whatever it's called. I haven't read that book in a while. It's been a minute.
Are a degraded version of their mighty empire. It's still one of the biggest threats in the galaxy.
Oh,
the only thing keeping them at bay currently is their.
You will subscribe? Thank you. The flay ones are actually trying to eat their prey, but they can't because they're robots.
Yep.
I will subscribe. Thank you, Lewis. Also, chat, apparently they said that the Necrons are extremely powerful, but since they don't have, their flesh are not complete, they kind of, aren't able to do much.
Every faction is very powerful, but every faction suffers from infighting.
Yeah.
Awakening sickness, and they're infighting.
The Imperium, especially. The Imperium is Chaos is the faction that exists for Imperium.
They fight to rid this galaxy of the vermin that inhabit it. My people
they've got renegades that species you sprang from have barely left the slime pools that spawned them.
The thing to remember with
reality
Warhammer
and the dominion
of the
our
lore
kings is
to sell you
limit.
miniature
The
models.
ground you tread on
that's the important
is
thing
not
to remember with Warhammer lore.
This has to be one of the hardest things I have ever read. My people shackled the stars and broke mortality when their species you sprang from had barely left the slime pools. Yo, that's hit so hard.
I love Warhammer
The
quotes.
fuck?
Yeah. Nothing will ever beat the quote. It's just like when the Blood Ravens lose 100 Bane Blades super heavy tank.
That's fucking crazy.
I can't wait till when he gets to the quote about how they make servitors. It's so fucked up.
It is ours.
Oh
the
god,
war in
yeah.
heaven was a
like, do you want
catastrophic
to
time for the
lobotomy?
galaxy,
No,
and
don't
as
talk
stated in the
shit.
above quote, burned reality.
They did burn reality. Whoa.
Of course, souls exist in Warhammer, and in the case of the Necrons,
the war in heaven is when everything kind of started going to shit.
Yeah.
And that's like 60 million years before humanity was even a concept.
Chat says, "Yay, space racism! Every faction has some."
The answer to this is
I disagree wholeheartedly. Not every faction is space racist. You tell me which tower is space racist. Oh yeah, they don't like the orcs.
Can you paint?
Well, technically, Tyranids aren't racist because everything is the same to them. It's food.
Yeah, everything
I
is
love
biomass.
this chat. Oh, by the way, these are some of my besties. Lewis
They're
says,
equal opportunities destroyers of worlds.
Lewis asks, can you paint your army whatever color you want, or do they have to follow a certain faction within Necrons in order to
you
play?
can paint it whatever you want.
Paint it whatever you desire.
Whatever you desire. Or Eris answered that too, but yeah, whatever you
the
desire.
moment you kind of start getting, the moment you start getting into like you have to paint it this way is in more stuff, more niche stuff like Heresy. Like Horus Heresy.
Yeah. And even then, right, you go to Horus Heresy. Take me, for example. I'm a huge Horus Heresy fan. I'm a big Horus Heresy tournament player. And at the same time, like, yes, there are certain factions, but there's also like sub-chapters and stuff like that, different companies, but there's no heraldry for those companies, but they've all got different names, so you can just paint them whatever color you like as long as they have the right marking, and you've told the person you're playing with
requires a different model.
This is what I'm playing.
Blood Angels.
This game pretty dark, so ready? I'm gonna change my model.
Let's be truthfully honest, don't you hate the guy who comes over and says like, oh yeah, this tiny little servitor is actually 20 guardsmen.
Yeah. So
how was I gonna know that?
So I think I want to choose the Tau Empire.
If you want to paint like your army like neon purple, you sure can.
You can? Let's go. But yeah,
you can
kill. We need to play tabletop
sure that
sim.
There's a reason for it, right? A reason. Because you'd be surprised how many people will just accept it if you like explain it away with laws. Like, oh, they're purple because they live by old school royalty standards of only being able to wear purple.
Yeah.
Perfect, done. Mission
accomplished.
Says, that's all you need to do.
Worry. I have to mini lore white for my own craft word to change my color scheme, but you don't have that issue. Also, I've chosen the Tau Empire cube when we do tabletop sim. It's because it sounds like fun.
Yeah, of course you have, because they're the Weaver.
They are mecha, and mecha is my favorite kind of anime. So,
yeah, every single one of them is Gurren Lagann.
Let's go!
And so is hell. The
afterlife,
the Imperium, the Sea of Souls, the Immaterium. All of these names refer
the afterlife is just hell?
Parallel to our own, known as the Warp.
Fuck.
Now, the Warp is not like our Warp. It does not follow the classic normalcy of time and space.
Have you got to Gala Fields yet?
Of Souls, and it acts like this in a more literal way than you can realize. To imagine the Warp is to imagine the sea itself. Hell is real, and you can surf on it. It has
hell is real.
Can become more dangerous
and you
depending on where you go and how bad the weather is.
Where they're
as the Immaterium is a
reflection
of
it's terrifying.
So basically, no matter how you die or how good of a person you were, you got a hell in this universe.
Yeah,
that's
basically.
Fuck.
I mean,
it's worth noting that the best thing to be in the Warhammer 40,000 universe is dead at a soul level, because then nothing can fuck with you when you're dead.
Eris says, yeah, if you have an Eldar...
Or an Orc, and then you just go to Gork and Mork.
So, Eris says, yeah, but if you're an Eldar, you have your Spirit Stone, so it's basically heaven.
Yeah, and then they take your spirit and then make it into fucking walls.
Oh.
Not really. They use it to power their technology, because the Eldars are necromancers. Changed my mind.
If you don't have one, you are just
necromancers, because the person doesn't come back. They are just
If you don't have one, then you're eaten by a god.
Souls to power all of their technology.
So if you don't
they're
have
not like traditional necromancers.
No, they're Five Nights at Freddy's. They're Fazbear tech.
And which god?
Dead souls to power their machines. They have fucking.
And which god are you eaten by? Cube. They said if you don't have one, then you're eaten by a god.
Yeah, basically.
Which god?
Well, if it's the Eldar, they all get eaten by Slaanesh.
Oh,
I was gonna say Eldar, it's Slaanesh.
Yeah.
Yep.
Of our reality and of our souls, all thoughts,
he or she,
all emotions, all
the lore is deliberately vague on that one.
A soul.
Well, technically, all the chaos gods are like,
if an entire planet decides it's going to engage in a blood-fueled rampage of murder and gore,
masculine pronouns, and then
around that planet will be affected in a similar manner.
You're not really going to be able to pin someone like Zinch down
parallel, not perpendicular dimension.
Or you get into Zinch where it's just like changes the thing.
Okay, well that's crazy.
But Zinch is the ultimate manifestation of. But is it really though?
But is it really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But is it really though?
So another thing about that, so they also essentially, from what I gather, the warp is just a really, really fucked up version of the Force. What?
Kind of. I mean,
except if it was a place.
I mean, you get your power. Like, if you are a psyker, you get your powers come from the warp.
Hell yeah,
which is terrifying.
That is wild.
Then you end up with everyone's favorite perils of the
through
warp.
your mind.
And you just finished one faction? Oh, okay.
You don't want perils of the warp, no matter what.
It is changing. To expose oneself to the warp for any period of time invites certain death outside of the most iron-willed of individuals, and to stare into it will drive one mad. Much like the open seas, things dwell in the warp. Whether these beings were always there or were just emboldened by the carnage of the galaxy, we can only speculate at. At a time, you could say it was more calm. But a certain faction's galactic war in heaven didn't do it any favors. Now the warp is turbulent, and its realms belong to a pantheon of gods known simply as Chaos.
Oh shit, let's go! I don't know what any of this means, but yeah, it just seems fun. Chaos is just kind of fun to me. I like being chaotic, and this probably is right up my alley.
Don't worry, Chaos is extremely dangerous.
The forces of chaos are beings that serve directly under their patron.
You have a great time with Nurgle. You're just heavily
current
diseased.
gods of chaos at the moment. Korn,
he treats you
like
a child.
And Slaanesh. Each of them represent.
That's fine.
Nurgle views you as the rotten apple on the top of his compost pile in his eye.
So we have Korn,
he loves you.
Shiznik, Nurgle, and Slaanesh.
Probably Zinch.
Zinch. Okay, so I only know about Slaanesh.
Korn, Zinch, Nurgle, Slaanesh. Slaanesh we won't really get to
the Great Horned Rat.
later. That's AOS, but yeah.
Oh,
the Great Horned Rat is my favorite Chaos god.
Chat says that Chaos is your stream at the moment, but 1,000 times worse. It's the danger zone. Oh, fuck. Well, you haven't seen me do my solo streams. I'm constantly talking and acting crazy.
Also,
when Kenny logged in from Highway to the Danger Zone.
If you have ever heard the phrase "blood for the blood god," Korn is where that comes from. Korn is the titular blood for the blood god.
Oh,
the other one is Kill, Maim, Burn.
Kill, Maim, Burn. What a nice sentence.
Slogan.
Skulls for the Dragon Throne. Or skulls for the Skull Throne.
So what's Nurgle?
Skulls for the Golden Throne. That's a Dark Tide clip.
So,
my favorite 40k meme is definitely the one where it's a list of Khorne massacres. This list is incomplete. You can help by expanding it.
What are the Nurgle? What's a Nurgle?
Nurgle is the god of entropy, rot, decay. Yeah.
Oh, skull for the skull
throne. He lived in a forest made entirely out of trees with teeth that eat you.
Chat says skull for the skull throne. For skull god.
Skull for the skull throne.
Yeah, blood for the blood gods.
Yeah, that's what they just said right here.
Throne.
Yeah. Awesome.
That's for corn.
Oh, nice.
Various facets of and emotions of sentient species and play a great game against one another for total control over
just
their
wait
realms.
until they try to teach you about the Alpha
while their
Legion,
disciples
the
have physical forms
no.
and understand the Chaos Gods,
do they have a Primarch?
physical visual that you can perceive.
Yes, no, maybe so.
Chat, I'll be right back.
Even had two.
I'm gonna grab a big popsicle to eat and stick in my mouth. I'll be right back.
They possibly had two Primarchs, and then they possibly had one Primarch, and then they possibly never had a Primarch at all, and then possibly every single one of them is the Primarch.
We had I think my friends and I started having a joke of like we just started like low hanging jokes as like Alpha Legion jokes.
I just love how their battle cry is them all chanting to war that they are Alfarian.
I am Alfarius, and this is a lie.
I do like their what's printed on their tanks is Hydra Dominatus.
The Hydra Dominatus, yeah.
Do you remember their old faction rule?
I got a massive popsicle right now, chat.
If you
whenever your warlord
dies, a new warlord.
Yeah, you just get a new one.
Corn cares
all the warlord traits and everything. I'm like, what the hell? This is a piece of shit. This is insane.
Can everyone say blood for the blood god, skull for the skull throne? Let's go! Blood. Oh, I'll say it. Blood for the blood god, skull for the skull throne.
We have lost one to skull.
Corn cares not where blood flows, simply that it does.
Yep. That's true.
Hydra Dominatus. Dominitus.
What is it? Blood.
Dominatus. No, I am Alferis.
No, not where the font of blood is located. Only that it flows to us all.
Alpha. Okay. I don't know what any of that means, but let's go.
Hydra Dominatus. Alpha. Hydra Dominatus.
I don't know what's going on.
If you want another baller quote for something later on, is Innocentia nihil probat.
What?
Which is innocence proves nothing.
Exactly. People seem to think I'm an innocent VTuber. That's horseshit.
There is no innocence, only degrees of guilt.
Exactly. I love the Inquisition.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah. My favorite Inquisition quote is that when he goes, how could I be guilty?
Every time I want to smash a class tier list, I am on the bottom saying too cute to smash, or I will adopt.
Say ignorance was a blessing, and he goes,
that is the biggest load of bullshit impossible.
Easy to discover targets.
Ava Dominus Nox. Alright.
Ava Dominus Nox.
I am Alferis, and this is a lie because he is Alferis, and I am Omegon.
Even reality. So while there are tons of fantastic fan art, we do not know what they truly look like. Though they are conveniently color-coded.
All the Primarchs have great models, to be honest.
So we have no clue what the gods. We have no clue what the gods actually look like. Is that correct?
We do not.
And Corn is an Alferis.
If they ever manifested in real space, we'd be fucked.
We'd be dead, right?
It's the end of the world. It's the end of all worlds.
The end of the galaxy.
That's wild.
It's the end of all world.
Chat says, and Corn is Alferis, and this planet is Alferis, and everyone Alferis.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Also, no.
What?
No.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, my mind. Yay,
you know what? I love Alpha Legion memes. One of them, the one that really gets me all the time, is that it's just like, "Sir, we may have located Alfarius," and then it's just the guy from Futurama going, "All I know is my gut says maybe."
So chat, we have 5 hours and 20 minutes left of this, and then immediately after, I have Left 4 Dead 2. I am gonna be mind broken. Anyway, so please don't take that as actual lore. Oh. We are gods? Are we? No. Okay.
of blood and murder, carnage and slaughter. He is the one who is most powered by the wholesale killing of any living thing. For Khorne cares not from where the blood flows.
By the Imperium killing all those people, that
the Lord of
makes
all things
Khorne stronger?
killing and blood and gore.
Yep.
The champions are extremely strong as well.
And when they die with anger in their hearts,
it is basically impossible
to not feed one of the Chaos Gods. His greater demon, the bloodthirst.
So you're saying
they are perfectly situated to be the reason for everyone's death.
So if I were to I'm just gonna excuse my language here. If I were to fuck my wife, right? And
that feeds Slaanesh.
God damn it! So everyone fucking is just gonna make Slaanesh more powerful. Chat, we're all making Slaanesh more powerful.
The only way to not feed a Chaos God is for you to somehow feel no emotions about anything.
For you to be a Necron.
Yes.
And even then, you're feeding the Catan, so it's
can't wait to join me.
Even then, by doing things to like living creatures, you are still in a way feeding chaos.
Also, chat, if you want to catch me on my main platform, I am live on Twitch at this very moment. It's Reina Takahawa _VT. It's the exact same thing as this one. So it's just Reina Takahawa, no spaces. Let me just drop it in the chat so everyone can see it. Oh, I have to do it. Okay, so literally just take my name that's in my YouTube, put it together, and at the end, _VT, and that is my Twitch. It should be linked to my YouTube account. Yeah, if you want to follow me on there, so you're more than welcome to. I play pretty much anything. And also, I do want to bring this up. We are doing a charity for Immune Deficiency Foundation to help Mouse out with all the stuff that happened to be JoJo. And yeah, just figure out that. Oh, Electro Flame, hello, how are you?
Flying devil with an axe so large
and if you see me read stuff, you're not seeing YouTube and vice versa. I am reading from Twitch, and I'm also reading from YouTube.
And pools of freshly spilt blood. This may appear to be quite frightening, of course, demonic, one might say. But in the world of chaos, all emotions feed one of.
What is a Zergwash?
That's a reference to StarCraft.
Oh.
Use gods in one way or another. If you were to define Khorne with single words, you would use blood, carnage, murder, skulls. But you'd be missing out on important ones like strength, honor, prowess, courage, and skill. Khorne is not just about
streaming on YouTube my redemption.
He is about the honor and power of martial combat. The true strength there is in besting someone in physical strength and skill. Of course, a murderer.
So, what is martial combat?
Basically,
close quarters melee.
Yeah, melee combat.
The only glorious way in the Imperium, even though everyone has guns that are literally nuclear weapons in handheld form, it is still the glory of melee combat.
Oh, so everybody is using hell bombs.
But everyone has swords.
Oh. Yep. Wonderful.
Or bayonets.
Oh my God.
Who would feed Khorne.
I mean,
but
back in the day, they used to have chainsaw bayonets.
A martial artist or professional fighter could feed Khorne.
What?
A warrior,
good or bad,
feeds Khorne.
Whoa.
A diplomat does not. A premier soldier does. A GoFundMe does not. This is what leads many mortals down the path of Khorne. For he will bless those that bring him enough skulls.
What's about the GoFundMe? Is this a meme now?
The corn does not get energy from the GoFundMes.
That is crazy. That's more Slaanesh.
Khorne got burnt on a bad GoFundMe. So
Ferris, that's what I have to say. That. Okay.
In a world this destructive, there are many ways to reap a high tally for him. Prepare the Dreadclaws and unchain the Mad Ones. Glorious battle awaits us today, for the world below has refused to surrender. Let us descend upon them
and for the Kalia Mencha
giving no quarter and sparing only those warriors who fight well enough to earn a place amongst us.
These are the hardest quotes I have ever seen. It's not the hardest thing I've ever seen, but it is the hardest quote.
If I ever want to explain, Khorne, I just kind of show him this clip.
I'd never stab you in the back.
The massive
Warriors like you and me,
straight to the face. Moving on, Tzeentch is the second god, the god of trickery and mischief, the changer of ways, the great conspirator and the architect of fate. With a sacred number of 9, Tzeentch is truly the god of change in all of its forms, but there is an obvious undercurrent of mischief and cunning. Tzeentch is such a liar that his pants have gone thermonuclear.
What?
He has giant birds. And small birds.
His favorite pastime is asking questions that have no answers while simultaneously making up answers on the spot to a question he didn't ask.
Have you ever had a dream?
I just witnessed some dude shock his ass.
That you do.
That's people trying to explain Warhammer lore.
You could do so.
No, that's me with Fate lore. That's me trying to explain Fate.
He is such a conniving little bastard.
Looks like an alien sloth.
Of scheming, of trickery is a direct way to help feed him. An unfaithful partner, a politician, a spy.
Oh my god! I'm gonna guarantee 90% of it's coming from
the intentions are good. Acceptance does not feed Tzeentch.
If you think politics are bad nowadays,
Tzeentch doesn't
you should
care
look at the
about your
40K
facts. He only wants a
Do elaborate.
Oh god.
Do elaborate.
You should get into the politics of being a rogue trader.
Elaborate.
So, I mean, sometimes your planet gets forgotten because of politics. You just So humanity is currently governed by the High Lords of Terra, which each of them is basically like the leader of one of the factions in the Imperium. So they're all jockeying for power for their specific faction on Terra, like far removed from anything that's like remotely going on in the galaxy.
Yeah. They'll send 100 billion lives to be lost so that they can win like 30 feet.
What? What's that mean?
Yeah. So to win 30 feet of land over another High Lord, they would send 100 billion soldiers to die.
30 feet!
That's not like an over-exaggeration. That's something that they do on a routine basis.
Chat says guy who loves to play like
in order for like anything to happen, you have to get like a majority of High Lords to like agree upon it.
Oh wow.
Which is very, very hard. Which is why the Imperium.
And then there's the Adeptus Ministratum, which is the most like convoluted like bureaucracy, like organizational thing to ever existed. Like sometimes someone will misplace a document and your planet gets blown up for it because of it.
Yeah. The Administratum is essentially the equivalent of saying, I was strangled to death by red tape.
So
that's exactly what it is. It is literally like, you didn't dot this I, meaning that your people are forfeit.
Guys, I mean, Eris says, guy who loves to play Elequans and Cabals.
Cabal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sounds so official.
They Thousand Suns come in Cabals.
Because he represents change, he also represents hope, though. Schemes are not always bad.
Because they're basically lodges rather than actual.
So even hope feeds this motherfucker?
Yep.
Even the hope to make a better tomorrow is the change he seeks. Because he is the architect of fate and the mastery of sorcery, his presence is
expectation of change.
So chat
looking forward to change.
And then
and therefore it is change, therefore Tzeentch wins.
And so Eris says and lovebirds. Tzeentch loves birds.
Tzeentch is like the monkey paw genie, where like sometimes he will grant people's wishes because it grants change, but often it comes with a catch.
Yeah,
because it's
the most famous example of that is the Rubric Marines. They wished to stop being horribly mutated, and Azakarimon created a spell to ensure that was the case. Tzeentch answered by turning them into dust. Now they don't mutate anymore. You have received your wish.
They're dust sealed inside of suits of armor that are controlled by the ones that didn't have to like the wizards.
The sorcerers for that. Yeah, the sorcerer is for the faction.
Chat says let the video play a little bit. Okay.
Knowable. Every depiction of a Tzeentchian demon contains more eyes than are necessary and more mouths than I know what to do with. It is a biblically accurate angel if the angel gaslit you into thinking birds are government drones.
Birds are government drones?
The creatures at his disposal adorn themselves with the knowledge of sorceries and the unknown, all to provide a mind-crushing experience.
Oh, he'll love it.
Fighting demons from outside of our reality
Let them produce chaos!
But fighting demons from unreality, purposely attempting to trick you, is a whole new thing entirely. And that is before we even get started
more than the other four.
Gigantic bird of sorcery you're going to need to face. Do not ask which creature screams in the night. For you in the shadow. It is my cry that wakes you in the night, and my body that crouches in the shadow. I am Tzeentch, and you are the puppet that dances to my tune. Third of the Chaos Gods is the one of acceptance of rot and pestilence. The
power of changer of rays is a conspiracy.
Nurgle is the exact opposite of Tzeentch. Where Tzeentch believes in change and hope for a future, Nurgle believes in
it's Jabba the Hutt's evil cousin
of everything. At one point or another, we will all decay.
Long war for the War Master.
Rot, and we will all end. And with a sacred number of 7, every single thing, pestilence, boil, and everything in between,
and it's like flesh
under the great shadow and girth.
I would not kiss that for $1,000. I'm telling you right now. I want to kiss that either.
Actually did that, but he made it out of like
and no matter how solid life might be,
the heads and bodies
everything will decay in the creation of life. There must be an end to that life. And nobody has more creations to end
Tommy's eating me.
Mother Nurgle himself. Every boil, every blemish, every pus-filled wound and disease, every rot, and every plague is kept
in the long war for the War Master.
This humorously keeps Nurgle as a jovial god.
What the fuck is this gift?
And laughter, and by creating as many diseases as he possibly can, he shares that joy with mortals. I mean, his envoy is the great unclean one, and look at how happy he is. And there's a lot of him to love.
The ocean.
The fear of death in general is feeding Nurgle. All disease makes him stronger, but to pray for salvation for a wounded loved one.
Slanesh is in the stream. Are you calling me Slanesh?
One day you will
I do love Maya.
Clicking the doorknob on a public
bathroom certainly does.
I'd hate to get a pimple on his body.
Grandfather's gifts. You may find an end to your pain.
Noble demons are just happy to be
mortal followers of the Chaos Gods found themselves there.
Stop it,
They call Nurglings little lords.
Yo, is he licking himself?
But those that take Nurgle's gifts and embrace the decay of their bodies may end up being chosen among his few as a faithful servant. In doing so,
I will not be
its
its faithful
of
servant.
The pain caused by Nurgle's ailments, and you may even find yourself just as jovial and happy as he is.
I'm not fucking mad.
Maybe. His enemies shall wither and die. His allies shall wither and
another
die.
hard
The universe and all within it shall wither and die. And when the great corruption has settled over the land and permeated the very foundations of reality,
Ever said soon, we are gonna get Eldor, and I'm gonna have a good time.
Eldor is after
spread
this,
his arms wide to reclaim all of his dutiful children. Those were the 3 major Chaos Gods for a very long time. Emboldened by war and death on a galactic scale, ever present, but now fact on the suffering of a galaxy. One race,
those three got
was able to elude the pull of chaos. An advanced race of psychically attuned aliens whose mastery over the physical world was so strong that chaos could not glean from them the morsels of power they once had.
So I'm just gonna say this right now. Celeste gets more power in one day in LA than she does anywhere else. The amount of sin and sex in LA, yo, she ain't good.
In the warp and the ability to
we're trying to make a rogue series of Warhammer. I heard Henry Cavill's fine to keep this on. Keep it the same
in order to wait it out. It was no longer a galaxy to be ruled by them, but instead begin the age of the...
What is this, the circus? Let's go! Eldar!
The Eldar are a race of pointed
humanoids
that are all psychically attuned to the warp.
Oh, go ahead. I love this old Harley Quinn art.
And these elves
Hold up,
rule the galaxy in the time
It's awful, isn't it?
Let me tell you right now.
age of the...
It's peak old workshop.
Wait, ready, chat?
The Eldar
Right there, look at that. Yeah!
are a race of pointed-eared humanoids that are all psychically attuned to the warp. If we're being meta
Yeah,
here,
respect
these
the Lord.
are
Chat, I am
space
all about
elves, and
respecting
these
the Lord.
elves ruled the
No matter
galaxy
the Lord.
in the time the
Respect
Necrons went to sleep
the
and
Lord.
humanity began to rise. The Eldar's empire was galaxy-wide and lasted for longer than any other galactic power that we know of. Their understanding of all things was exceptional. With every single one of them being psychers, they had the ability to master the warp and use it to their advantage. See, being a psyker is basically like being a wizard.
That's wild.
I guess in this case, it's more of a sorcerer.
So the Imperium must hate them.
As opposed to
They
learning
sing
them. In
to
order to
goo
utilize your
and it
psychic
makes
abilities,
beings.
however,
It
you
makes,
must
like,
then
walls and
reach
stuff.
into the
Well,
other
Imperium
dimension,
anyone
into
that's
the
not
warp,
human.
into hell,
But actually, the
for that
Imperium
power.
works
So if you were to
with the
say,
Eldar
cast
relatively
fire,
What is
well.
this?
your mind would
Because the
reach into
Imperium
the
is
warp,
hypocritical.
gather the strength
Yeah, and the
to
Imperium,
rewrite
if it wasn't for the
reality.
Eldar,
To then cast
the
fire.
would never
Now,
have
you
come
might think
back.
to yourself, doesn't that mean that if you
What
were
is
opening
going
up
on
a
here?
power to
Actually,
the warp,
the-
you may
the
create a lot
Imperium
of
owes the
risk
Eldar
to
everything.
yourself because of all the horrible things we just talked about in the warp?
That's wonderful.
Yes.
Look how
However,
cute
in
those are.
Warhammer 40k, willpower is a real,
I love tentacles.
tangible thing. In the sense that in its own right,
Same,
it can
well.
be weaponized. Being strong of will means being strong of soul. And being strong of soul means you can
can
resist
just-
the
It's a bit
pull
hypocritical
of
of
the
me if I
warp
said
that
I
much
hate
more. A
you
more
have them all over your head
inexperienced
right now.
psyker opens up a hole into the warp that is
I
large,
have them
and
all
that
over,
hole
period,
widens
now.
to get more power, allowing evil things
It's the
to
war
get
in
in.
heaven,
A
let's
powerful
psyker
psyker is able to open a very small
Yeah, I'm
hole,
sure that's
but
what
with
they felt as
immense
well,
force
until,
to
you
get
know,
the same
it
amount of
happened.
power.
Old
with
Harley
less risk.
Quinns,
The Eldar
says
are
chat.
master psychers. Every single
Those
one
were
of them
those-
can
those
call
were those,
upon
like,
the
that was,
warp,
like, the
and over
really
millions
vibrant,
of years
like,
they have
clown,
perfected
space
it so
clown
much
art,
so
like, art.
that they can
Those are
weave
Harlequins.
structures out of it. In some
No, those
spaces
are-
in the
those-
galaxy, they
You
utilize
were
the
you
warp
were an
itself
army. Now you're
for
not an
interstellar
army.
travel. The Eldar
But you are.
ain't having any of that.
Oh,
They
so
have
that's
the
probably
portal to
utilize
hell.
a fancy alternative mode of
Yeah.
travel that
I mean,
is
they still
substantially
exist. They're
safer
they're just
than the
in-
old
they're
ones
just in
created
Eldar
called
now.
the
They're not,
Web.
Right.
What about
I was going
dying?
to say, because there's some
Miss
other
me
factions
with
you have to play that you're
we
not
no
Oh,
longer
God.
age. And if we do, we can just be reborn. Like
That's
that.
crazy.
Food, water, materials.
Ah.
We make things out of distilled warp essence itself.
Yeah.
We sing unreality into
So
cathedrals.
you're saying
to
all their
dine
books
in.
suck
What
except for one? That's
truly
wild.
could the Eldari Empire possibly
It's very
fear?
unfortunate.
Yeah. What the fuck is this drawing? Ah!
The Eldari Empire's biggest fear was themselves. With a society so perfect, they wanted for naught. And
What?
this led them down dark and dangerous paths. When
Like
the base
me.
functions of society are no longer a problem for you, you tend to experiment. Perhaps the medium rare steak on your plate would be better if it was elf meat.
wonder
And
what
I'm not saying we should
pronouns
make
are, y'all
cannibalism
know.
legal, but
No
like,
clue.
what's the issue with a little taste? Violent sports is one thing.
Violent sports.
How come we don't do sports to the death? I mean,
What?
I'm just saying, like,
The
if
Blood
both
Bowl.
participants are willing and clear about it, like, what really is the
Blood Bowl.
problem there?
Yeah.
You know? Art
What's
is
the
in the
god
eye of
of
the
the
viewer,
subject
and what is
again?
considered art is completely up to the
Oh,
concept of one's own interest. A canvas
Yeah.
adorned with the blood of a man wrong.
New podcast,
is
Two
truly the
Guys and
visual
some Pets.
poetry
Oh, yeah,
that our
I'm a
society
Slanesh
needs.
champion, is
He
that what I am?
With
The
a
god of
slow and
Blood Bowl.
consistent
Chat
hedonism.
says I am the Slanesh
Eldar slid
champion. Let's
backwards
go.
into
No.
debauchery of the
Bugman is
sort
the
I
god
cannot
of Blood
discuss on this YouTube video.
Huh?
Murder on stage,
Bugman?
delicacies and drugs distilled from one
No, it's
another,
Knuckle,
the trade of
Knuckle.
slaves
I-
and concubines, and
They-
The
much,
guy who runs Cabal
much
Vision.
worse.
Nequan
The
Lore,
Eldar
let's
physiology has their
go.
emotions heightened, and they can feel more
Yo,
than a
so-
human does.
So
while it
that just
can
sounds like an
provide
average
lows
night
of
in LA
pure
and
despair, it
Las
can also
Vegas, to be
provide
fair.
greater highs than you have ever known. And swinging
Let's
between
go,
the two
darling.
of them was the
Let's go.
Eldar game. The warp took notice of this heavily and it began to react. On a galactic scale, the debauchery and the hedonism of the Eldar race caused levels of
as the
bloodstone so pronounced
of the
and so volatile
craft
that it
sword
cut
Ben
off
Teal, my own
interstellar
craft
travel
sword.
for
Oh,
all
nice.
those who used it.
That's
Communications between planets was removed, and a nightmarish era of old night began. This continued for thousands of years.
1,000-year nighttime, yo, a lot of sin can happen then, you know.
From the problems being caused as they entered heights of more and more ecstasy. They needed more and more and more. Nothing was ever enough.
You want more?
Torture. It's
I can only take so many at once.
Silence.
What?
Ben Slanesh.
That other chaos god.
The Prince of Pleasure.
Can you fit pause the video real quick?
The god of unspeakable excess.
I'm gonna be right back.
Yes.
Chat, you barely know me, yet you know that my other chat knows that I'm like Slanesh. More! Give me more! More! Oh, more! That's Slanesh, no, not so. And then it's like, no! That's too much. I got ya. Okay, so Slanesh is not just, it's not just sex, is it like pain, debauchery, like, is it all that good stuff? Like, what kind of nonsense is it? Like, I know it's sex. I know it's like bondage. I know it's like stuff like that, but what is, what else does it have to do? Like, Zirkia, there? Zirkia! You wouldn't get something. So yeah, we're just sitting here waiting for those two. So yeah, no, I know. So what I do know about Slanesh, it's sex, BDSM, pain is pleasure. That's what I know. Blasphemy is your god. Okay, gotcha. That I am. Blasphemy, it's your god. Oh, okay. It's my god! You're saying Slanesh is my god! I like how, like, YouTube chat picks up in, like, less than an hour how crazy I am, and Slanesh would more than likely be my god. Chat says, that Slanesh is my god. Of course. Yeah, they already know.
I love this art because it's so fucking weird.
I do like otherworldly stuff. So Keith, now that you're back, is Slanesh, pain, pleasure, sex, and all that?
Yeah, Slanesh is the god of excess, of all emotions, except maybe wrath.
Also,
they is basically represents like all the deadly sins, all the 7 deadly sins except wrath, because wrath is Korn's thing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, for sure. Being perfect, wanting more of something. Oh, okay.
Yeah, god of perfection in all forms. Yeah.
So every straight A student when I was in high school got it.
Yeah.
It wasn't me though. I was like,
then that also feeds Zinch because their quest for knowledge.
Damn. So everything feeds an eldritch entity that's gonna kill us one day.
Yeah, often it feeds multiple of them.
Okay, well, that's crazy.
It's hard to feed only one typically.
Interesting as fuck. Okay, we're just waiting for Zirkia. I don't know where he went. We'll wait for a second longer, and then we'll start it. I don't recall him leaving, but he might have. Alright, well, we're starting it. Oh, no.
Is our 4th Chaos God, with the sacred number of 6 adorning their title.
The sacred number!
It's a bit of a tricky one.
69!
Because with the other 3 Chaos Gods, there was a certain understanding of human emotions and
desires.
That is just
crazy
Slanesh,
what I'm just witnessing right here.
Desire is how they get their power. The words to be used would be decadence, pleasure, perfection, passion,
hookah smoking titty. Is that what that was?
The pursuit of more.
Yeah, if you go back.
The want to do
more,
experience more, become more. That's what gives.
I can always tell you this is not going to be saved on Twitch.
A lot of people believe that Slanesh is something that originates with sex. Specifically, and it makes sense why they assume that. The visuals of Slanesh patrons are all very loud and sexual, but they are also intentionally androgynous to appear attractive.
Maybe Japanese.
However, to think that Slanesh specifically derives from sex would be mistaken. While it is true that a lot of humanity's actions can relate to getting laid, and Slanesh is the dark prince of desire.
A singular titty, let's go.
Feeling an excess of an emotion. It is excessive touch and scent and desire, and a lot of that has to do with sex. That's why it looks like sex, but it's more than just that. A patron of the arts may feed Slanesh, one that aspires to become the perfect chef or master of their craft, and the sheer pursuit of that alone will feed Slanesh.
So, on the topic of Funko Pops, I don't see the point in them. Me personally, they are the same mold, just with slightly different things. I kind of feel like at that point, you might as well buy a figure or something. I collect anime figures. That's my thing.
You wouldn't like to play Militarum then?
Is there a line?
I will. Everyone that was a Chaos Worshipper, where they point at me.
Feeling good, but then you get to play around a little bit, you know? You play with a little bit of pain. Light pain might not be enough, so you might want more. Or inflicting the pain could be your jam. Music can increase to volumes that may hurt your ears, and even then that might not be enough. More. You must have more. Many of the disciples of Slanesh carry a demonic form in their lithe grace. The keeper of secrets is his chosen envoy, and their movements are a blur of dance and pain, with an aura all the more fatal. They dance and sing, but there's always a form of malice behind every action.
Nihilism.
An alluring gaze that will pull you in right before the demonic entity can crush you in that grip. Slanesh's palace has 6 layers surrounding it, and one of them is the excess of gluttony, where the participant finds themselves in a beautiful banquet full of the most delicious foods imaginable, tables of delicacies, and rivers of wine tempt the user to such a degree that they cannot stop stuffing their face, unaware that the things they are eating are very
toilets must be terrifying.
If one does not see themselves drowning in the river of wine, they may soon fill their bodies up so much that they cease to function and fall over, becoming part of the banquet themselves. That is one of these 6 layers of Slanesh's palace.
Everyone that was a Chaos Worshipper. I guess I'm a Chaos Worshipper,
the Eldar civilization indulged in for millennia, and did so at a monumental scale that they created a god from it. Find pleasure in every moment.
Imagine a part of the universe
let lesser races
eating so much, having sex so much.
We are beyond such concerns.
A galactic sex fest.
Every power is ours
food,
to use. Every sensation,
too much of everything. That is crazy. That is crazy. And there's so much of it that a Chaos Goddess created.
Others exist only to satisfy our curiosities. We have earned our position of power. Let us forever taste the fruits of such achievement. Time
it actually is strange. Yeah, it is.
Ours to
it really is.
We are eternal.
So, the Gangoons are come Satan! It comes Satan! Shut it!
With the birth of Slanesh, the Eldari Empire
I never thought that a Gangoons it comes Satan.
So horrible that the warp ripped a hole permanently in our reality. A fissure forever known as
I'm from the USA, yes.
With the sudden inhalation of this god's largest breath, the Eldari souls are a currency to be now collected by she who thirsts.
Like, how are you a living person, or you're just in the USA? Down wild.
Slanesh gorging on their souls to satisfy his palate. 99.9% of their entire species died, and the rest are doomed to a fate worse than death. for Slaanesh now stakes a claim on each and every Eldar soul. From the moment they pass on, an eternity of torment awaits them. The remaining Eldar devote their entire lives to stopping this eventuality. Their dying race so devoted to saving themselves from the Dark Prince, and in doing so, have found very creative ways.
You're Canada? Oh.
In the modern
I
world
live in
of
the USA.
Warhammer, the craft world Eldar are the main force of Eldar in the galaxy and represent the
You're from Europe? Oh, nice.
that
So
many think of when you think elves in space. Fantasy elves in space, not those elves.
Not those elves.
We'll get to them. A craft
get to
world
them,
is
that's
a
crazy.
monumentally large starship, the size of a continent, that acts as a form of flotilla. During the highest reaches of hedonism, many Eldar saw the demonic writing on the wall and began to try and seek asylum from their own debauchery. Those Eldar left on monumental craft worlds into the far reaches of the galaxy.
Did they fuck on those crafts too?
Saved themselves from Slaanesh's awakening. The main thing the craft world Eldar seek is to temper their minds and bodies in a way that will never allow them to slide back into their old ways. The representation they carry is that of a more feudal Japanese motif. Eldar follow paths as they age. The path of the warrior, the seer, the poet, the diplomat, the bone singer, and so on. These paths are a strict code of conduct to hone the heightened Eldar psychology down a school of thought and action. And if it sounds a hell of a lot like Bushido, well, you're damn right. Here's a medal and a soul stone. Don't lose it or an eternity of torment awaits you. Going through these paths will allow you to take up not just a role in Eldar society, but keep your mind clear from the past worries that plague them. Every Eldar is said to be a psyker, however, very few of them actually utilize their psychic powers for fear of tempting she who thirsts. A large amount of emphasis is also put on ancestors of the Eldar and learning from them the farther you go down a path. This can sometimes be seen by the large variety of jewels adoring the armor of Eldar. Those are called soul
those are worth
stones,
money. Hey, chat, what if we just steal a few of those jewels?
They can think of. See,
I'll channel my inner cat burglar and I'll just grab like half of them while someone's on there.
And instead of their souls going to Slaanesh, they are then trapped and stored in this little stone. So when the Eldar say they commune with their ancestors, they mean
if I grab one of those stones
as the
and put them as a door operation, that is their entire existence.
Stored here. Often, larger structures may contain vast amounts of
kind of how it works, but not quite.
So if
I literally how it works for the Imperium, though. You want to be a door for all the rest of your existence?
So if I didn't like somebody and I wanted to be a dick,
the servitor that's just literally just a door.
If I wanted to be a very big dick, I could grab someone's soul stone. If I didn't like the guy, shove him in a door and that's his entire existence.
First years of adulthood. And so, the great tragedy of our kind is played out again and again as the number of our people shrink from generation to generation. These paths, when completed, allow an Eldar to then the next one. However, since this is the grim darkness of the world, many of these paths rely on combat. The Eldar actually had gods at one point. Cain, Vol, Isha, Azaryan, and so on. These gods are aspects of the Eldar pantheon, and while many were killed in Slaanesh's
pantheon,
Wraith are interesting because
for some, the strongest devotion to the Eldar gods is to join the aspect warriors and embody the wrath of Cain,
by the dead, the soul of
while
the dead
guardians
of the
Eldar craft worlds are more akin to a trained militia, the aspect warriors embody a particular variant of the path. Each are led by a
the other twin that's dead is
passed down from generations and embodying the souls of prior Phoenix Lords with each new one. The Howling Banshees led by Jane Czar, Fugin and his Fire Dragons, Baharoth and his Swooping Hawks, or Malgan Ra and his Dark Reapers. Each aspect shrine carries with it the Eldar way of war. Fast, hard-hitting, and incredibly tricksy, for they do not have the numbers to fight in any other way. The Craft World Eldar show how mangled an empire can be by their own actions. They once ruled the galaxy in an honest, non-hyperbolic way, but in the end, they were bested by themselves, and their most prominent remnants are forced to drift aimlessly through the galaxy, trying to save their species from extinction and resist the temptations of She Who Thirsts. But for
She Who Thirsts,
the party, it's just
never ending. It just begins. Let's go.
Deep within the web is the city of Kamara. This dark city once existed as a port in
but the
webway
Infinity
that
Circus
for
is
ease
heaven.
of transport for the Eldar between its various domains. The significance of this city meant that it needed to be a bit more of a neutral territory outside of the jurisdiction of general Eldar law, and therefore it was allowed to self-govern. This did not go well. The Dark City became the hideaway for all manner of sin. The Eldar race slipped into debauchery on a galactic scale that it birthed a god, and this was the city you went to when that wasn't enough for you. The convenience of being so deep within the webway was that it exists as a blind spot to the horrors of the warp. So while the rest of the Eldar fled the downfall of their species, Kamara kept partying. When Slaanesh was birthed, they were saved the worst of it, thanks to them being nice and neatly tucked away inside the webway. But only somewhat. The Dark Prince did not have a grip around their soul, but the tiniest pinky finger, and they were still pulling. But due to their excess hedonism, they found a solution to this problem. If they tormented others, they could temporarily rejuvenate their souls and continue to cheat.
Okay, I'm going goodbye, champion of She Who Thirsts.
The Prince of Pleasure.
You're gonna go by, okay?
On the
Thank you
regular,
for
they
staying
could effectively become
I'm
immortal.
the She Who
Thus,
Thirsts.
the Drukhari were born. Unlike the more stoic elves you see in works of fiction, the Drukhari themselves exist as a sort of analog of the more grim and fiendish elves you find in Norse and European mythology. The Drukhari are soul vampires, but the more basic means to feed are hardly enough to keep them going. This desire to feed is known as the thirst. And to quench it effectively, they have mastered the art of biotechnology and dark sciences to really juice themselves up on the crispy soul sprite from the vending machine called the Galaxy. The majority of Drukhari act as pirates and raiders and slavers. They go into our physical reality and drag people back to Kamara to commit atrocities that go beyond any imaginative torture a human can think of. The Drukhari are organized in various groups throughout the Dark City to accomplish this in a more organized and extremely brutal way. The Cabals act as the main warriors. Those are the Cabals, okay. Witches and succubi act as entertainment for Kamara in gladiatorial arenas, and the flesh-crafting homunculus keep the Drukhari alive and discover ever-increasingly more painful ways to torment their ever-increasingly large supply of slaves they are brought. The Dark Eldar see the other inhabitants of the galaxy as
so this was Theris was saying about the Dark
Eldar that can be brought to bay or slaughtered at any time.
Understandable.
Their fodder, however, is not meat and muscle, but the anguish and despair of the weak. The Dark Eldar do indeed drink blood, but also tears, and most sustaining of all, the raw essence of pain they wring out of their captives.
The pain.
The truth of the matter is that Drukhari sustain themselves on the suffering of others, not just morally, but physically. Kamara is a city rife with backstabbing schemes and murder. It is the worst back alleys of the worst ghettos at the best of times. Nothing is more horrifying to a Drukhari than death. For death will see them in the talons of Slaanesh for an eternity of torment. So they do everything they can to stop this. The homunculi covens regrow dead members from pieces of flesh as bargaining chips. The succubi create grisly gladiatorial spectacles that literally rejuvenate the audience members as captives are murdered for sport, to be captured by the Drukhari.
Same old phone? Nah. Upgrade to the new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
Edge.
So last night he used
Oh my god!
Honestly, nothing
What
better
am I
than
watching? No one gives a fuck!
Is one of, if not the worst fate imaginable in the world of Warhammer 40k.
No, they don't.
In a universe built on war crimes, they are the most debased war crimers of all time. To be tortured and sacrificed in the gladiatorial arenas is a blessing, for you have escaped the fate of being in these flesh smiths control group, or being turned
Understandable.
into a living and breathing piece of furniture for an Archon's quarters. In a
That
cruel
sounds
twist
wonderful.
of fate, a newly born Drukhari does not arrive into this world loving torture.
Well,
It is something
that
they
is
must
fucked.
grow to love.
Yo, that's
grow to
fucked.
appreciate the suffering of other
That's
beings in order to survive in the
despicable.
world they have been brought into. If they succeed, they become
That is
some of
wild.
the worst monsters in the known galaxy. A dark reflection to the craft worlders and a taste of what
Absolutely not.
Eldar society was
Absolutely
like
not.
before the fall. If they do not succeed, they must find purchase elsewhere. Often those will join smaller parts of Eldar society like the Exodites or the Harlequins. Exodites believe in a pre-industrial variant of their society, often retreating to more lush worlds to ride dinosaurs and live off the land. Prehistoric style that I would normally laugh at if
said
they
about
weren't riding
Eldar
dinosaurs
exiles,
like
yes.
ballers.
Right,
The Harlequin dancing troupe are a subset
Dancing
of Eldar
troupe?
that are more than just a little strange.
Yes,
a
they're
carnival of
dancing troops
dancing
of the laughing god.
jesters that serve the Eldar laughing god of Kegarak.
The truth is
They
ready.
arrive
God.
never when expected and leave just as quickly. Blurs
Well.
of light carry their footsteps as they dance their foes into a grave. Combat is just as much of a joke as it is a play on bloody murder. They travel and aid many other Eldar, and sometimes even humanity, for reasons we
humanity?
can never understand. Perhaps one day we would have,
So, like-
were they not stripped
Oh.
of their army book and folded
Oh.
into the Eldari Codex. So I
Aw, that
suppose it'll have
sucks.
to stay a mystery,
No.
or maybe it was one of Kegarak's master plans.
So
to
that
get
actually
back
looks
at
kinda sick,
Shi'Vu
look at that.
firsts and save their species.
See who thirsts.
Who could know? Perhaps it was
I'm
all
not- what
a
the
sick
fuck
and
is
practical
this?
joke to Kegarak, and he would just find it very funny to watch
That's
me fumble the discussion
Bizarre.
of one
I
human
like it though.
on a tiny blue planet
So,
across the
oh,
galaxy.
yo, Terra.
Oh, speaking of,
Oh, Imperium of Man.
before the fall of the Eldar, Earth, or
Ugh.
Terra, as it's called, was in
Go.
ruin.
Let's
One
go, Terra.
man who looks
Humanity's
to put the pieces
superiority
back
will
together.
go.
Where did he come from? We don't know. Some
We don't
say
know.
he was the result of early shamans. Some say he is the final old one who escaped their
Wild.
species genocide. And those that are
If anything,
smartest
humanity
know
are actually
the
one of the
answer
worst
is
factions.
it
Oh, I
doesn't
know that.
matter. He revealed himself as the
Technologically
Emperor
stagnant.
of mankind,
Of
and he was tasked with the
mankind.
most monumental upheaval
Wow.
of humanity possible.
The irony is
Eldari's
that the
blood
Emperor,
fluctuations had turned the
the
golden
Emperor was
age
an
of humanity
atheist, and it was
into
like gods are
old night.
cringe.
Interstellar
Yeah.
We
travel
shouldn't
cut off?
worship gods.
Check.
And then they worship
And then
him.
he becomes the god
Check.
of humanity.
Brand new
That's
cycles
crazy.
popping
That is
up
so
and not knowing
ironic.
how to handle their powers.
He mandated
check.
an entire
Demonic
state religion that is
incursions?
basically you do not have a religion.
Check. Thousands of
way
years
real.
this occurred, and now the
Imperial
Emperor of
truce
Mankind
life.
showed himself to put the pieces back together. Unifying
Thank
Terra
God
under
today.
his rule,
Unify
the
that
Emperor
Terra.
founded the Imperium of Man and ruled it with an iron fist. He was the supreme leader, and nothing could stand against him. He wished to remove mankind from the yoke of its former failures, and he knew he would be the best leader they could have because he was right. AI banned. Religion banned.
Religion
You did as the
banned.
Emperor told
AI
you, or his
banned.
thunder warriors
Cat
would
girls
put you
banned.
in your
What?
place. That
Well, I guess
place
I'm not
often
going here
being a
no more.
grave. Now Terra was
Well, technically, cat
thriving,
girls are a
but
thing for
humanity
minutes.
needed to
But they're not like
reclaim
me.
its long-lost
Technically.
brethren scattered
We don't
across
really
the
know
stars.
anything
To
about them
do
except
so,
that they
He
exist.
needed those that could
I
build
just come
him
out of nowhere,
a
yeah?
fleet truly meant
was me the whole
for
time.
the reconquering of the galaxy. And so he turned his attention
I wouldn't
to
be
the
surprised.
red planet
To be fair, that
of
describes
Mars.
most things in 40k. We don't really know.
Adeptus Mechanicus.
Mars and Terra were close allies
Oh,
long
okay.
before the
Mechanicus.
Unification Wars. Mars
Yeah.
was the first world
Yeah.
terraformed
Yeah.
by
This
humanity
side, praise,
and
glory
became
to the
what would
machine
ultimately
god.
be
Praise
the
be
first
Let's
time
go.
an epicenter
The
for
machine
love how
god,
they-
who
and
he
technology.
who
Pray
is
in
3
three
Strife
in
did
one.
not treat the red planet
They
kindly,
pray in
however.
binary.
Mars was cut off from Terra
By a
during this
binary,
time, and the warp
which is
storms
their,
that
like-
ravaged the planet
which is,
turned
like,
it
their
into an
special, like,
absolute
tech language.
nuclear hellscape.
Dad,
Those who were
Dad,
on the
They also
surface
have,
were
like-
turned into your run-of-the-mill
Oh, God, what
mutants
is it?
if they even survived the bombings they
Because they
inflicted on
revere old
themselves. But
technology.
others were lucky enough to to escape beneath the red sands in powerful fallout.
They're not allowed to
became their
invent
generational
technology.
habitats.
They have to
but this
rediscover
resulted in extreme reliance on technology and those who could use it. They began to view technology keeping them alive less as a technological advancement and more of a divine intervention.
Or you're
those
calling, you don't give a
skilled in
shit,
it
then you
as
do it anyway.
priests. The Martians began to worship the power
Call
of the machine,
invents
and this
it
resulted
and then
in the
ask
formation
for
of the
forgiveness
cult
later.
Mechanicus. The belief
Mechanicus!
To do with the Imperium.
3-in-1. The machine god serving as the spirit who gave rise to all technologies known. The motive force, the deity that gives all life its ability to live, and the Omnissiah, a physical manifestation of the machine god itself. This belief
you know what? I actually like that faction. It looks so awesome.
As well.
They're the most expensive models.
Welcome to today.
They are very expensive.
The day where
not the AI! Get out of my face!
Once humans began to really mess around with the character
very expensive.
and
they not very good?
How many models you have to run for a full army? They're very
to be weak and spend their lives removing what makes
really
them human and replacing it with mechanical
they're not great.
Robotic limbs, glowing eyes,
Robotic
mechadendrites. What was once a mass of flesh now looks like the back of a router, and the oldest members of the Mechanicus no longer even look slightly human. In addition to this, cloaked over all of their mechanical appendages are robes that reflect the color of their homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab more snacks.
Mechanicus create a
I do
fascinating
actually
combination
like
of cultures all birthed into one. Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic life is the machine god's greatest accomplishment within the scope of the great work. All praise
I
he
like
who is
it.
3
I like
by giving us
chicken
life
legs.
within an organic shell. He presents
chicken
us
walkers?
with the means and opportunity to
Sidonian
improve
dragoons,
upon
they are actually
physicality,
really
as
good.
is his divine plan. He grants
Then
us
it's a
complex
Sidonian
weakness
stalker,
so we
right?
might
Is the
learn
stilt
metallic
boy?
strength and ascend to
No,
his
you've got
level
Sidonian
of
dragoons
machinic
and
perfection. The Emperor's
Listaria
arrival to
Science
Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas
And
while the
stilt
room is on
boy
fire moment.
is
But to the
the
Mechanicum, they
Sidonian
saw his arrival as
Scatros.
confirmation of their
Scatros,
belief.
that's correct.
They took one look
That's
at the
his
glowing
name.
golden entity that showed up on their doorstep and were like, that's him. That's the guy right there. And they immediately accepted him as the Omnissiah. Obviously, showing up and being called Machine Jesus shortly after wiping out all instances of non-Machine Jesus a little bit beforehand is an instance of capital H heresy. But the Emperor saw the bigger picture. Were they strange with how they rubbed unguents on themselves, burned incense, and prayed to machines for them to work? Sure, but that's a lot of production right there. So the Emperor devised the Treaty of Olympus Mons, a unifying agreement between Terra and Mars, and this union would be permanently etched into the Aquila of the Imperium as the two-headed eagle. One head for Terra, the other for Mars. The forces of the Emperor will be supplied with all the technology and weapons they needed to reunite the scattered remnants of humanity under one banner, and the Mechanicum of Mars will be able to keep doing what they were doing religiously and scientifically, so long as they kept up their tithes. This tithe meant total quality control over all technology in a Imperium. Is it a big spaceship? AdMech take care of that. AdMech take care of that. The literal bullets in a gun. Unlike the factories of today, the forged worlds of Mars and the creations of the Mechanicum are a bit of a different experience altogether. Instead of a factory on a random given world, the entirety of the planet's surface is dedicated to manufacturing. But that's a little tricky, isn't it? Considering that the usage of silica animus or Night Lords is a big no-no, and basically the largest affront to their divine machine god possible. Fortunately, there's a really neat alternative that they've come up with. And that's called a servitor. Incredible devices that can do anything from manufacturing, maintenance, basic door operation, even
We're getting into the funny quote.
like a helpful little drone. It's an extremely easy process too. All you need to do is take a human who is dying or preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one, and lobotomize them. and then reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them. Yay! So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning new tech is heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness trapped in their own minds
the thing about
is another thing
they
entirely.
very rarely deserve what being
We are a proud nation, founded on the principles of freedom, democracy, and independence. But our very values are being threatened. Our democracy has never faced such a grave threat before.
Will you sit idly by and let others stand up for your freedom? Or will you take command and lead our nation to new heights of greatness?
I was going to say, is this the Imperium of Man?
The world.
Sail the 7 seas and feel the thrill of adventure. See the world and point big guns at fascinating new things. A brotherhood bonded by the sea awaits.
Our enemies hate freedom.
I was going to say, it sounds like a
show them no mercy. Download and serve for the common good in World of Warships.
Service guarantees naval battles every day. Spending your monetary allowance isn't required.
I'm back. Sorry, chat.
Welcome back. You should scoot the video back a little bit.
Hello, hi French Empire. I just got back. Someone came to my door.
You should, Reina. You should scoot the video back.
Yeah, I will. Sorry, Charlie. I'm not here.
To keep doing what they were doing, homeworld, the red robes of the Mechanicus. The cult Mechanicus.
Yeah, someone came to my door. Hi, Empire. Hi, Iris.
Create a fascinating combination of cultures all birthed into one.
Okay.
Basically, techno-zealot monks. Organic
someone's
life
at the
is
door and I had to like
grab
something and bring it in.
Scope of the great work. All praise he who is three.
Yeah, how are you doing, French Empire? How are you?
Within an organic shell, he presents us with the means and opportunity to improve upon physicality, as is his divine plan.
Oh my
he grants
god.
us complex weakness
These
so we
quotes
might learn metallic strength and ascend to his level of machinic perfection. The Emperor's arrival to Mars was very much a walking in with the pizzas while the room is on fire moment, but to the mechanics,
they machines.
His arrival as confirmation of their belief. They took
good and you? I'm doing well.
Glowing golden entity that
I am doing well. I'm just learning about Warhammer. I've never seen no Warhammer. I've only played two games.
There, and they immediately accepted
so
him
for
as
context,
the
the Emperor's like a
14-foot
tall,
machine
glowing,
Jesus shortly after wiping out all
That's
instances
wild.
of non-machine Jesus a little
Busy,
bit
if you touch a
like,
weapon or not spray it,
literally glowing, like he has like a halo around him.
Were they
French Empire says, and basically, if you touch a weapon or not spray it, you are a heretic for them.
Machines for them to work.
Yeah, and then the other thing is
that's a lot of production right there.
When they build ammo, they are
Treaty
praying
of
for the
Olympus
ammo to
Mons,
deploy
a
properly.
unifying agreement
Because it
between
won't
Terra
if they don't.
and Mars.
You must
And
have
this
your
union will be permanently etched into the
technology prayed
aquila of the
to and
Imperium
blessed
as the two
sacred oils,
one
so
head
that it
for
may
Terra,
function
the
correctly.
other for Mars.
And they
the
will
forces
walk
of the Emperor will
past
be
you
supplied
waving
with all the
censers full of
technology and
incense. The
weapons they
incense
needed
isn't
to
for you, it's
reunite
for
the
your
scattered
weaponry.
remnants of
And for the
humanity
technology
under
as well.
one banner.
But the
and
thing
the
is,
Mechanicum of Mars
it
will be able to keep doing what
Yes,
they were
and,
doing religiously
it is
and
literally the action
scientifically,
of if
so
as
long
many
as they
people
kept
pray
up
for
their
it,
tithes.
it therefore
This
happens.
tithe
This
meant
guy.
total
That first 5 meters tall.
technology in the Imperium.
Is like built
Is it
on
a big
tradition.
spaceship?
Where at
Take
one
care of that.
point someone
Tanks?
knew
Admech
why
take
they
care of
did
that.
these
The literal
actions,
bullets
but it's
in
been
a
so
gun,
long since
you
someone
guessed it.
knew
But
why they
unlike
did
the
those
factories of today, the
actions
forge
to
worlds of
repair
Mars and the
things,
creations of
it's
the
become
Mechanicum
like
are
a
a bit of a
sacred
different
ritual.
experience altogether.
The Emperor's smallest sons are Alferus and Omegon, and they are 3.5 meters tall. That's still 10 feet.
To manufacturing, but that's a little
Yeah,
tricky. isn't it?
Alfarius is
Considering
small
that
in
the usage
comparison
of
to like
Primarchs are like Primarchs are like 12
AI
feet tall.
is a
That's crazy.
big
It's
no-no,
huge.
and basically the largest
What
of
the
all
fuck
is
kinds
this
of
AI?
God possible. Fortunately,
I love
there's a
Ah.
really
pictures
neat
of
alternative that they've come
Conrad
up with.
Kurz where
That's
he's
called a
literally like
servitor.
he's supposed to be
Incredible
stealthy,
devices
but
that
he's
can
like
do
fucking
anything
15
from
feet tall.
manufacturing,
Whoa, what is
maintenance,
that?
basic
But he can
door
also like turn
operation,
into like a
even just
wraith or
float
like a
around
shadow
like a
wraith.
helpful little
Whoa.
drone.
Yeah,
It's an
and then
extremely
fucking Corvus
easy
Corax turns into a
process
bird
too.
demon.
All
and
you need
he's
to do is
bird
take a
demon.
human
a
who is
Slanesh worshipper.
dying or
Understandable.
preferably an enemy of the state, most likely that one,
Well, that
and
one.
lobotomize them. and they reprogram their brains to do exactly what they tell you. They even got little baby versions of them.
They got baby versions?
So now you can rest easy knowing that the entirety of the Imperium, because they outlaw AI and learning the Terrorist heresy, is run on lobotomized slaves. Whether they deserve it or not is unimportant, and whether they can still keep their consciousness in their own minds is another thing
this
entirely.
is wild. What game is this?
The same thing with the cherubim that come in.
This is Dark Tide.
Oh. And
they did the same thing with the cherubim that came into the Devastator set, the old first one.
The Layman West tanks have flat armor, no auto loader. I don't think heat vision and things like that would
We're
be
standing in a
pronounced.
switch-packed line between high fences. The Manufactorum produced servitors, but it was more akin to an abattoir than a workshop. Every surface was easily cleanable. Servitors with spray units surgically attached to their backs prowled about, hosing filth from slit drains set into the perfectly smooth, slanted floors. As the line slowly advanced, the people would pass through various scanning devices, most of them mounted in ugly, functional arches that let out a constant series of acceptance chimes. Occasionally, one would let out an angry blare, and the indicator lumens would flash red. The rejected person was then swallowed up by a trapdoor opening beneath their feet. From these pits wafted a hideous stench and the grinding sounds of industrial mincers. One rejected man grabbed onto the lip and hung there, arms and hands bloodied, shouting a stream of defiant profanities. Guards lined the grating either side of him and shocked him until he fell. The adepts wouldn't even waste bullets on these people. The trapdoor flipped up, and the next terrified person was ushered forward. Violet metal arms snatched them up and spread eagled them in the air.
Delicious, tasty,
the servitors showed them all over. At
Yeah,
another,
the
they were
babies
subjected
single
to a
legit things
high-pressure
and bring ammo,
concentric
yo.
wash whose chemical stink made me choke from 100 feet
Not
away.
only do they
More
bring ammo,
scanners,
but some of them
more
literally
rejects
just
went
fly
out.
around with
Machines
like a
forcibly
scroll
dressed them
full of
in a
your
heavy
deeds.
rubberized garment common to all monotask
Some of them will
servitors.
just
These
fly around
were
with your
saggy
deeds
on them, all
visible,
one
just like,
size, until
here are
another
all the cool
process
things you
force-shaped
did.
them to
Wow,
fit their
wild.
bodies, where metal cuffs, sockets, and collars bit into
What?
vulnerable flesh. The
No.
last few prayers gave way to screams.
by the
at
way,
that point,
they haven't been
and even the most
lobotomized yet
stoic
for any
shouted
of
in
this.
pain.
They're still
They were
conscious
ushered
for
over
all
the
of
floor,
No.
buzzing with
Yeah.
power that made them shriek with every
Servitors may
footstep.
be one of the more grim
What's that
dark
for?
things in this
I
world.
asked. Follicular
And the
inhibitor
Mechanics
to
take
stop their hair
traumatized
from
people
growing,
and take
he
their
said.
skulls, take
Freaking
off
sweet,
the memories
Lois.
and make them
As for their
fly,
scientific
make them
pursuits,
connected
the
to
mechanic
information
imagined
you
being
have as a
forced to
curiosity.
walk
over an
of
electrified
knowledge
floor
above
so
all,
your
and the
hair doesn't
quest
grow.
to expand it. However, as opposed to
What?
just innovating and inventing on their
And
own
no,
with their
it's
vast
not
technological
random
know-how,
people
they
that
believe
become
it is a form
servo
of
skulls.
tech
It's
curse.
only the
You see,
most
because of
honored.
their religious
Only the
viewpoints
most
on
Also, yeah,
honored.
servo skull is like a
they believe
post-death
that
thing.
the
Like,
instruction
you die
booklet
as like
itself
a
is
hero of
just
the
as
Imperium.
holy as the
You get
Lego
the
set
honor of being a servo
builds.
skull.
And to
Disney
innovate on
Legos!
them without the proper written knowledge
it is literally
to
something
go
people
against the
aspire to.
divine word of the
Oh, my
machine
brain
god
is
itself.
destroying itself,
All
I know.
knowledge is already in the universe. You simply need to rediscovering it and
Ah.
attempting to
Servers are probably one of
invent
those, like,
something to
like,
improve
grim, dark
upon
things in all of
divinity
Warhammer.
is
There was a
very
lot of
Demon
dark
hosts. Demon
demons.
Prior
hosts
to
are
the age
also
of
up
strife,
there.
humanity was able to populate
demon
stars
hosts?
with devices known as standard template
Where
constructs,
someone
or STCs.
forcibly
These
shoves a
devices
demon
were,
into
as
your
far as we know,
body so that they can
supercomputers with the ability
trap
to
the
pull
demon
up
and
and
use it for
detail
their
how to
bidding.
create
And then the
literally
demon
anything
eats
a
your
startup
soul.
colony would need.
Yeah, they can.
Essentially,
They
were
either
devices
use
with
them
the
for like
entirety
some of them
human
use them for
technological
interrogation,
know-how so that
like
you
to actually
could
just
make a
have the
home away
demon there
from
long
home.
enough
The
to
Mechanicum
interrogate.
will not make anything without
Other
an
times it's just a
STC.
fight, chaos.
Quite
and chaos.
literally nothing, because this is the knowledge they seek, and that knowledge
depends
is
on how, like,
divine.
And knowledge is
One time,
divine.
awful they
Scouts
sound.
of the Imperial Guard found a functioning STC that provided the schematics on a knife that happened
A
to
knife.
be a bit lighter and a bit sharper than most other
So-
knives. These knives were adopted by 30 Space Marine chapters and were one of
It's
the most
fine, and did
advanced
you know that the
discoveries of
Emperor has a
century.
son who
This
is basically an
discovery
angel
was so
that
significant
is
that they were each
Sanguinius?
awarded a planet
Sanguinius,
for finding
my boy.
this.
Genius?
Love
Oh.
was nearly
Sanguinius
lost
is my boy.
until
Oh,
Pizza Hut
okay.
showed up.
Yo, what are you advertising to me?
Hi, I'm
Go
Peter.
fuck yourself, Pizza!
Starting at $12.99.
a planet for a machine that taught them how to make knives. Due to their religious
I
organization,
can't have pizza right now. I don't have any. Fuck off.
In a feudal structure with the highest individuals in power being a part of the priesthood.
Yeah, you'll just hear me crash out. It's fine.
General of Mars itself, who serves as a high lord of Terra,
I don't want
also
pizza.
oversees the entirety of the
I want
pizza. Below them are tech
a
priests
pizza.
that
You want
oversee
the
the
chocolate chip things of it? Do you want our shitty pasta?
Tend to operate
yes.
independently.
Then that'll be $65.
In the wrong box, and therefore
yeah.
Because
we'll put it in $65 plus tax.
Being given praise, and despite being the manufacturer,
you don't want to know what they did to my boy. What have they done to Sanguinus?
The Skitarii private army and
all
their 1920s Martian-style mechanisms.
Yeah, I don't know what that means.
His death
the Titan Legion
is single-handedly responsible for the ruination of their entire legion.
Very
that's wild.
Sanguinus' death left a psychic imprint on the entirety of vision that they now see visions of
the
his
lack of
death
ambition
to
to create
Horus
anything
that caused them to go crazy.
Murder of anyone who
in fact, what happens is that they see themselves on the bridge of the vengeful spirit, and they think that they are Sanguinius fighting Horus. So they just go fucking apeshit and try and fight anyone.
And this is on top of the blood, like the thirsty blood craze they already had.
You who
and the eating flesh of being part of the charnel.
That is craziness.
One day you will see the folly of your ways,
and then all the other general problems of being a space marine
to preserve you. After the groundwork had been set unification-wise, it was time
and then the worst is if they're Death Company, when they're literally just unshackled for the purposes of destroying things.
The Thunder Warriors
when you're Death Company, all you see is you're there fighting Horus.
You see, these warriors weren't
Death Company are experiencing the Black Rage at all times.
Extremely blunt tools.
Here's the worst part. There is a guy, a space marine called Martes, who literally just and there's like Astaroth the Grim, and Astaroth's job is literally just to kill space marines who have the Black Rage, to kill Blood Angels,
or to push them towards enemies so that they die that way.
Literally just to corral psychos.
Next era of conquest. They shall be my finest warriors, these men who give of themselves to me.
And in the Imperium, cannibalism is a thing that they do often because the Australia Militarum have an army so big that you can't beat them all.
So they eat corpse.
They will be untouched
by grinded
up.
They have something called corpse starch.
Tactics, strategies, and machines so that no
which one of the ingredients is
ground.
They will be my bulwark against the terror. They are the
Smug, we're watching Warhammer.
You want to know? You know what the most consumed food in the Imperium is?
People.
It really still
and
is.
They shall know no fear.
Space
the vastness of the Milky Way galaxy meant that the Emperor needed assistance bringing everyone back to the fold. And who better to do this than himself? But since the technology to be in many places at once does not exist anymore, the Emperor decided that it was time to become a dad, the same way Geppetto did, and with far less care. It is not my son, Arkin. None of them
not
are.
Even except
there's entire planets dedicated to growing corn.
Yeah.
Just as legions were bred to serve a purpose.
Those planets will get
the Primarch Project was started to create charismatic and unique leaders in the Imperial military. The diversity of these
we're doing the Warhammer lore today.
One could be specialized for certain circumstances across the galaxy, depending on the type of conflict. One leader might be
probably actually not that bad. Honestly, like considering some of the other
to a situation directly,
living on an agri world is probably not the worst fate ever.
And also, Smug tonight at 7
used his genetic know-how
is Left 4 Dead versus Night
stuff to create these genetically perfect
so if you want to join, Cube, you're joining for that?
To serve as his analog director and also serve as the
leaders so we got
of the respective Space Marine legions. All 20, all 18, that's right, all 19 of his sons were meant to be directly molded by the Emperor himself, despite their genetic differences. And they go as follows in order. Lionel Johnson,
I think the problem is the face paint they gave to his model. The way they painted his face was really bad.
Sanguinius, Ferris Manus,
he looks like
Robute Gilliman,
John
Mortarion,
Cena.
Magnus the Red, Horace Lupercal,
I mean, it does kind of look like John Cena, though.
Corvus
Well, I
Corax,
guess,
and Alfarius and Omegon.
No,
His
he looks
sons,
like
vitalized
Dorn.
and crafted
He looks
to
like
the
Dorn with
warriors
hair.
he needed them to be were complete. But
Dorn
he may have
looks
decided
more like
to
the
do a
WWE
bit
wrestler.
of dabbling with things
French
he shouldn't
Empire
have,
says, and
and paid
Kriegsmen
the
are like
price.
World War
Before
I
the
soldiers,
Primarchs
but
were
they
ready to
have
go,
no
an
fear,
intervention by
and
the
they think
gods
that the
of
only way to
chaos
have any honor
prevented
is to
his
die
plan
for the
from being
Emperor,
completed
and
as
they come from a
Yeah.
planet that is
Sources
just
vary.
nuclear winter.
Hard launching for the summer.
Yeah, and
Tito's
they
handmade
ride
by
summer variety.
I do think
It's a
model
box
looks better.
of carbs.
Give a Kriegsman a
The
shovel.
ultimate result of the Chaos God intervention was that all of the Emperor's tools were scattered throughout the galaxy.
No,
in
even they
unknown
don't want to
places
come
and
back. They want to be
times.
dead.
Each one
They
of
want
his
to
sons
repay their
ended up
debt.
in a completely
crazy.
different world. And instead
That's
of
why
being
their
able to
primary unit
directly
is called Death
influence their
Riders,
upbringing,
because they are
these
right to
children
their
were
death,
instead
not
forced
to
to
yours.
experience the unique nature of
It
their
is
Don't get
respective
wild.
confused. It's about
Some had
their
a
death.
Want to
great
die in
time
battle
and
with
lived in
repentance.
general luxury.
Whoa!
Others
Repentance from like
not so
Did they
much.
leave
Despite his
battles?
closest advisor, Malkador the
No,
Sigilite,
they like
saying,
nuked their own
"All right,
home
chief,
world
let's try
in
this
a-
one
in a-
again."
in a civil
The Emperor
war.
sensed each
Oh
of
yeah,
his
no, it
sons
was
were still
part
very
of their
much
part of their
alive.
homeworld
And one
wanted
of
to
the
go separatist.
primary objectives of the
I'm
Great
thinking of the
Crusade
Sisters
shifted
Repentia
to
when they
reclaiming each
exit,
of his
when they
sons
run
so they
for
could
battle.
take command of their
put
Oh,
Sisters
God.
Repentia.
Space Marine legions and
Yeah.
carry out his will. These original
Okay,
Space
oh,
Marine
there
legions
it
were
is.
created alongside their
There he
primary
is.
in
Lamenters.
order, the
Space
Dark
Marine.
Angels, Emperor's Children,
Oh,
Iron
God.
Just wait
Warriors,
till you
White
get to
Scars,
Lamenters
Space
lore.
Wolves, Imperial Fists,
What the
Night
fuck?
Lords,
Why are there so
Blood
many?
Angels, Iron
Night
Hands,
Lords.
World Eaters, Ultra
Oh my
Guards,
God.
Death Guard.
So like, there's like
Thousand
each
Sons,
Primarch
Lunar
had like
Wolves,
their own
eventually
legion.
Sons of Horus.
And like
What?
a bunch of
Sword
different
Bearers,
chapters.
There are
Alpha
18 known
Space
legions.
Marines.
So are
unlike
they
their
like just
gene
biker
fathers,
gangs?
20 legions, but 18 we knew
are
about.
not in a vat. There is a
They're kind of like
process
biker gangs,
I
space
mean,
biker gangs.
White Scars
which seems a bit
literally
strange
are
considering how
bikers.
massive a Space
Yeah.
Marine
White
is.
And
then
compared
the
to a normal
Mongolian
man,
horde.
But don't forget,
Uh,
the Emperor is really good with genetics.
Wow.
Less good
There's
anesthetic,
like a lot of,
however.
like,
These
branching, like,
prospects are
branching
recruited across
chapters out of
humanity
that.
from various
Yeah,
reasons.
Channel
And then,
Guards,
and then
and
a bunch
are
of, and then a bunch of
generally
all
killed
at least all the
during that process.
and
But
have, like,
sometimes they
successor
aren't,
chapters.
and they are able to go through more and more
Chaos
of the
did as well.
actual
They said that
training
they
to
had, like,
assess
the,
certain traits that are
they have
important
war
and relevant
bands.
to being a space
I was
marine.
gonna say
Most
the
of
Renegades
not
it's
the
like
common
that, like,
factor
the
is
Flawless
a pure,
Fighters.
unrelenting willingness
I
to kill
have-
the enemies of the
but it's
Imperium.
similar.
After going through
Oh, and
psychological
basically
It's got, like,
the-
flawless
the
host
prospect, now
and,
called a
Chat-
neophyte,
Yeah.
goes
different
under the knife to become a
Eldar.
space marine.
Chat
And
says-
here's a
Fighting
quick list of all the cool
Chat
new
says
stuff
that
they
basically
get
the Primarch have a way of
genuinely
fighting.
shoved into
Wogal
their
Dorn
bodies.
is
A
Paris
secondary
Shield,
heart,
the
an
Mon
organ
West,
that
the
makes your
Empire
bones
Imperium's
grow,
Wolf.
an organ that makes your muscles big, an
Yeah.
implant that
That
makes
dogs
your
and
blood
built
stronger, a little
Uh,
organ that turns
Yeah.
your white blood
So I have a
cells into
question
red
for you
blood
all.
cells,
Iron Warriors
a brain
were
implant that
Perturabo
allows
is
you
a
to sleep
bastard.
while being
So you're
awake,
saying that the
a free
technology
stomach
of the
that allows
Imperium
you
has
to
stagnated.
literally
Does that mean there's
anything,
nothing
a
new
spinal
coming out at
implant
all,
that
or-
allows you to absorb the
They
genetic
actively don't
memories
like
of what
innovation.
you
Un-
eat.
unless
No,
unless your belt is
innovation
already
is
full.
tech
lungs that
heresy.
can let you breathe
Exactly.
underwater,
Innovation
an
is
implant that gives you
heresy
stronger
of like
eyes,
one of the
That's
highest
crazy.
ears that
orders.
keep you from
So
being
eventually-
Unless your belt's
blind.
already as
Implant
tall.
that lets you go
So
with
eventually
suspended
they'll be
animation
outmatched,
if you're in
huh?
bad shape.
Eventually.
Skin that acts like transition
No,
lenses.
no,
I
because
almost
Paul
got
is
it
now
in one
inventing
take.
new
A brand
things
new
now.
kidney.
Oh, okay.
The ability
But
to
the thing
taste
is
the
like-
air and find enemies like a
That's
blood
the reason that
tech
was
is
innovation.
going on your skin that allows you to be
Like,
protected
humanity's
in
technology
space.
is so
The ability to
advanced
spit
Uh-huh.
acid,
that,
a
like-
gland that allows
like,
you
at
to
least
absorb
Dark
the unique
Age tech
genetic
is so
makeup from the
advanced
gene seed
that's
in
gonna
the
be a while.
first place, and a
Yeah.
straight up
So
Yeah,
they
like
have
the Dark
plans for
Age
when their
technology
opponents.
interface with their power
So they have plans for when their
Plus
opponents are
items,
stronger
these are
now,
put
right?
inside of you at dubious levels of mental alertness and dubious
So,
levels
Chat-
of aesthetic. After
I
a
don't
more
know, just
generalized
saying.
indoctrination into the faith of the Imperium,
Well,
and
they
a
learn
living
things from
training
things
the
that already
Imperium
exist.
There might be factions that are like technologically superior to the Imperium as it currently stands, but they do not have the numbers the Imperium has.
Oh
yeah. Armed to the
and
two of the more iconic weapons held by a
of their
space marine
life, whereas the
their
Imperium
bolt
will
gun,
just die.
which fires explosive shells the size of
They really
soda
are
cans, and a chainsword, which
Oh.
They sure are.
The Space Marine is
makes me
clad
sad
in a
because I
colorful
want
carapace
space
known
gaming.
as power armor.
I also want
Crafted
space
from
gaming. I was
extremely
talking about
heavy and
because they were naming the
durable
Chaos
ceramic.
Gods,
The
and I
power
just went
armor of a
the
space
Great
marine
One.
protects him from any terrorism they may
So
face.
the Imperium
Be it
has
devoid
the
of
most
space
forces out of
itself
any
to an
military.
inhospitable atmosphere. This
And they're the
armor
most willing to
combined almost
die, which is very
biologically
expendable.
with an
Yeah.
already
The most
massive
expendable.
physique makes the space
Technically,
marine
if you want
Tau don't have
numbers,
very much
technically,
expendable.
And hell,
when it
if
comes
the
to
armor
numbers,
doesn't
technically
protect them
orcs
enough,
and
they
Tyranids
can
have the
always become
humanity
a walking coffin like the
humanity
rest of
infinite.
the chapters are. What truly adds to it all, however, is the sheer difference in some of them.
Yeah.
While a space
Yeah.
marine in
And
its own
orcs
right is an
repopulate through
indoctrinated
burping of
freight
farms,
train
Wow.
on
which is
legs,
something they
They
do
are
all the
the
time.
act
They're
can be
fine.
quite different from chapter to chapter.
They are
The
literally
gene
just
seed of a
fungus with
Primarch
guns.
is not just helping them become big and
fungus.
strong, but allows them to
This
gain
sniper
certain
truck will
traits from their
like far
forefathers.
down there.
Everything from
Well, it
how
depends
they
on what
eat,
you look
to
at.
slightly
That's
different
true.
physical
That's
appearance
true.
once it's been implanted. The gene
Oh.
seed can be the personality of an
Mork
entire
and
space marine.
Mork.
What
Take the
the
salamanders,
what?
for example.
One
Salamanders
is
have a
cunning and brutal, and
predisposition
the other
to
is cunning
fire as a whole,
brutally
and
cunning.
tend to be extremely
Okay,
Yeah,
hold on. We
due
need
to
to
the
slow
size of
down.
their
I don't know what the
Them-
fuck's going on. So
Have
it
you seen
said.
the Morkanaut?
So
Yeah.
they.
It's the best unit ever. Orc Stomper, but like better.
So they said that the soul of a space marine carries over of the personality of the person before.
So how space marines are made, each space marine has a thing called a gene seed in them,
Uh-huh.
which is an organ that gains all the like memories, experiences of the space marine, and then that is extracted and that's used to make a new space marine, and then that space marine sort of inherits the like the things that the one who like grew that gene seed experienced.
Also, combat experience.
Yes. So, like, in a lot of cases, the first Space Marines were created with the gene seed from their Primarch.
From
the problem was that led to the Black Rage because it basically made a very bad condition hereditary.
Wyatt. French
So
Empire.
They got all their mental illnesses too.
French Empire says
All
chaos,
their
bring
combat
them back.
stress.
Orcs and Tyranids have more, but they can be outmatched and taken by tactics.
Yeah.
Yeah, because orcs have to fight no matter what. So what you really
and
need
his
to do with
enormous
orcs
stature,
is provide
where
them a
someone like
target
Sanguinius,
that is
Primarch
better
of
than
Blood
the one
Angels,
that they've got.
share more vampiric features and more angel-like qualities. A gene seed is not just aspects of the Primarchs, but they are also
angel
flaws
vampires
too. Magnus the Red
Well,
and his
boys,
1,000 Sons
Blood
underwent something
Angels.
known as the
Thousand
Flesh
Sons,
Change,
fucking
a
nerds.
horrifying mutation
Bunch of
that,
fucking
while it made them
nerds.
strong
right.
psychics,
Well,
would affect their
Spirit
bodies so
Telesto, though.
terribly
That's
that
why
they
I'm
would
a
mutate
fucking
away
nerd.
from humanity. Where other
Not like
factions
them.
have inspiration
Telesto,
for their
when it had a
culture
shooting
from
profile
our
with
real
instant
world,
death.
like the feudal Japanese, the Eldar, or Egyptian style, the Necrons.
Let's go.
Each Space Marine chapter themselves carry an
Okay,
inspiration.
Oh, fuck
The
yeah.
White Stars are motorcycle
That
riding
image is so
Mongolian
cursed.
fighters. The Space Wolves are Norse
Which one?
Vikings. The Dark Angels are
The old
knights.
Obamas on the black one.
This moves into their fighting style, and
gosh.
truthfully, there is no
Look,
end
it's the
to the
thieves.
characters and
It's the
options
thieves.
when it comes to the
The
Space
things.
Marines. Space Marines are the main symbol
Yo.
you see, and while many of them can be simply
Wyatt?
indoctrinated warriors who only
Wyatt?
care about conflict and can be quite
Oh.
boring. Then you meet Dante,
Obama
or
Necron says
Bjorn,
chat,
or
lol.
Argel Tal, or
Ah.
Commander
Colin Lucius,
Dante,
or
the oldest
Erebus,
fucking
and then you
Space Marine
discover
ever.
the
Whoa.
wealth
Like
of these
1500
characters
years old.
and tools of
Yeah.
war you
So
can
chat-
have.
So
For
funny when he
1100
kneels before
years,
Gilliman,
I
and
have
Gilliman's
fought
just
and
like,
I've
"You're
seen the
fucking so
darkness
old
in
now,
our
don't worry
galaxy.
about it."
I have
It's like,
seen
you
the
are
older
vileness
than
of
I
the
am.
alien and the
Fuck,
You're older
heresy
than
of
any of the
mutant. I have
Primarchs.
witnessed the sin of
So
possession.
Slanesh
I've
says
seen
that
all
the
the
reason
evil
days.
that the galaxy harbors.
The reason
And
why
I've slain
Slanesh exists
all
because the
whose
elders
presence
had too much
defiles
fun,
the
aka
Emperor.
sex, and it killed
Red
99% of the population.
Zero sugar, 100% wings with monk fruit extract. Try it
No.
yet?
When Slanesh came into existence, like
Welcome
like
to
90
Visible,
to 99%.
the
of all
ultimate
people are
wireless
dying.
hack.
Boy, I don't give a fuck about your wireless side. Go fuck off.
I have
No.
seen what you will see. I have
wherever an
fought
Eldar
what
dies,
you must
Slanesh
fight,
gets their
and
soul,
I have slain
unless they
what
go,
you
what
must
was it
slay.
called?
So fear not,
As a
or
soldier.
be
Constructs,
proud.
yeah.
For
Yeah.
we
Unless they
are the
become a wraith
sons of
construct.
Sanguinius, the protectors
Dante
of
is the
mankind.
oldest in
I-
flesh, but
we
Dreadnought,
are
so way
indeed
older.
The angels
Oh, nice.
of
Yeah,
death.
Bjorn the
Despite being the
Fell-Handed is
poster
probably
children for
older
Warhammer
than
40k
Dante,
as a
but he's
whole,
dead,
the
so
presence of a
Bjorn-
space marine is
Bjorn
a
was
rare
around during
sight
the
for
Heresy.
countless
Bjorn is
trillions
Bjorn
one
was
of the
around during the
oldest
Great
dreadnoughts.
Seeing one of
Crusade.
these monstrosities
Yeah.
is like seeing something akin
Like, he-
to
Bjorn
an
was
angel
one of the ones
sent
to
by the
reclaim
Emperor
Ross.
himself.
So,
These
YouTube chat,
angels of
I
death
have a
are the essential
suggestion.
fighting force to
Do
bring
you want
humanity
to see
back
me for
under
the first
unified
time play
banner of the
Space Marine
Imperium. Yet
40k1
ultimately,
on
the
stream?
Space Marines are individuals torn from their
Play
families
Darktide.
and
Play
consumed
I don't
by
have Darktide. I got Space Hulk and Space Marine 1, neither of which I've really played.
And though they are held in an almost
I'll get Space Hulk to play Space Hulk.
And beyond the people they are designed to serve. Once designed as the protectors of humanity, they seldom view humanity as
I've got
something
Darktide and
worth
Space Marine too.
To the
So,
extent that it is a
Zerkia, would you want to play Space Hulk with me one of these times?
Normal citizen above them in any way.
Cube, would you like to join too?
And even their Primarchs, they are only here to do a job. They are there to kill the enemies of humanity. And I would be remiss if I didn't add at least one more of my favorite quotes.
It says Enhanced Edition.
The time for speeches is done.
Space Hulk,
The first great test is here.
Yeah.
My order to you
because
all
it's Terminator
is simple,
conflict,
yet
so it's
heed
this
it
time it's
well,
Deathwing.
and exert yourselves to see it
Yeah.
done. They
Blood
are coming.
Archangel's Force.
Kill them all.
It looks
Yeah,
cool.
the
I
Space
just got
Marines are the
lost and I
spearhead
didn't know
of
what the fuck
Imperium's
to
Great
do, so I
Crusade, and
stopped.
also a major player in its warfare. There is a significant amount of importance that must be taken on
The answer is obvious. Purge the
What sci-fi universe?
Well, I killed everything and I just got lost.
When you think of the Navy or ships on the open sea, you think of something that is sleek,
I don't know.
something mobile, and something pretty big. For perspective, the longest self-propelled ship in history was the TTC-Wise Giant, an oil tanker that was about 450 meters long, or
the original
over
was
1,500
also
feet.
just Shooting Steelers.
This
So,
right here
this is the
child's
largest
play in the
ship
world of
on the
40K
humanity.
ships. A ship that is considered to be an escort vessel in the Imperium
Whoa.
is about 3 times the size of a Sea-Wise Giant.
What?
And the size of the ships only go up from there. Your most common ships are the cruisers.
That's crazy.
The light cruiser tends to average at about 2 kilometers long,
What?
or just over a mile in length, where
Whoa.
the
They are
Dictator class
floating-
cruisers can be over
Here
3
it is,
kilometers
the
or 2
Dauntless
miles.
Light Cruiser.
The
Yo.
largest ships are your battleships, and they are
This
tremendous.
is your
We're
Dauntless
talking
Light
5-mile
Cruiser. This is
long.
your
This is your other Dauntless
monstrosities
Light
that look like
Cruiser.
gigantic Gothic cathedrals.
peace.
5
07.
miles long.
With weaponry.
Literal
and not only are they
07
filled with
for-
weapons,
for
but they are
the
also
guy who made
jam-packed with
40K
crewmen.
cool for
Battleships
the
tend
whole
to, on
generation.
average, carry a crew between several thousand
And
to
also the
several
Adeptus
million.
Sortias
And they need
have a
every
machine
single
that have
one
a
of those
place
members
for a
because
heretic
we
that
don't
have no
advanced
armor for the
technology for other
of the
things to
man, and it
guide
makes him feel
themselves or
pain
control themselves
and
in
gets
a
beyond
meaningful way.
imagination.
There's no AI.
Ah!
All this stuff has to be done
That's
manually.
crazy.
Even the
If
reloading
you're
of
even
those giant
worse than the
batteries is a
Penitent
form of
engine, then you
manual
get
labor.
put into
And, of course,
a
generally
mortifier,
speaking, gliding
become
through the
an
stars is a very
anchorite.
slow way to
That's
do
even
things.
That's
And
wild.
let's be honest, there can't be a science fiction setting without some form of hyperspace
do not
travel.
want to
This
be an
form of
anchorite.
travel in 40K is less
I
like
would
going
say, yeah.
flat in
Neither does any other
Spaceballs and
fucker.
more like going
The
into
cruisers
Davy
can
Jones' Zipper
destroy
Dimension
planets by
SpongeBob.
itself.
Oh, now what? I suppose
Yeah, welcome to the world of the Exterminators, aka this planet burns to death.
Crazy.
Planet needs to go away.
What is it? May Imperial Justice
That's
be
gross.
kept in all balance.
This is because it utilizes
So,
the immaterial
once we
warp to
finish
do
this
so.
video, we'll
Warp
take
travel is
a
handled by a navigator,
15-minute
which is an
break.
abhuman.
I will
It's a
go.
mutated
I'm gonna
human,
go
don't
take
worry
a
about it. And they have a
shower
gene
real
that
quick.
gives them a third
And
eye
I
and
will
the
be
ability
back.
to help steer the ship through
But
the warp,
you can all
which,
talk
as
to,
we know, is
you can all
hell
talk amongst
itself
yourselves
and
about
unreality.
Warhammer. I'll
Now,
be
this might
back
sound
after
exceptionally
that.
dangerous, and that's
I
because
know I
it
will.
is. Now, the ship
Oh no,
does
you and
have
Cube and
protection in the
Smug
form
can have a
of
war over
Geller
what's
field.
going on.
Originally,
Chat,
I assumed the Geller
if
field
you
is what
have
you
anything to
think it
type
is,
in
a large
while I'm
force field
gone, just
stopping all
type it in.
manner of
I'll look
horrible
through it
things like
and I'll
demons
ask them
from
the
warp
questions
tearing apart your ship.
as they go because I
How
need
wrong
a
was,
shower.
though. So space travel through the warp basically involves riding on the Sea of Souls. Hell is real, and you
Right
can
then,
surf
since
on
we're
it. So you
since we're
allow
a
the
group of
current to
people who
carry
knows
you
about
and the
Warhammer,
navigator to
simple
direct.
question.
But how can a current of souls and
Yeah,
unreality
they're all
carry
coming
you
from my
when it
YouTube
doesn't obey
chat.
the laws of physics,
So.
time, or
Primarch
again
fight,
reality?
who would win?
What a Geller
hold
field
on.
is not a force field, but a
I mean, kind of depends on
comatose
what you
imperial
want out of
psyker
it.
dreaming
Understood.
of
Got it.
reality. It is
I mean,
not a bubble.
duels,
It is
like,
a
the
force
line's the best
reality
duelist.
being projected
yeah.
by mutant sleeping
But
beauty
Ross
to
is the
counteract
best
the
in a sort of
unreality
Fallen
of the
scenario.
warp that you can
Alright, so I might as well take a shower now. Let me pause the video. You three talk like crazy. I'll be right back.
And I don't know about the Lion being the best duelist while Fulgrim exists.
I say Gilliman just because Games Workshop plot armor. Other than that, I have no idea.
Oh, so
You know what, Mike?
so
I would
Fulgrim
probably
is
say
like the most like how do I just is the most like graceful duelist. But in terms of like martial combat, it's technically the Lion.
Yeah, and to be fair, especially
the con is like way up there too as well. The tricky thing with the con is like it's hard to know his exact prowess because the con doesn't brag. He's not a braggart. He likes to keep his cards hidden.
Yeah, and then what you end up with is there's also an armor situation to be made. Like, can your martial prowess stand up to like Perturabo's armor or Vulcan's?
Yeah. And then, but then you get like the funny thing with the Vulcan's a perpetual, so you can like permanently zero him. He will just keep coming back.
Yeah, but then you've got like Magnus in the mix, who has psychic power and probably could seek him out.
Magnus is not a very good duelist,
but Magnus is a terrible fighter in straight. Yeah, but Magnus can't fight
right
in straight combat.
Right now on 40k tabletop, Magnus is a very good in melee. His melee is like strength 14 or something stupid.
Jesus Christ, he's got the strength of like a Bane blade.
What is it? It's so. What is? I have to find this. Give me a second. It's like one of my friends plays it, and it's like, what the fuck did they do to Magnus? Why is he like a melee monster? No, it's strength 16. What the fuck?
He casts stab.
Rank 16. He casts gun.
It's melee 7 strength.
Mortarion has such a cool
strength
model
16
as well.
AP 3 damage dev psychic. What the fuck?
I love Mortarion's model. I think it's great.
It's glorious. It's so fucking good. Death Guard as a range looks really good.
I was gonna say, like, is it a Plague Burst Crawler? They're like their artillery tank.
Yeah, I love it. It's kind of cute.
It makes so much sense for them to have an artillery tank rather than anything, because it leans into their original purpose, which, for those of you who don't know, is virus bombing.
Death. Yeah.
It's virus bombing. So yeah, it's literally within their parameters to have a weapon that does that. And then, oh god, who else had a really cool model that I saw? There's one like newer model that I looked at and I thought, God, that's gorgeous. Let me check the range real quick.
I know some people didn't like it, but I do like Fulgrim's new model. I just like how it is.
Well, it's a reference to his Horus Heresy model. If you look at his Ascendi model,
because also it makes sense because like the Horus Heresy model is like it's still beautiful Fulgrim because he's like just gone. He's just now become a Chaos Primarch. But like 40k Fulgrim, it's just Fulgrim after spending like 10,000 years Slaaneshi corruption. It kind of makes sense that he's
the blade of the Lear is already doing.
Yeah, the layer blade. Lucius the Eternal has that now.
Oh yeah, because he got a new model as well.
I love his his shoulder tongue like whip thing.
We've talked about good models, but I think this is the opportunity to discuss some really bad models. And I would like to submit for the court's attention in terms of bad models would be the recast of Inquisitor Coteas.
Oh, it's so bad. Why'd they get rid of his he did such a cool pose before. They smoothed him out. Like he doesn't have it's like his armor's not textured anymore. What do they do to him?
No. And he's crashing into a rock at all times.
I know. Titus's new model is so bad because he looks like he's tripping.
Oh, the Titus model where he's like leaning to the side and one of his feet is up, and he's like, "Whoa!" He looks so uneasy.
I imagine if you repose him a little bit, he'd look better. But just the pose he gave him, it looks like he's tripping and falling.
I've got a very hot take suggestion when it comes to terrible models. I mean, first of all, I've got a very not terrible hot take, which is the Desolation Squad. They are stupid and their guns are for orcs.
I kind of like them because they are stupid.
No, they're just stupid. I hate them so
like
bad.
They're like no, they're bad. They're bad. Like, but they're kind of to me like kind of funny, stupid. Like instead of they're like
and their
they're
guns
funny
make
in a
no
bad
sense.
way. They're funny in a bad way.
I would also like to, because like I know some people have they have a bad time with Watch Captain Artemis. I don't see that.
Because
I
he's
think
got
Watch
the is that the
Captain.
one with the custodian spear?
No, he's the one with the sword and the combi flamer, Hellfire Extremis. He's a mortifactor as well, and not even like a chapter that gets much look in it. But I actually
have you seen the new Deathwatch minis?
I have seen the new Deathwatch minis, and you know what they remind me of?
What?
The old Deathwatch kill team that was then renamed Deathwatch Veterans.
I think that's kind of the point.
I loved that box because for nothing else other than it had the best bits. It was an absolutely it was a kit basher's dream.
The last review show was like actually like genuinely very good, I think. Because
and I love the fact that they're bringing through all these codex compliance but not ultramarines leaders. It's great to see it
they haven't been
to see
forgotten.
Vulcan Hastan back.
It's so good, especially because he's so incredibly relevant to Salamander's lore. Because he's like, I do like how he's got like a Primaris helm, but it's got the like the eight like grill, like Vox grill.
Yeah, for the Mark 8 Vox grill. Yeah,
and then the other thing is grill.
He doesn't get a tactical rock, which is really big in current models. He doesn't get a tactical rock because he's got fire. That's way better. And I was really, really upset at the idea that they would give him a tactical rock and it would look like ass. And that's the problem I have with so many new character models, is that I think the best tactical rock going is on Kyvan Shrike. Because Kyvan Shrike's got a tactical entire building. Like, that's sick.
Yeah. The problem with Votan is that they kind of need one because they're so short. If the leaders didn't have a tactical wrap,
Ulthar the Destined is like pretty much like it's pretty much an inch off his base with tactical rock, isn't he?
Yeah. The new one, he has a tactical rock, but it's not super big because he gets a lot of height. The glaive is so fucking good.
Yeah, I love the fact that they've painted it default purple.
Yeah, because
it looks great.
It's like their unique material, Dark Star ore, which is like a fuck you material. Like if it like cuts you, it like turns off all functions of whatever, like what like all systems, like either organic or mechanical. It just shuts off like systems of things it comes in contact with.
That's going to be a really interesting thing to write around. I mean, like, oh, that's a really great shield you have for Lion.
We have one Dark Star weapon, which is the like the Terminator Captain has as the Dark Star axe, and it's like it doesn't have anti anything, but it's just kind of like it attacks a lot and is like shaft clear. But no, everyone takes the hammer.
Surprising to me, one thing that always surprises me: there's nothing that has anti-space marine.
That is,
I feel like something should have anti-space marine, because the stuff with anti-psyker, the stuff with anti-chaos, the stuff with anti-xenos.
I feel like the reason why, because all the space marine players would get butthurt about it, and
or there's people that play ultramarines just because they're like good right now. Actually, to be fair, isn't like regular space marines kind of crap at the moment?
I think they were really good, and then Knights became turbo good. And the problem is, unless you're like good at like right now, the meta is basically Knights, anti-Knights, and then like Tyranids randomly.
So basically, everyone's got to bring multi-melters.
And it's also, it's not just any Tyranids, it's the like their new burrower detachment.
Oh,
is like
yeah,
really
'cause
strong.
I saw the Norn Emissary, I think it's called.
Oh, it's such a good model.
I was gonna say that looks really sick, but then they have that like is it the Tyrant of Mortrex or something like that? That looks pretty cool.
Yeah, but the new model,
But
the new detachment is centered around like the Moloch and the Trigon and the Raveners.
Because it reminds me a lot of, and this might be just my my old head on it, but it reminds me a lot of like the Red Terror.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that thing doesn't have a model right now.
No, I was gonna say because it was Finecast. There was another Finecast Tyranid that I always remember.
God, no one misses Finecast.
No, there's one Finecast model that I own, and it's my old Commander Farsight.
Yeah. Oh, I think like one thing, like Finecast is going to stay around, but it's going to stay for things like Heresy, Necromunda.
Yeah, I mean, there's a new Blood
Old
Angels
World.
Heresy character that's resin, but that's kind of what's expected.
But
Heresy.
AOS and AOS and 40K are going to be completely plastic games, given
I
enough
like
time.
that. I like that because
they're systematically removing all like Forge World models from 40K.
Yeah, I mean, like, are you guys even going to be able to keep the Astraeus super heavy tank that was literally Finecast Primaris? What a waste of time that model was.
That was like, it'll probably have like Legends rules, but it probably won't. Like, also, like, and the thing is, like, no one can play the Astraeus even if you wanted to, because, like, at least in a tournament setting, because, like, how many fucking points is the Astraeus?
I was gonna say, isn't it like it's a ridiculous amount of points? But there's what I mean, like, look at a Warlord.
It's a Titan-sized model. It's fucking huge.
Yeah, because it's the same as the Talnar Supremacy armor, or that fucking stupid Tal bomber thing that's like the size of a building. That massive Tal
I'm back. I'm still
like,
dripping wet. I'll be. I'm still like.
The hull can hold like 10 crisis suits.
All right, hello. Hey chat. Okay, so I have a fuck ton of things to read off. I think Fulgrim is the best at 1v1, but he is so dumb. Not Orc's dumb, but you can outbring him into a trap.
Yeah, you could ego him into a trap really easily, which is why I think that he's not a contender for that. I do genuinely think the Lion is probably the best option as an answer to that question. However, personally, I want to give the vibe to Sanguinius, but that's just because I'm a huge mark for the Blood Angels and literally no other reason.
Sanguinius is tricky to fight because he has Future Sight, which does kind of give him an edge.
And not just that, but there's the fact that he can actually free fly.
It's kind of wild.
Sanguinius is one of the better duelists of. Like, as the thing is, none of the Primarchs are like bad at dueling.
What?
They're all
I don't know. Perturabo Ferrus Manus.
And Warhammer animations are so cool and stylish. Yeah.
Yeah, especially the Astartes series was great.
It's so fucking good. But the Astraeus is like 525 points for one model. That's a lot of points.
And it's a terrible investment
I was expecting.
as well, because that model is ass.
What is your favorite factions?
Depends which system I'm playing.
Just name a favorite faction.
So for primary, for 40k, like the normal setting, I will play Sisters of Battle because I love their model range. I think their new model range is actually one of the best going. And there's the fact that their models today are all reposes of their older models, which the poses were great, but the faces were awful. Now they fixed it and their faces look good again.
Understandable.
And then also the Triumph of St. Catherine is one of the best models ever made.
You also have the pipe organ missile tank.
Yes, and you have the Exorcist, and we have the stained glass on
the Exorcist is probably one of the most 40k things ever.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so is the Penitent engine. because it is literally just. I am in so much pain. Like the Penitent Engine is what happens if a Sister Repentia runs away from battle. They're already a Repentia because they ran away from battle. This is like your cowardice has afforded you suffering again.
I put the Exorcist tank in side chat if you're curious, Reina.
Oh, I'll check. Smug, what is your favorite faction?
I'm not as hardcore as these guys. If I'd say it'd probably be like still Blood Ravens.
Blood Ravens? Nice.
They're a space marine and they like to steal shit.
Oh yeah. And to be fair, like they did a model for Gabriel Angelos, and it's actually not terrible. It's not great, but it's not terrible.
That's
but
awesome.
As a Blood Angels player, I can totally accept that because they are a Blood Angels successor chapter.
Alright, and killed.
Maybe we technically they're unknown.
Oh, they're an unknown founding, but like, I mean, come on,
a lot of people are potentially guessing Thousand Sons because they have so many fucking psychers. Like their chapter master's a psyker.
Gabriel Angelos is a psyker, and they've got the guy who says, what is it? Something is the mind is a fortress with its gates unbarred and unguarded.
Yeah.
So Cube, what is your?
Ross is on a fucking huge base.
Cube, what is your favorite faction?
Mine is the Leagues of Votann. They're the newest canonically existing faction.
Oh.
They're space dwarves with robots.
Oh, awesome!
Not just robots, but they have that. I'm gonna be honest. I really like their vehicles, and I love
their vehicles are fun.
You know the Kill Team model.
Yeah.
Where they've got the coats.
Yeah, the Jaegers, the Hurricane Jaegers, where they're like dwarves in trench coats.
I love their giant revolvers and their sniper rifles. They look really cool. Like I almost picked up that Kill Team.
Yeah, I just got
they have like a really unique aesthetic in 40K because like they really lean into like they're very like NASA space punk kind of looking.
Yeah.
Because they look like or sort of like, but
they're
like their whole thing is they're like resource gatherers because they live in like the most inhospitable like region of the galaxy.
Yeah.
So they're like miners, excavators, traders.
That's cool.
Yeah. And their thing is they have a unit dedicated to just they have a unit dedicated to just finding things.
Yeah. And so,
although if you think about it, what they are eternally playing a game of Deep Rock Galactic.
Yes, they are 100% Deep Rock Galactic.
So my
space dwarves with space holes. Big space holes.
French Empire says Sanguinus is the best for them.
Yeah, his Horus Heresy model is one of the hardest things I've ever had to build and paint.
Oh.
But it was absolutely worth it. I built mine with the Spear of Telesto. It had a rule in 2nd edition Horus Heresy where if it connected, it has a rule called instant death, where if it's hit, it not only instant wounds, well, I think it had to hit and wound, but if it ever secures a wound, it secures all wounds. And therefore that model is instantly destroyed. And that applied to any model. So I was using the Spirit Telesto to one-shot Primarchs, but that's all you can do with it, because once you throw it, that's it. It has one shot.
Okie dokie.
But it was...
I do like how Sanguinius looks like he's like lunging down at his...
Yeah, because what you miss from that model is that it's supposed to be a bloodthirster underneath that he fights in one of the sort of mid battles in the Horus Heresy. But I can't. But because they didn't model that bloodthirster, it kind of makes that model missing something, which is a bit annoying because they should have done it as a dueling base, like you get between Magnus and Russ.
And the French Empire says now to be pissed if they had bald Sanguinus. Even in story, he is the best guy.
he is such a good guy, and like the thing is it's only by the death of Sanguinius that the Emperor notes that Horus can't be saved.
Right.
It is literally like, everyone
liked Sanguinius because Sanguinius was was just like a really likable person.
Yeah.
And not just that, but like he was a great leader, but he just didn't see it for himself, and he thought, because he was one of the few people, one of the few Primarchs to actually say, yes, I think Horus is the right choice for this.
Yeah.
But like,
although the thing is with Sanguinius is like with his future sight, one of the things he saw is he basically knew how he was going to die, or like to like a capacity at least.
He couldn't say or do anything about it because it was what he can see is non-adjustable. So he's like, this is going to happen. Shit.
Well, it's adjustable to a degree, but he can't he can adjust things to a degree.
Yeah, he can probably change the time, but he can't change the item.
Right. We're gonna start the video again. Here we go. So next up, after this segment, is the Imperial Guard, the Imperial Knights, and then the Voltan, and then the second video comes.
Not a foolproof method of travel, and Geller fields can and do collapse fairly regularly. Being subjected to the warp
we turned this 2-hour video into a 4-hour video.
Is a terrifying prospect. In the best
second
case
video
scenario,
is
your ship will be torn to shreds. But there are countless instances of ships being thrown out of the warp randomly throughout time itself. You leave for a 2-day mission.
So that
and you
Horus
come
would
back
kill him, but he
90
wanted
years in the
Horus to
past.
return to the
Maybe you
Emperor's
feel like
light.
you're lost in the warp for a century, and it's only been 45
there's a really
minutes.
sad
And that is only if the
story
waves of
between
souls don't rip your ship
Fulgrim
apart or have
Ferrus
demons
Manus.
arrive on it
He
to do
tries to get Ferrus
unspeakable
Manus
things
to
to the
join
crew.
Chaos.
The Imperial
He
Navy
doesn't.
is an
He clones Ferrus
astronomically
Manus
powerful
and
force
asks the
for
clone
the
to join
Imperium
Chaos,
because
and the
the
clone says
sheer
no. And he
volume
keeps
of
killing
ships
these clones
and guns
and keeps
on
trying to
those
convince
ships
them to join
create
Chaos, and he makes a
firepower
new
that
clone.
can
And
sunder
they keep saying
planets.
no.
This is all juxtaposed with the sheer
Ferrus Manus
backwater nature of
solely
these ships.
exists
While they are
to
manned
make
by
Fulgrim's
crews of
lore more
zealots, they are
tragic.
also operated with such a
like,
backwater tech, it completely confuses the reader. You see the long batteries of portside cannons that the ship has, and remember that AI is heresy in this world, and that all the mechanics are utilized by lobotomized slaves.
That is
So how do they
crazy.
load these?
Look at those
Well, they have
ships.
gun gangs, massive gangs
Those
of
are
hundreds
crazy.
of people manually loading these cannons. These
Yo.
are genuine gun
in their
loader
extended
gangs
literally
that
the
get
Iron
into
Hands are just pissed
gang
off at him
wars
because he has
and
skin.
squabbles.
Like, what
On
a
the ship's
bastard, am I
bridge,
right?
you may find the captain himself.
You have hundreds of
hardwired
people
directly
loading a
into the
single
ship's
cannon?
chair permanently
That's
to
fucking
control
wild.
the best they can. Giant screens
gun loader
of hololith
gangs
data
in
fill
the
the room,
bowels
and
of
sensors across the
giant-ass
ship are just as
spaceships.
likely to tell
crazy.
you
Yeah,
information
and the
as
best
a
part
serf
is that they
running
can't.
up to
They
you
really
with
do
a
just
scroll of
grow
parchment
into like
is.
whole
You reach to a
mafias of gun
microphone to
loaders.
shout
Yeah.
orders down a hallway
And different sections of ships will have like gang wars.
The gang war is inside the spaceship.
While the
Because they think their section of the ship is better than the
it's
others.
not a specific faction of
Yeah.
the Imperium.
Well, basically, even houses of
Series
hives
and format of
worlds
this
are
video
kilometers
is
tall.
what shepherds
Yo!
around the
Yes,
entirety of its armed
Necromunda
forces.
Hive Wars
Every
is one of the
Space
best
Marine Primarch
sub-games
had a
they've made.
flagship,
Oh,
and every
God.
strike cruiser and battle barge has a
Necromunda's
story to
goofy.
tell.
It's-
But if there is a
it's
single
great.
thing that the Shield
Yeah,
of the Navy
nothing's more
does the
goofy than
best
Gorka
is to
Morka.
help support and supply
Oh,
the
but that's not a
monumental
currently
forces
supported
of the
game,
Imperium.
unfortunately.
The
I disagree.
hammer
I
of the
disagree.
Emperor himself,
Go to your
the
local game shop and say,
uncountable
I'm
men and
playing some
women of
Gorka
the
Morka.
The Imperial Guard, let's go!
I don't care if these things have adapted to
it's like
resist our
Game
las
Workshop.
guns.
It's not Game
If we
Workshop
can't kill them with our
supported
rifles,
thing,
then we'll
but,
kill
like,
them with
Oh,
heavy
do they not
weapons.
make
If we
any
can't
models
kill them
for
with
it?
heavy weapons, we'll use grenades.
You can live
And
in a
if grenades
spaceship.
don't work,
There is
then we'll
everything you
fight them with
can
our
need.
swords and
Yeah.
our knives and our bare hands.
In fact, for a
We'll
lot of people,
drown them
becoming
in
a
our
voidsman
blood.
is the
That's what it
best
means
path
to be
in
a
life
soldier
because
of
it's the
the
one that keeps
Imperial
you the
Guard.
most alive
Now
for the
follow
longest
me.
time.
Charge.
Whoa.
There is no better symbol
That is
of
crazy
the
what I
Until
just
you
read.
start
the
warp
Imperium,
translation.
the uncountable men with our swords and our
So I don't
knives
care if
in our
these things
bare
have a.
hands.
That's
We'll
crazy!
drown them in our blood. That's what it means to be a soldier of the
What
Imperial
the
Guard.
fuck?
Now follow me. Charge. There is no
Charge.
better symbol
Oh,
of the
the-
might
yeah.
of the
God.
Imperium itself than the Astra Militarum,
Oh.
or as it is
They just
commonly
sound like how
known,
it's just a
the
sea of
Imperial
bodies.
Guard. Though the Space Marines
that's
take the glory and stand as the visual representation of the Imperium, their numbers are dramatically thin and specialized in comparison. To reclaim
There's two ways to die with any dignity. The first is to join the Guard. The second is to serve in the Guard.
And die for your cause. The Imperial Guard represents the Imperial truth made manifest. Every year, the worlds of the Imperium pay a tithe in the form of soldiers to fight the good fight of the Emperor. And this number is impossible to pin down.
Patriotism!
Billions
rivals the Helldivers!
The sheer volume of soldiers serves as the fundamental backbone of the Imperium.
I know what I'm saying.
99.9% of battles fought by
they
the
are a lot
Imperium
like Helldivers in that
by
they're
the
not.
sundering
They're basically
might
just
of the
guns
Imperial
cannon
Guard.
fodder
With
made
the
real.
knowledge that
Chat
the
says,
Space
well,
Marines
losing
are
5 million
essentially
soldiers is
sentient
like
tanks,
losing
what
one
do the
walk on a
members of
mountain.
the Imperial Guard have? If they're the might of the Emperor
Yeah, and then
himself,
the other thing
are they
is
not
losing a
suited up in a
Space Marine is
similar way?
vital. It's why the Guard exists. To
Not
fight
really.
things
No
that the
fancy
Space Marines
suits,
are
no
too
biological
busy, too
enhancements,
important, or
and
too
basically
expensive
no
to fight.
expectation to live. Once a regiment of Guard are activated, they are sent directly into battle with almost
Space
no
Marine deployments are
expectations
not
that
cheap.
they will survive.
That's
this
crazy.
Is because, despite their training,
And plus
their
they have this
incredibly
tendency to do whatever the
powerful
fuck they
armor
want.
and extremely strong weapons that would crush any army of the modern day, they are so hopelessly outmatched.
What
to
is
the
going
things
on
they
here?
will face.
What is that?
Sending a member of the Guard is throwing a rock
Those
at a
zombies?
nuclear bomb. However, where they lack in advancement, they make up for in
Chat, were
sheer
those zombies?
numbers, and their overwhelming force can be the difference maker in any deployment they face. Quantity is a quality all its own. If they do happen to survive, they will be sent to the next
what the
battle, and
fuck
so
is
on.
this?
Seldom do members of the Astra Military
Some really
get
old
or
art.
retire, and those that do are truly to be feared.
Oh, God,
There's an
that's-
old
that's
saying
first
that the
edition.
average lifespan of a guardsman is about 15 hours from
Ah,
deployment.
what?
Considering the sheer
Trader
number of guardsmen
lore
out there
is
in any given
fucking
battle,
wild
that
shit.
number
The
is
life
probably
expectancy
accurate.
of a
When
guard is
several
15
million
hours.
of your pool of guardsmen die
Did
within
you
the
see
first
the
few
rogue?
hours of
Have you seen the
combat
Rogue Trader
because
Space Marine
the
when it
orcs
plays
threw a
with
moon
It
can really screw
power
the
fist,
numbers.
and he's
The
just like
soldiers of
super
the Guard
squat.
are
He's got like
conscripted and trained on an
he's got like
incredible
no
number
neck
of
or
worlds in the
anything. It's
Imperium,
just the
and
best
these worlds
model.
can impact their training and their
And there's
combat
always the
style.
good old
The
Skibbity
most famous
Dorn
visually are the
in Rogue Trader.
Chat says they have no zombies because if they had, it'd be heresy.
But other notable Guard factions
Well, the
include
Imperium
the
does it,
gas
but,
mask-clad Death
Nurgle
Lords,
is heresy, so it doesn't
Rainbow
really care.
level
If
jungle
you
fighters, and the
wanna,
Iron Wield
play
Mordian
some
Iron
tactics
Guard.
and
This
stuff,
also helps
you could
them
probably say a
specialize
servitor
against
is a
individual
zombie.
types of enemies. The
Ah.
Indigan
Yeah, but if you
prefects
said
are
that,
a
that would
special
be
guard
heresy, and
regiment
then you
that
would be
came from a
killed.
planet
Yeah.
whose
I'm not
planetary
talking-
governor,
like,
the leader of the
from an
planet,
outside
thought it was
perspective,
fun
I'm
to
pretty much-
collect
And all
exotic
worlds
animals,
have their
which they
part of the
crossbreed,
Astra
and then
military
became
mount.
the giant
Lacadia-
fish-sized monsters destroying the planet.
Lacadia and
So
Krieg
the
are the most
Indigan
famous.
prefects are specialized for big monsters.
07 RIP
Hello,
Katie.
Tyranids. One particularly interesting officer in the Guard is the enforcement officer known as the
stands.
Oh.
and they are one of the more
The planet
visually
broke before the
striking
Guard
members
did.
of the regiment. These
Wow.
are specialized
Now they have
Imperial
new. Now
officers
they
that
just have
act as
New
morale
Cadia.
officers.
Yeah, New
I was gonna
Cadia.
say, don't they have a new
Songs to the troops and
Castellan as
providing
well?
hot
They have
meals.
like
The
they have
commissars are there
Creed
to make
again.
sure that the members of the regiment continue to fight to the bitter
But this time it's
end.
girl
They
Creed.
does not need to
also
stand on the
have
commissar. The
Ursula
solution is
Creed,
simple.
which is his
There are
daughter.
trillions of other soldiers out there.
The Creed
We don't
2.0.
really need you. Combat fatigue?
That is
Headshot.
crazy.
Concerns about the conflict?
Yo.
Headshot. Fleeing the battlefield? You bet that's a headshot.
Look, just
Considering
having
these
I like
officers
that.
tend to be
We have trillions of
outside their
soldiers.
regiment,
We
feelings
don't really
on
need
them
you.
can be
Hey, it's
mixed,
gone.
and
It's
fairness,
Ilbram
certain
gone.
commissars like the esteemed Ibram Gaunt or
They killed
Caiaphas
it.
Cain tend to do a
Graveyard.
bit
They
better
saw
with
the
fight.
Russian World War II
People
soldiers and
talk
like, yeah,
about
we'll
it.
do
Let's
that.
say you were trying to tell a beefed up Catachan jungle fighter what to
Cadia
do,
was the
you
shield
might
of the
take a
Imperium and it
mysterious leave
broke.
of absence inside a carnivorous plant. But no matter what I say, I don't think I
Oh,
can truly
are they
convey
gonna
the
show you
sheer
slime armor?
might of the Imperial Guard, so I'm gonna get a visual. Look at this image right here, right? This is the cover
true
of the
god
9th
of the
edition
Imperium,
Codex
slime
for the
armor.
Astra Militari.
Black
The
Marble once
official
killed 10 orcs with a
Your
grenade.
eyes may
then
be
it
drawn to the
exploded.
dark and
Then the
brutal
grenade
looks of some of the
exploded.
main members on the front, and
This
the
person-
gigantic orc they are attacking. But
We have all the
Craziness.
weapons we need. And slime
Actual
armor.
There is no
craziness.
There is only
So,
people.
are
And
the
behind
las guns
those
really
people
that useless?
are tanks. And behind
Yeah.
those tanks
They're
are
laser
flying
pointed,
artillery
in
shells.
40K,
There are
yes.
two
If they were
enormous
like anywhere
transport
else,
ships
it'd be
in the
really
sky,
overpowered.
and their ramps are down,
Kopa-
and on their
Yeah, and
ramps
the
are
Kopanovic-
thing is they're
people.
also
The Imperium
like
is described as
maximum
having a
precision
million
accurate.
worlds.
They are like
A
Warhammer
impossible to
lore.
get
It's
worlds.
12:30 in the
And
morning
each
here.
one of
Why
them
not?
gives
Yeah, why
soldiers
not?
to the
Let's
Imperial Guard for
go.
the tithe. On a given battlefield, in a given
Well,
fight,
basically, a regiment
foot
of Astra
soldiers number
military
in the
can number all of
millions,
bombarded
tanks in the tens of
armies.
thousands, and you have
Understandable.
enough artillery to turn the night sky day. You have
Just you wait
walkers
until
and
you find out what
APCs
happens
and
when a
aircraft
guard's
and
unit
horse cavalry
retreats.
and tanks the size of
Begin-
apartment buildings.
Your
You have
your commissar will
Draconis and
begin.
spec ops and
Your
rattling
commissar will
snipers
begin
and
his
gigantic
duty and
ogres that
execution
can't count to
protocol.
4. but
It's
they can turn
027
you
in
into
France,
pieces,
though.
and it just doesn't end. Humanity
Mobile
is a
officers.
horde, but
Making
instead
sure
of a
you can't
horde
run
of
away by
bugs
killing
or
you if you
rampaging
try.
orcs, it's a living
Exactly.
wall
That is the
of
officio
guns. At the end
perfectus
of
way.
the day, though he's been ferried through hell on a ship
If you-
that's
if you
10,000
can't
years
fight,
old to some
get out of the way.
godforsaken war
I will
For the
push.
Emperor!
though he deployed
Yeah.
from high orbit with nothing but a grav chute,
Yeah,
though
yeah.
he is one of 10 million men and women
Oh my
snatched
God.
from his home world to fight
Oh,
a
fuck.
war
Ah.
he barely understands.
That's
Though
crazy.
he has been given a weapon that fires small suns and may annihilate him as he fires,
For the
because
Emperor!
knowledge of how it
For the
functions has
Imperium!
been lost,
This shot.
though his company is supported by tractor
Courage!
tanks that
In
run on
honor!
anything you can
This
burn,
shot.
though he wages war against the devouring
Courage
hive
and honor.
mind, ravenous demons and hordes of hyper-advanced
Oh,
aliens
God.
with strange
An old,
technologies. and
Imagine you're
sorceries
just a
he never
soldier. They say,
dreamed
"Oh, you're gonna go
existed.
fight, yeah," and
No
all of a sudden
one
your first
will
thing is a
remember his
demon fucking
sacrifice.
coming at you, yo.
There will be no records of his deeds.
You know,
no
the
glorious
Imperium has
parades
actually
in
done a
his honor,
fantastic
and
job
no
of hiding the
remembrance
existence
of his
of
name.
demons to
All
its
he will
people.
earn
So when
is
they
a
do see a
shallow,
demon, they're like,
unmarked
"Oh,
grave
fucking
on a
God."
forgotten world, untold
The
light
average,
years
the
from
average,
home.
like,
Yet for all
member,
this
the
thankless
average
sacrifice,
human
a
has no idea
guardsman
that
is a
chaos
man,
exists.
just
Oh,
like you.
so they're just
He
going
has
in
no
getting
millennia-old
fucked.
genetic
Yeah.
engineering, no prophetic leader, no
They think they're
miracles, but
aliens.
they'll,
They
like,
actually
he has his
think they are
last gun,
Xenos.
his orders,
wild.
Yep.
and those
They're
beside
like,
him.
they're like
He is the
vast,
Imperial Guard,
vast
and he will
majority of the
hold the
Imperium
line.
has no-
In the end,
knows
the Astra
nothing about
Militarum,
chaos.
despite
Well, I
fighting
guess
for
in
the
an
honor
age
of
where
the
there's no
Imperium,
social
are their
media,
own
that would
form of a
happen.
massive horde army where individuality does not
Social
matter.
media
They
would
are
be heresy.
merely
How dare you
numbers
say
It would be, yeah,
to
yeah.
them, and the vast
Since they
That's
have to
bull.
do it by
the
like
Vox-
sight.
The
are
Voxnet
attrition-based battles that
exists.
gain virtually
Like,
no
internet
ground,
and
Can't
a
really use the
countless
Vox
millions
net
exists.
to
die.
spread.
Yet this
Gonna say,
makes
you can't
them
The only
use the
problem
Vox
is
net.
it's
For the
entirely
Imperial Guard
controlled by the
contains
Imperium. The
normal
Imperium has like
people
100%
who are happy
control
and
over.
sad, people who laugh and
Yeah,
love.
you can't use the Vox
and
net
in
to
there
talk about the
are
truth.
stories.
Also, when a Grey
Because
Knight
there is
helps you,
strength
he
in
kills
facing
you
the
after.
horrors of the universe head on. With
You
nothing
can't
but
learn
a
about the
rifle in your
existence of the
hands
Grey
and a
Knights.
prayer on your lips. Armed with an
They don't
innumerable
exist.
amount of Imperial
Yeah.
soldiers
They're
and
just a
Space
myth.
Marines, the Navy begins its great
Uh,
crusade
so,
into the stars
Kopa-
to rescue the stranded
Kopanovic
Primarchs and
says, well,
reunite
it
them
is
to
said
their
a guardsman's life
But the
expectancy
biggest
on the
question
battlefield is
needed to be
between
asked
15
was,
seconds and 5
what would they
minutes.
find? The age of strife
5 minutes
lasted
is very
thousands
short.
of years. If a
I was gonna say
civilization
5
was still
minutes is
alive out there in the
very,
galaxy,
very
what would
generous.
they be?
Yeah.
The technological advancements of humanity
Have you
prior
seen the
to
kinds of
and
things that
during
they
the
have
Dark
to
Age
fight?
technology was
Yeah, I've seen
unfathomable.
some.
It
5
allowed them
minutes
to
is a
spread through the
blessing.
galaxy with ease
Yeah,
and
you're
allowed them
lucky.
to settle once inhospitable planets. These branches of humanity were provided with
They've
the
gotta fight
vast knowledge
giant
of human
space
creations and were
monsters
given
like
gigantic
the size of
machines
buildings.
to make arduous labor
It
and
ain't gonna
ease.
happen.
The spreading of
Yeah.
these massive colony ships was known as the Long March, and
The
these ships would be
Long
retrofitted
March.
into settlements upon arrival to their new homes.
That's
Accompanying
crazy.
them were the gigantic pieces of farm equipment that served
Let's
multiple
go!
purposes and the specialized pilots that could
Nice.
maintain them. They were not only able to tend
Yeah.
the fields and do labor, but when interstellar
The most
communication
wonderful
was
It was
cut
funny
off,
that
they also
knights
did a
are
great job
farm-
of protecting
were
the
farm
colonists
equipment during
against
the
both
Dark Age
threats,
of
demonic
technology.
and alien.
Giant
Because of the
mechs.
significance of
Nah,
these
they're
machines,
they're
those that
trash.
could
Yeah.
pilot them were
Yeah,
powerful
expected
enough to
if you-
consider
imagine
leaders, and the upkeep and
It's
preservation
just like
of the
complete
machines
this
and the
crop
lineage of
rotation.
those who
Wheat,
could pilot them
fallow,
was
giant
imperative. These machines, over the thousands of years,
so the French Empire said...
That just shows how advanced the tech was during the Dark Age of technology. Is that they had giant mech suits for
be savage in war, loyal to hearth.
So the French
doing your arable farming.
He must keep honor with all.
So the French Empire says, yeah, except if
Titans were different.
He must serve the emperor and defend the imperium.
So they said, yeah, except if you fight heretics in trench war, you want to immediately send it, and that you don't get bombed to death, which is basically impossible.
for this farm.
I mean, if you're fighting Death Guard, you gotta get
leadership that control the devices.
Tapanyavich says, well, 5 minutes if you're lucky to enough to encounter a salamander.
Mars found plenty of these worlds, and it
Yeah,
seemed
the
the majority
salamanders
of
will
them
help
reverted to a similar state. Like King
Salamanders
Arthur,
are a Space Marine
these feudal
legion
worlds
that
welcomed the tech
actually
priests of
have
Mars
like
with
a
open
good,
arms.
like a
The mutual
amount of
relationship
care
between
for
the
the
Admech and
average
the nobility
civilian.
was beneficial. The Admech were able to secure
Unlike the
more
Ultramarines,
worlds for
which will
mining
literally sack an
resources and
entire
potentially
city,
long-lost
turn
SDC
into chaos
information,
just
and the
because they're
bosses were provided with technological
That's
know-how
wild.
and modifications from the Admech
I'm totally not
themselves.
bitter about
The suits
Monarchia
became more and
at
more
all.
specialized, and their history as mere pieces of equipment.
Look, right, I'm just saying, if it wasn't for the Ultramarines, there wouldn't be so much heresy.
Or if you have an Imperial Titan on your side, you'll last more than about 5 minutes.
The Imperium, the nobility of the Night
Unless it
Houses
steps on you.
remains just
Yeah, that's the steps
a
on you.
I was gonna say, you could
feudal
just easily
hierarchy
just
that swears fealty to either the
That's an
Mechanicum
option.
or to Terra. Like the knights in our history, once they swear
That would suck if you
fealty,
just
they can be
got
called
crushed
to
by the
aid their
fight.
respective allegiance
It'd,
in the heat
it,
of
it would be
battle.
great
The
to
ones
destroy
that swear
anything.
fealty
Yeah, he
to
just
Terra
said that
are
right
led
after
by
you
the
said
High
that.
Monarch, while the ones with the Mechanicum are led by the Princeps.
Oh,
the
my
ones with Terra
model
might be
just
sent
froze. Hold on.
directly to the front line of war, while the ones with the Mechanicum tend to be sent to
Hold on.
protect the Forge
Being
world.
crushed
And the
is a
heraldry
genuine
of these
problem.
houses is what you'd expect from a generic history of knights. Houses pledging allegiances here and there, your run-of-the-mill
there we
War
go.
of the Roses aesthetic. Except instead of ponies, you have gigantic death machines.
There we
These
go.
knights can't seem to be piloted by any old person, however. A member of
Uh-huh.
the nobility of
Sorry,
any
it
given night
froze.
house must go through the ritual of becoming. This
Uh-huh.
ritual involves them sitting on the device used to control the knight, known as the Throne Mechanicum, for a full night. What's wrong with that?
full
I
night.
mean, sitting in a chair for a full evening sounds pretty
That's
great right about
nice.
now. So, a pilot cannot drive a knight. They can, but it moves about as effective as Ripley from Aliens 2, big, lifter thing. It is, in a sense, a beast that must be controlled, and a pilot must merge
And
with
I
it.
think
The
being
mind
stepped
of the
on by an
noble is
Imperial
connected to
Titan
the
is
machine
death,
and must
but
fight
more
with the
honored being
mental
dead by the
signatures
demon
and
child. Step on
personalities
what?
of the
hold on.
prior pilots as well. Everything a knight experiences
be an
in
honor,
battle
but
is
no.
felt by the pilot
But yeah, no, that
themselves,
sounds
be
right.
it the general
I think
movement
I'd
in the
rather be
battlefield
stepped
or
on and
damage
die
sustained
instantly
by
by
the
a
machine
giant
itself.
foot
If
than
a
I would
knight's
be like
leg
getting
is blown
eaten
off
by a
in battle,
demon.
the pilot could experience a broken bone in the same
Although when I
spot.
do
The
die,
merging to
that'll
the
happen
machine
anyways
forever
because it gets
changes
sent
the
to fucking hell.
mentality of the noble
So
that experiences it. This connection reinforces
If you're
a
lucky.
strong
If
degree
you're
of
lucky.
nobility and honor in the pilot, and a desire to fight for the glory of their house until the bitter end.
In the immortal
As their
words of a friend,
ancestors'
the
minds
safest
are
place you can
linked
be in the
directly
Warhammer
to the
universe is
knight.
dead.
The size of these knights
True.
can vary, but generally speaking, they
True.
stand in the ballpark of 30 to
Honestly,
50
like,
feet
not really,
tall,
because
and are
even in
protected
Age of
by
Sigmar
a
is
thick
death not the
adamantium
end.
armor. Beyond
Yeah,
that,
definitely,
they
you
have
just
their
go to
own
the
unique
universe's
ion
version of
shield
hell,
generators
so.
that give them added protection, and when it comes to their looks, the
Oh,
most
depends
if the
common
twin-tailed
pattern across
comet
the
is in
Imperium
the
is the
sky. The twin-tailed
Questoris
comet is in
pattern,
the
and
sky,
it's
it's the end of
honestly
the
the
world.
one
Yeah.
you're probably thinking about right now. But there are also smaller
Oh.
versions like armatures and bigger
Oh,
ones known
God.
as the Dominus. As for a loadout, these guys
Let's
are
go,
essentially
Mr.
a
Potato
fire
Head
Mr. Potato
strapped!
Head. Battle cannons, Gatling cannons, heavy flamers, thermal cannons, up close and personal. How about a gigantic chainsword or a
Yo.
straight up gauntlet? And for that empty spot up top, screw it. More auto cannons. Maybe add some
Let's
missiles.
go!
Whatever you can do to make it as over the top as possible, you gotta do it. A squire serves a knight. A knight serves a lord serves a baron, and a baron serves a monarch. So who does the monarch serve? He
Yes?
serves every subject. From the rudest
Every
serf to the members
subject,
of the court.
my royal
Chivalric fealty,
darling.
when ideally practiced, is not a pyramid, but a circle.
Oh.
Ironically, on the surface, night worlds themselves are
Oh,
one
that's
of the
still in the
least
map.
grim, dark settings in the galaxy, reverting to an ancient time with knights and peasants. Is
And some
almost an
have a church
escapism
on their
from the
back,
techno
yup.
hell
Yeah,
of
we
the
saw
modern
that one.
Imperium. But this, of course, doesn't make it great for everyone. It sounds fun
Yeah,
on
that's
paper to
the
play a
Emperor
game of
class
knights, but
Titan.
it's not
Yeah.
so fun when you're the peasant of that world. For the knights
AKA
themselves,
the
the knights give their
absolutely must die
entire
under all
lives to the throne Mechanicum, and
Yeah.
their reality is not their own, as they have to hear the voices of thousands of generations of their ancestors controlling their actions and their lives for as long as they live.
awesome.
It's
It's
a strange
awesome.
dichotomy. When it comes to Warhammer, most to all jobs tend to be terrible. However, if there was one that could be
Right.
considered enjoyable, it would be the pilot of a knight, or
Oh.
a princeps of their larger cousins. While it does contain an egregious amount of hardship to be a knight pilot, you do enjoy a wealth of privilege. A knight
do?
pilot is often an asshole who
Oh,
can
yeah,
a
you're
rich
noble.
noble that, despite
You're
his
a noble
braggadocious
as a
behavior,
knight pilot.
is still
That's
very
wild.
much him, and he will continue to be him.
Night houses are treated
Knights
the same as
are not the
Imperial
only
nobles.
thing that the Imperium
That's
found
wild.
lost in the stars during their Great Crusade. Due to
Glory
the
to House
circumstances of
Farlock.
the Age of Strife, humans were changing and adapting to their new homes they were now isolated on.
Oh, wow.
Some of these humans evolved over thousands of years to adapt to these areas,
commoners ought to
and
be
they were
taught
known as
their
abhumans.
place.
Many
These
abhumans
fucking
found their way into
commoners,
the
man.
Imperial Guard or other lesser positions in the Imperium if they were not
Votan.
wiped out immediately
Yeah,
for being
I
too
don't know
different
what that
from their
means.
human counterparts. But their
Who's what?
abilities and appearance vary from planet to planet, and
Huh?
one particular group of abhumans have
Let's
made quite a name
go.
for themselves in the center
Literally
of the
Hero
galaxy.
Galactic.
The Leagues of Voltan. I like how he does these intros. They're so
The
epic.
origins of what will be known as the Kin start at some point during the Dark
Oh,
Age
if you have a
technology, where
Titan
their
for you,
ancestors
nobody
left a
will tell you
planet that is
anything if
very
not the
much
few
there and went to the
peoples
galactic
over you
core
like
to
the
mine it of its
Inquisition.
resources. They brought along with them everything that they would need
Nah,
for a
the
long-term
Inquisition will
stay.
still tell
Most
you to do
important
stuff.
of which
Yeah.
were the
Inquisitor,
incredible
like,
AI-based supercomputers. Be it
commandeers
guidance,
your
technical or
Titan.
philosophical,
Your Titan is never
schematics,
commandeered.
or the ability to
You don't actually
upload
get a
the
choice.
memories of a deceased explorer to
God.
gather information from them.
Kapanovic
These
says,
computers
well,
became an
whether you get
essential
killed or
part
not
of their everyday
by being
life,
squished like a
especially
tomato, it
considering
can go
that the
worse. You could be
galactic
blinded,
core
become
is
deaf,
one of the
or
most
get vaporized by the heat of a
inhospitable
volcano
places in
shot
the galaxy.
by one of
It
the
is an
Titans.
exceptionally
The only-
star-dense location,
The only thing
full
that could give
of
the
abnormalities,
Inquisition
black
like
holes, and
orders is
sentient
the
hostile
Emperor.
nebula.
And since the
Whatever
Emperor's
that
not
last part
exactly
means, it is not a safe
vocal,
and easy place to
they
make a
basically
living,
have
and
free
this
reign.
only got worse
Oh, I
thanks
see.
to the warp storms during the Age of
Like,
Strife.
there's
In order to adapt to
Inquisitors
this
who
area,
can just
these
wield
travelers
Xenos
perfected a
weapons
genetic
because
makeup
nobody
that made
dares
their
tell them
future
that that's
clones to be
heresy.
more adept to
Exactly.
the area. These future
Yeah.
clones
So
will be
people
shorter
can
and
bend
more
the rules.
robust
That's
than their
crazy.
ancestors, and the need to
The
procreate
thing
would be
is,
unnecessary
the
because
Inquisition is the
why
perfect
risk
example
messing
of
up
they
a
don't
good
need to bend
employee
the
when you
rules,
could
they
just
made
make a
the
new
rules,
one?
they are.
These
Oh,
would
we
be
made
known
the
as the
rules.
squats,
But
and they would
that's
all
not
die.
fair. Life's
Except
not
for when they
fair,
didn't.
bitch.
And now they are known by a different
Life's
name.
not fair.
Leagues of
Exploit
Votan,
very
all
races
of
have at least
their
one cautionary
all,
title.
all the
which
members of the
explores,
leagues are either
vanishing amidst its
clones
blazing
or
stellar
bots.
nurseries
Yeah.
and strange anomalies. Yet for the leagues of Votan, the galactic core has been
Whose
home
genetic
now for
template are they
millennia.
using?
These
Mine,
squat
no.
humanoids would begin to establish
So
themselves in the
how
core,
it
and their
works whenever
goals
a
would be
new
the same
whenever
as
the
their
Votan
ancestors.
core
Rock and
deems a new
stone!
kin to be
But, like,
made,
Rock
it
and
takes a
stone!
bunch of
Whenever one of
it
them
takes a
would
bunch
die,
of
they would know that sucker
it takes
would need to be
genetic
uploaded to
sequences
machines
from
like
a bunch
their
of
forefathers
previous
did.
kin
But the original purpose
or
of these machines
dwarves,
was lost to
mixes
time.
them
What was
together
once
to get a new
technical
gene
resource for
sequence,
them
and
turned
then uses
into
that
a
to make a
ritual
new
known
dwarf.
as joining the ancestors.
Understandable.
The fact that they were
Hernkin
clones at this point
and half
meant that the
kin
same
are
copy
just
of the same
genetic
individual would be
sequences.
uploaded countlessly.
Different.
The
Kind of.
sheer overuse of these computers and the
Because they've
repeated
got
uploading
because
of
it's
redundant
Hernkin
data
Jaegers, but it's
has
like
turned these
Hearthkin.
once powerful
Warriors.
supercomputers
Hearthkin is more
parents'
of like
computer after you
role.
installed
They're all
LiveWire on
kin,
it, and
and
whose
then
50 Google Chrome tabs
Hernkin are
definitely
like
contain information they will
exploration.
return to one day. So much
like
corruption
explorators
that these
and-
computers began to develop
Yeah,
the
just
makings of a
like they go out and
personality of their
like
own.
discover
These would be
things,
known
and
as
then
the
Hearthkin are like your
Votan, and the kin,
baseline
this
standard
dwarf-like
standard
abhuman of
kin.
humanity would
Yeah,
reveal.
'cause, like,
The
I know
Votan still
Hearthkin-
operate
Then
on the
Iron
day,
Kin
but
are
the
robots.
Vulcans
I
are
hope
corruption
you're-
that make
And
anything
the
outside of
tactical
their
squad
very
too.
basic functions highly unpredictable. They may not
yeah.
answer a question for
I
centuries
hope you're-
at a time,
yeah.
and if they
Also,
do
French
provide an
Empire, the
answer
only way
or
you can
data,
survive
it
the
has become
Imperium is
so
by being a
corrupted
perfect
and so
citizen of Terra,
incongruent
close
that it
to the
takes a
temple where the golden
really
throne
keen
is.
wizard to comprehend it.
Oh, really?
The kin,
Even
much
then,
like the
that's-
dwarves of
it's
fantasy,
mostly luck.
exists nowadays as a mercantile
I'm doing
system
good,
it-
hope
because
you
you can
are.
constantly work to mine and
If you get
manufacture.
drafted,
However, their
well, that's the end of
capitalistic
you.
desires are dangerous.
Or God
The
forbid,
biggest crimes
was
they
it?
can
We're
commit
learning
are
about
dangerous,
Imperium
unproductive,
and
breaking
the Warhammer lore.
unchecked.
Or
Stellar
more
How
specifically,
concepts
what
I
the Inquisitor
feel-
doesn't
years
Oh,
due to the
yeah.
review of a
Planet.
deed.
Ah,
To decide
darling.
the contract of the kin,
Yeah.
you best
Oh, yeah.
not to. Because of
YouTube
this,
chat, I'm
the
talking
kin
to,
have
like,
been known to
Twitch
interact
chat
with other
when I said
species
help
in
you.
This is annoying
fairly
me.
common
How is that
manner.
How
This includes
are
men
you?
Are
who
you
met various
annoying me?
members of the kin multiple times, but
Exterminatus.
constantly
Yeah,
considered them to be all
exterminatus. Yes.
different species.
Exterminate you all.
They referred to as the squats, where their
whoa, what is this?
And were wiped out by the Tyranids. Little did they know they were still around. The kin are acutely aware of two things. The first is that the humans of the Imperium are deeply terrified of technology. So the sheer existence of the Voton is a secret.
But then, this is like back in like second edition.
Iron Kin.
But the Games Workshop didn't really like the lore they made for them, so they just
Blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne!
Recently, they have now brought back King.
Confident that they are from Terra, and they know that if this secret is revealed by the Imperium,
hey everybody, hey Smug. Okio says, blood for the blood god! Skulls for the skull throne! Let's go!
What could possibly be wrong with these guys besides the hyper late-stage space capitalism?
I don't know if you
we have to go back to their creation. The Kin are an entirely clone-based race made from the computers that are exceptionally difficult to recreate. These machines, the are becoming more and more and derelict.
And being an Inquisition or a Space Marine or things like this, it's great. You have more chance of survival, but first off, you have the physical capacity for that here. And then the French Empire also says, heretics!
The end that awaits them would be non-existent.
The purge will begin!
Being an Inquisitor does assist to your continued lifespan.
At their duty,
Quiet.
upload all they know.
Understandable,
to the Voton. Their ancestor cores join their ancestors, but doing so is actually the thing that is killing these supercomputers in the first place. The ancestors were dead, but through the first truths, their legacy continued.
The ancestors are dead. Let's go!
Indeed, the ancestors were watching. Not with a gaze.
One kiss, not where the blood flows. Yes. Okio, that's correct.
Was the embodiment of the ancestors cast anew by the Voton. The galaxy changed. Stars died, planets were destroyed, and civilizations fell. But as long as the Voton endured, the ancestors core, I do want to end this last one with an enjoyable quote from one Kim. As you may have assumed, the Leagues of Voton are space dwarfs with a corporate sci-fi motif. But they are still giant AI. They're squat, they're strong as hell, and they hold serious grudges. This time it's just more about your contracts than anything else. And so because of this, they might treat most things about how you would expect a capitalistic dwarf would treat things. You misunderstand, human. I am not here to debate. I am not here to compromise.
Well,
what you see is yours, I am taking for my kindred. You want to bargain? Torek, unholster our means of negotiation. As the Great Crusade continued, humanity
well, now that 10th edition, the psychic phase is gone,
the locations
they just have psychic gun
worlds,
like everyone else
and
does.
Finally,
here we go!
Same old phone?
Which sucks, because
I'm
upgrading
right
to the
back.
new Galaxy Z Fold 7.
You're in the bathroom, you're good, you're good?
This video...
There we go.
I love the old psychic tables, they were great.
Where is the world terror? I will purge him in holy fire! Says the French Empire. I love it. I love it. I love it. Love it. Love it. So good. Although I don't think I have time to like completely dive into every aspect of Warhammer.
No,
like, there's no way.
Not if you not if you plan to go to sleep ever.
There's not enough hours in a day, honestly.
True.
There's not enough hours in a calendar year.
That's
wild. There's a lot of lore.
And they have been building on it for over 30 years, so like don't expect to actually ever finish it.
You didn't leave chat, I promise. Aw, thank you for staying, Flame Me, Way Me. Really? It's really long? Yeah, it's extremely long from what I've heard.
I'm glad that this is just part 1.
Yeah, it's part 1. Yeah. Warhammer is long as shit, you could say,
And just don't forget as well that this is only one.
Look at the size of that thing.
Look at the size of that thing. That meme I got. Woo.
I mean, has anybody told you what the Warhammer of Warhammer is?
No.
It's Galmaraz.
I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab something from the kitchen. We will continue momentarily. And
I hope I'm not the only person that knows that the Warhammer of Warhammer is Galmaraz.
Also, chat, Minnie.
I thought it was just I never understood the hammer.
Yeah, it's Sigmar's actual hammer, Galmaraz. It was made for him by the dwarves, which is why it's named in dwarf script. But the logo the new logo looks that way because the wings are supposed to be Stormcast, and the wings are Aquila, and the front is Galmaraz. It's Sigmar Heldenhammer's actual hammer is the Warhammer of Warhammer. Blam, let's go. Perfect.
I'm back.
Yeah, I was just saying that. Do you know what the Warhammer of Warhammer is?
Sigmar's hammer.
It is indeed. It is Galmaraz.
Galmaraz. That's what it is.
It is Galmaraz.
I knew it started
Sigmar's
with like a
actual-
G.
Yeah, it's made for him by the Dwarven Kings, if I remember correctly.
Yup, it is.
Because the only thing I really know about like old hammer is
Old
like
word, yeah.
the twin-tailed comet signals both the birth of Sigmar and the death of all
I am
things.
back.
It was in the sky during the end times.
Alright, I am back. Is everyone back?
And then Skaven. Skaven everywhere.
Alright, here we go.
This video is part 2 in a 2-part series on
Rats.
every faction
They're the
re-explained.
rats.
If you've not seen part 1, you were either snatched by the
Right, they
YouTube
stalk
algorithm,
at night 'cause
or
they're
you
the
don't let anything, not even common sense, hold
We'll just stop right there.
the lost worlds of humanity. Each of his primarchs fanned out across the
French
galaxy to
Empire's
accomplish this goal. But the one they were
propaganda.
expected to report to was
What?
his favored son, and the first one found,
Yeah,
allegedly,
and there
which
is
was
Primarch that are
Horus
dead,
was
alive,
granted the
or
title
traitor.
War Master,
Lemon
and he
West
certainly
lost.
lived up to
Fulgrim as
Biggie's
Demon Prince, and
expectations, which were very
Sagrinas is
specific
dead.
and set by Biggie himself to
Yeah.
all of his sons. However,
Russ isn't
either
lost. He
intentionally
deliberately
or
went
not,
into the
the
Eye of
Emperor
Terror
did
so
not
that he'd
mention
come
to
back
his
at the
sons
end.
some of the
Yeah.
more chaotic aspects of the
Whatever
galaxy.
the
Which is
whatever
Horus
that
literally
means.
himself, while in the
everything
process of reclaiming a
that
more
the Space Wolves
advanced
has
world,
and
was
does and
informed
believes
of the
Alright.
existence
all
of
have the
Chaos
word
Gods,
wolf in
a factoid that
The
Horus
French-
initially
the
did
French
not
Empire
believe.
says
To him, it
it
was
was
a bit
watched to that.
unfathomable
I'm not the
to
biggest
think that
fan
his
of
father
Space Wolves.
would admit
Aesthetically,
such
I like them,
significant
but lore, I'm not the
information
biggest
on the
fan of
inner
Space Wolves
workings of the
lore.
galaxy. However,
I am not
soon
propaganda.
realized this was
I
the
shall
truth,
hurt
and this
you.
betrayal was
For the Imperium!
with the
There's an honor!
astronomical weight put on his shoulders and his father immediately
It is
leaving it
literally
all
just
in his hands,
which one of
combined
these
with the
wolves is
And
slow
praise the craft sword.
corruption of his
Well,
mind
yes,
by
yeah,
those
Eldor
closest to
Empire,
him,
yeah.
he began to change his tune.
Well, the
Horus
Crow-
began amassing a following behind
Yo, what
his
is that?
father's back with several other
Crossbow
primarchs and
sings
began to
again,
formulate
That
plans to
is-
usurp
that
from
is
his throne
Abaddon,
on
the
Terra. While this was
spoiler.
occurring, Magnus
Yo.
the Red tried to
Oh,
FaceTime his
Mr.
dad
Big
on
that is-
Terra,
no,
and that
that
resulted
is
in
not
the
Horus,
shattering
it's
of the
Horus.
protective barrier between Terra and the
That is
demons of
Horus.
the warp. Due
They look
to this
very
damage,
similar,
the
but
Emperor
no,
Also,
was
the
forced to
con
sit on
went
the
to the
Golden Throne
webway.
to ensure that it would continue to function.
They look very similar and they
Ultimately,
use the same
half
weapons,
of the
but
primarchs
it
would
does
fall
not look
to
as similar
chaos,
as
and the remaining half would
Horus
fight back
Two looks
viciously
exactly the
against
same
their
as
brothers.
Horus.
Chat just
Horus
said,
eventually
please
gained
don't
the
like the
upper hand and arrived
Ultramarina.
in orbit above Terra itself, and after antagonizing his father enough, the Emperor temporarily removed
thing is,
himself from
I've always
the throne,
retained if you like the
strategically
Ultramarines,
putting
then
his
play
old friend there as a
Ultramarines,
seat
but I
warmer,
find them
and
very
went to
boring.
confront Horus
Yeah,
himself.
apparently my brother's
It's
just
like-
basic.
it's a
flagship. The Emperor
It is a
faced down
personal
his son, and
preference.
after a
If you like
heated
the
battle
blue,
and
then they are the
64
right
novels,
for you.
the Emperor
But if
managed
you
to
don't,
obliterate
I
Horus
I
on
don't
a
think
cell
they're the
atomic
worst.
level, but not
I think they've
before his
gotten a
favorite
lot
son
better
was able to
lore-wise.
mortally wound the Emperor.
Also,
As
the
dust
webway
settled,
is
the traitors
Eldor.
fled from Terra.
Alright.
The Emperor's body was dragged back onto the Golden
They're not my
Throne, where it
choice,
sits
but I don't
permanently
hate
to assure
Ultramarines.
that it continues to function.
No, and the
While
thing
a
is
corpse
Horus Heresy
forced to
has made me
constantly hold back
appreciate
the horrors of the
other
warp and guide
chapters
humanity with
a
his
lot,
pale light.
because they all
And
have
that
their
light
unique units.
is
Yeah.
And some
flickering.
of them are
Well,
From there,
Horus
the
Heresy,
remaining
the
members
Ultramarines don't
of
get a
the
lot of
traitors to
attention.
the
A
Emperor
lot of attention
fled
because
to
they
their
weren't there for the
respective
Wow.
safe
Era.
havens.
Wow.
These
No, and
are
plus,
the veterans
they also don't
of
have
the
a lot of
long
like
war.
special
I make
units
Bully,
that they
Guilty
get.
Man,
The
Glacier,
Right.
Bro woke up and
Those
started
who
perking
would let
right
the
down.
galaxy burn if it
The
means
Blood
the
Angels are
Imperium
the
gets
exact
caught
opposite.
in the
Raise the
flames.
Pantheon?
These
What the
are
fuck's the Pantheon?
If he's an Eldar, so
What are the gods? This town.
And what are the achievements of your
Cain.
fragile Imperium? It is a
Oh, wow.
corpse rotting
Sagrach.
slowly from within while
So
So we got
maggots
three
rot
different.
in its belly.
factions in the chat right now. We've got someone praising the Pantheon. We've got someone praising the Imperium, and the one person says praise the gods.
Nothing. And my
we got a faction war.
To Eldenesh,
frailties. The Horus Heresy saw the collapse of the Imperium as
yeah. Warhammer 40k, my god is better than yours in the chat. Let's go.
Though the favored son, War Master,
was
killed in the rebellion,
lots of heresy in the chat across all angles,
and remain a constant threat to this day. The twisted reminder of what the temptations of the war
when the Emperor will be back and on his feet
to the loyal legions. And as time progresses,
French Empire says when the Empire will be back on his feet, your fate will be sealed.
Though marred and absolutely mangled by the ruinous powers, they are still unmistakably
what I would say to that is that they've spent a lot of time being very
they have never been more free. After the heresy, the loyal legions of Space Marines became very strict in their organization, and their separation into separate chapters with capped numbers and other formalities was done to prevent any form of heresy from happening again. The Chaos Space Marines are a bit different. Ultimately, these Marines are subject to the primary legions that fell to chaos in the first place.
He's not gonna be because setting will end and Game Works can do that because they want money.
Night Lords are supporters of chaos undivided,
either or sometimes shunning them
altogether. But a few of them follow a very specific chaos god. Thousand Sons are followers of Zeus, the Death Guard followers. Nurgle, Slaanesh has their claws in the Emperor's children, and the World Eaters are avid followers.
The line was the end of last edition,
so are separated into roaming war bands
That's
that may
crazy
go
what's
under their
going
own
on.
unique names or
it's
may
moving
stake
towards
a claim
11th
to one of the
edition
primary legions.
Yeah,
Most
we're almost
of
the end of 10th
armor
edition.
of a Chaos Space Marine
It's less
but
11th,
it changes
less
quite
than a
a
year
bit
away.
to reflect the
Your
intentions
troops are no match for Astartes,
the
this
Death
chat.
Guard's armor has become
It's like 10, 11 months
full
away.
of gaping mouths and plague-filled
The funny thing
boils.
is
The
that
World Eaters sharp
So-
I don't know if you keep up with Horus Heresy.
I have a couple
Horus Heresy
questions.
just got third edition.
What is with that?
He just got third.
What is this?
Heresy's gonna be good.
That is a a Chaos Space Marine of Slaanesh.
Right. So that is that. Hold on, let me ask you something else.
That's them.
That's
the cover from
this.
the old Corn supplement.
That's Death Guard. That's Nurgle's. That's one of Nurgle's Space Marines.
So are they still
that's
under
a
the
plague
Imperium's
marine.
control or no?
No, they're Chaos. They are.
Full of
They've broken away from the Imperium.
Alright.
Now
Chat
under
says
Chaos.
nuclear warhead inbound. Exterminatus ready.
The Emperor's children armor, nipple rings.
Exterminatus is very rarely nuclear strikes.
Due to the
He created the Chaos Demon and it almost went extinct because of it.
just
and more about a
orbital
new skin
bombardment.
for any
No.
And then
That's
they
the
do the
title.
one where they
Though
set your
the
atmosphere
Chaos
on
Marines have
fire.
no
That's
true
another
fear of
class.
death or numbers
And then there's
diminishing.
the core
There are
cracker
Yes.
major
before they
Tokyo,
shatter
we
the
did
planet.
go over that.
Yeah, the actual
However, the conscription of these
Exterminatus
recruits
bomb.
is
You
a lot
know,
more chaos
they used to
fueled
do a
and
set,
is more of a
and it was
forced
Sometimes
assimilation
it's a
and
virus
in
bomb. They
some
virus bomb the whole
instances,
planet.
breeding.
Just
The organ
fill with
implementations and
poison.
other modifications
Wild.
are the same, and the
they once
necessity
did
of a
a
gene
set
seed
called
remains the same.
Imperial
But the result
Markers
is
or
a
something.
hell of a
They're
lot different.
like a
That's awesome, though.
Understanding Chaos Space
And
So-
is a difficult
An
exercise.
Exterminatus
If
bomb
we
is
took my
part of that
original
objective
video
marker
5 years
set.
back and looked at the Imperial Knight section, it mainly
Chat
focuses
says how
on
a typical
big
Space
zombie
Marine, but our
robots.
warriors
Now
are
that
way
I
more
understand
powerful and
more,
skilled than
I can
yours.
discuss
There's
the
full-on
Coach
roleplay going on in my chat. It's great. I love it.
and bring some more context to it all. To assume
The orange,
Chaos
we
Space
saw a lot of
Marines
your
are simply
soldiers
the
fall
opposite
to
side of
ours.
Space Marines would be foolish. For once you understand the plight of their
Those
primarchs,
are,
they can provide a context.
do you remember the
always
old
needed. Horus
Dark,
himself turned through
Dark
an
Vengeance
overwhelming
set?
weight
Those are
on
the
his
guys from
shoulders,
Dark
and
You would have a
lost
planet if
the
you're good at war.
But what of Angron? Angron lived as a slave gladiator
Whoa.
for his planet's masters, who took Dark Age technology and shoved it into his brain, so
Lol,
experiencing
what
any
books you
emotion
read?
other than
Ultramarina
rage
books
was
do.
agony
They
for
are
him.
bot
He
canon.
finally
Yo.
leads a revolt for his fellow gladiators and frees himself from the confines of servitude. The
Whoa,
Emperor
what is
finds
that?
him and says he will take him home, but Angron
What the fuck am I looking at?
He will fight with his friends against the tyranny of his slave owners to the last. At the final last stand with him and his closest friends, slave gladiators,
Wild.
all of them outnumbered and
Angron
on the
is
verge
tragic.
of death, the Emperor forcefully teleports Angron to his flagship.
Your troops are fighting like ballerinas. Ours are fighting like real soldiers.
Leaving Angron to live
and ours respond to second. We do not want a planet that's typically not warfare.
Russ kept his kin friends. The Lion kept Luther. Humans, brothers, and foster fathers, saved and raised into Legion ranks. But not me. Not Angron, no. Did the Emperor teleport his gold-wrapped custodians down to help me in my army?
Those goddamn bitches nail. Chat just, oh goodness gracious.
No.
Chat just said you are just homeless in response to someone else's comment. Yo.
The way he honored
well, Ballerina, like Fire Avengers of Barcelona, Dark Reapers.
Angron the Oathbreaker, Angron the Betrayer.
Oh god.
Conrad Kurz lived as a lonely boy.
Chat's going on it.
Have you guys seen the
by constant visions of an assassin sent to murder him by his own father. Lorgar was born on a world of chaos worshippers with abusive parents, and the Emperor decided the best way to reprimand him was destroy his holy city. The Emperor robbed Mortarion of vengeance and suppressed Magnus at every turn. The question isn't why the Primarchs rebelled. The question is, why didn't they sooner?
Fire Dragon Station 1v1 and it started in heavy armor. You can't do anything. They are not ballerinas, says Chat.
Of a golden tyrant, and they finally could be free from his heel. Of course, things have changed a lot since the heresy, and the Primarchs of the Chaos Space Marines that have survived the fall are a twisted variant of what they used to be. They have all, for the most part, ascended to the position
dragons can't hold a battle barge. Well, Stricing Scorpions Van Loftham.
However, due to the nature of the transformation and dedication to a particular chaos god, their actions tend to be separate from
Fire Dragon will melt him in 1 second.
For example, is so infatuated with being a demon prince of Slaanesh that he is at times far too focused on his own personal perfection as opposed to conquest, and sitting around like Frankfurter on his throne. Meanwhile, Lorgar is being stalked by a bird, so he's always on edge. The most adamant against the temptations of the chaos gods, Perturabo, was even
your soldiers can't be replaced.
They actually had Corvus Corax say nevermore.
Project. Chaos Space
just before he goes into the tower,
because there is a great deal of cognitive dissonance.
Also, the fact that they named him like Crow,
your devotion to chaos is a sliding scale, and the representation in the universe is so varied. Some are there to reap a high tally of kills for their patron demon, while others are there purely to destroy the Imperium who wronged them. Some are there to torture and maim, and some are there to conquest and conquer. There is no unifying glue. They fight each other as much as they fight everyone else, and their machinations are entirely
not as bad as Ferrus
You've all walked different
Primarch of
paths,
the Iron
but together we have come to the
will destroy the Golden Fire.
The Emperor has failed us. The Imperium
and your soldiers can't be replaced. Us, and we have infinite
the
of them.
laxity of its laws, the decadence of its culture, and
who acts as the Conrad wishes he was,
who serve the most loyally. It has failed us by never recognizing our virtues, never rewarding us.
I am so lost. I am just
Corax is probably what Conrad Kurz wishes he was, i.e. alive.
It has failed us by being flawed to its core.
Conrad wanted to die.
Pursuit of a perfect
Quote him.
He totally gave himself up to the
Quote him.
Seek
Death
to
is
twist
nothing
humanity
compared to vindication.
True.
And it has failed us most of all by being
and to be fair, he probably was just racked by
the
the
Imperium
fact
is forged by a dangerous
isn't it like in
and
the lore
erodes us all by demanding
really
sacrifice
hated
truth
being part of
on the
chaos, and
altar
he's now
of
like he was
necessity.
like super upset
This
about it.
is an
He
empire
wanted to
propagated
so
by sin
to
that
explain
deserves to die.
Conrad,
And here on
his
Isvan
whole
5,
thing was
we begin the
he
purge.
saw
From
his
these ashes
visions
shall
not
rise the
as
new
a
kingdom
potential
of mankind,
outcome
an imperium of justice,
but like
faith, and enlightenment.
Like these,
an imperium
these are the
heralded,
outcomes
commanded,
that must
and protected
happen,
by the
or that
avatars
will
of the
happen.
gods
like
themselves.
he thought they were
he went
heroic.
out of
strong
his
enough
way
Take your leader and
to
fight
ensure
in the
that
war
all the- and he saw all
against
the
an
worst outcomes
Astartes.
imaginable.
Slaanesh will take your soul in
as I have
heaven.
said before.
To ensure
Space Marines
that
know
his
you have
visions
500,000
came
for an
true.
entire galaxy.
And because he
So
saw
we
his
do not
him
need numbers.
dying
Not mention
at the
their
hands of an
dark.
assassin.
Oh, that last one I
The
don't
Kosher
understand.
Emperor,
is the sign of the power of the
he
Imperial
like
Knights.
if I
But what
prevent this
about
from happening.
Yeah, what about the model? Yeah.
Ruinous powers claimed during the Horus
But
Heresy
he let it
extended
happen
beyond just the space
because if he didn't, that means all
Mars
the other terrible
itself
things
was
that
subject
he
to a
let
revolution
happen are
that
things
saw
he could have
half of them
prevented.
fall to chaos as well. and some of the once
like,
royal knight houses saw themselves swearing guilty to the dark gods. The falling of these factions allows the war machine of chaos to continue uninterrupted and to have firepower equal to that of the Imperium itself. The Dark Crystal, as the name suggests, is the chaos-affiliated branch of the Mechanicus, and have a lot more free reign, much like the freedom of the seeds of the Dark Mechanicum were planted fairly early.
So, I have a question. I did this. So let's love this. Ready? So I'll show you. Ready?
This to allow the schism to happen a bit more naturally.
Isn't it the one with the skull head with the massive
So if I do this, right? It's Lynette's gaining power.
While also utilizing forbidden
technology. I told you I'm chaotic, chat.
That's the blank one. That's the one that's a blank.
The Dark Mechanicum do have their own desires.
Yeah.
But they're interested in taking ancient and forbidden technology from real worlds and activating them for their own. Because what good is a bunch of knowledge and wiring if you don't overload it with as many extension cords as possible?
So I zoomed in on my thighs, and I said, "Hey, would Lynette love that?"
And then,
genetic experimentation and modification and fusion of man and machine are
more.
And no creation is more reflective
no, Eversor is the insane one. Vindicare.
Instead of regular tanks and vehicles,
it's like the demons in the war.
Bound with the presence of demons.
It's like the demons in the war. You were just traveling in the universe. Oh my god, Reno, what did I just see? My thighs. Or the warp. What is a warp spider?
So that can be a more effective killing machine. In certain factions, like the bitter and salty Iron Warriors, they will lure demons to glory and easy bloodletting, only to then forcibly trap them into these demonic engines to use as weapons.
There's some other temples.
You don't find the material.
Some lesser gods like
you have the Vanis temple.
And now you
does have a heresy. I think it has a heresy model, but it doesn't have a.
Now you have to do some very defined shit from the Celeste to get you. We have the Green Knight. And you have little soldiers that have less armor than my
Should they do so,
they're like hacker assassins.
Should you not, I hope you enjoy your soul working in the forges for all eternity. That's what you sign with blood and oil. In addition, much like their ties in the Eros realm, the Dark Mechanicum and the Chaos
I'm currently monologuing in the comments.
There were, of course, many night houses that swore fealty and bent the knee to their master Horus. But a good portion of them had no choice, as they were absorbed by
that's crazy.
And corrupted into compliance.
Get corrupted.
And then there's the Venus.
The Throne Mechanicum, which once had a noble sitting and taking control of generations of previous drivers and taming a beast, is now a saddle to a monstrosity of wrath and hate. The nobles of the Chaos Knights fight to activate and bring the machine to their will, while combating the corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors. Some of these nobles
we love corrupted minds.
They themselves fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all. Unlike the Imperial ones that require a pilot, a demon can hop into the cockpit and control it instead.
I'm Imperium, not. I'm the war. Also, the only one on the war is dead now.
And the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic.
Oh fuck, I fucked up.
His model was old and crusty.
Generations of previous drivers.
And it was wrong.
He needed a new model not to be legend.
Hatred. The nobles
you mean what?
And bring the machine
to not lore, but again.
Corrupted minds of their fallen ancestors.
I know, but I shot material. I say material.
Fuse into the throne itself and become one with the knight. If a noble dies, no worries at all.
They did. It looks the exact same, but it technically have gotten like a slightly modified of the game.
The Night Worlds also see full corruption.
So this whole section is.
Did they ever change up the fact that they still use Firstborn Dreadnoughts?
So I'm confused. So they're saying demons can just jump in the armor and no need for a pilot that's been trained and thing all for years? That's crazy.
Yeah, because they just possess
where there were once peasants, there are now demon engines. And the goal of the Chaos Knights are just as chaotic as the gods they follow. Some are
That's kind of wild, not gonna lie.
Look at the soul grinder.
Dark Mechanicum Forge Worlds, and others still may be so hyped up on the ruler's powers that they are just aimless and reckless, hoping to unravel the fabric of the universe itself. Though the aspect of nobility is still there with the Chaos Knight,
no
but it's
material.
not the same as it is on the Imperial side, as opposed to a beautiful knightly stallion. The knights here are horrifying and unpredictable monstrosities, fueled in part by the agony of the memories
no material,
of the
real
ancestors
space,
trapped
a
within.
material
The invasion by a house of Chaos Knights is a horrifying thing.
We will destroy the Eldars until the last.
What you can see.
Normally they can be deployed
The
by
Immaterium
is
reality,
but Imperial Knights can
and
be
then the
deployed with
Immaterium is the warp.
a gigantic
And then there's the
knight
Hellboot.
keep
With
with
the
like
Hellboot.
towers and stuff will
It's a
hurtle
dreadnought
towards the surface
with,
like a drop pod and be
More
slammed
specifically,
into the
a
ground
Chaos
with an
Dreadnought
excessively
is
thunderous
a
crash.
Chaos
Then
Marine is interred in there
massive
as a sort of
drawbridges
punishment.
slam
But
down, banners unfurl, and
Hellbrute
huge
is where
horns
the
play the
demon
song of
in
their
that
people
machine
as these
starts
lumbering
to
robots
overtake the
charge
body
out
and
of their,
fuse the
again,
machine and
drop
the person
keep
together
to
so that
fight
they're just
for
complete
the Imperium.
forever.
So
That's
imagine
crazy.
what
Able to
a
get out.
warp-fueled version of this
And
could
it's
be.
a horrific punishment because because the metal
Oh.
becomes flesh. So if they get shocked in the arm, it's not like a robot arm, so they don't feel it. It's flesh, so they do feel it, and it's
That's
incredibly
wild.
painful. at
Chaos
all
Knights
times,
have
and
such
they
a
live in
presence
spring.
Yogurt,
that
alpha,
fluctuates in
wild.
their tread. They bring doom, dread, and despair.
That's just an
across
average
the
day
battle.
for chaos.
5,
Warp
15
storms
signs,
you're a
occur
child.
overhead, and psychic
I'm
phenomena.
gonna tell you right now, chat.
A Chaos Knight either blood as the air gets heavy,
Hold on.
the enemy feels a crippling sense of paranoia, and the sky begins to forces of chaos begins to raid blood, acid, and God knows what else. The horrors of the warp have
I'm trying
resulted
to,
in a
right here,
dread
chat.
and despair.
That's me. That all, not that, but all the anime stuff. That's me. That's
across
my
the
normal stuff.
Warp storms occur overhead,
I think
and
you meant
psychic
the
phenomena
chaos
cling
engine
to
for
them.
that.
A
That's
Chaos
so
Knight
funny.
will
I
arrive
guess
on
that'd
a
be-
warp-debased platform,
Also,
or
fun
perhaps
fact,
a
cat
portal
girls,
itself
canon,
will
yes,
climb
you
out
know.
of a pool
Real
of
build.
blood as
Yeah,
the air
here
gets heavy,
you can
the
last.
enemy
Me
feels a
too, but a
crippling
Green Knight
sense
can
of
bring you to the
paranoia,
warp,
and
and
the
you can't
sky
stay for a
begins to
second.
raid
And you can
blood,
watch it get
acid, and
destroyed,
God knows what
and then
else.
Aris
The horrors
replies,
of the
but
warp
you will
have
not because
resulted
you will
in a
find them. Maybe
dramatic
if they are
change
not
in
Horus
technology
Heresy,
in the favor
you
of
could
their
not
forces.
could.
Though
But
in
now you
practice,
couldn't.
it
Green
is
Knights
a horror
exist and
beyond
are more powerful than
comprehension.
all of
Their
you,
baseline
wild.
desires don't seem that radical on paper. They are
Yeah,
creative
every Grey
builders
Knight is a
working
psycho.
to innovate and improve technology
And all
while
their
utilizing
weapons are
anything they
Also, I
can
love
to
the
accomplish
Lord
their
of
STEM goals.
Drago.
Looking at the dark forces of chaos and
That's,
the Emperor
there's like
now
a
on his
non-0%
golden throne,
chance when
humanity
Chaos
is
cultists
fractured.
try
The
to
Emperor
summon a
himself
demon.
is the
They
guiding
instead
light for
summon
warp
Caldor
travel for
Drago,
humanity,
and he
in
just like
being that
murders
exists
all,
as a
and then goes
beacon
back and
for the entire species.
That's kind of scary.
Without him,
It's
things
the
would
best
get
way to trap
somehow
chaos
worse.
cultists is to
Therefore,
just be what they
he needs
summon.
his protectors. Where a Thunder
Like,
Warrior wasn't
surprise
enough for his
bitch.
army,
Calo
and half of his
Drago,
space
not
marines
anymore.
and traitor,
The whole
the Emperor's
time.
personal bodyguards are something else entirely.
It's
They
literally
are
the
not
Oh.
the physical
equivalent
stars,
of
nor
it's
are
me,
they a
Austin.
nightmarish concoction of organs
So the
and
Grey Knights
indoctrination.
use gene
They are
seeds from the
built
Emperor?
and gene
Oh.
crafted with science bordering on magic.
Oh.
They
They're
number
extremely
10,000
gifted
strong,
psychers as
and
well,
each
on
of
top
them
of everything
is a
else.
hero. They are the
Isn't it like the silencer?
Let's
is
get
a psychic
this.
weapon?
Rare is the battle where an emperor's custodians outnumber our foes. We are ever beset, surrounded upon all sides by heresy and foulness, just as is Terra itself. Yet, like the throne world, we stand
No one
resolute,
can survive on the
indefatigable,
warp, sis. Child.
indomitable.
You're made to
Let
kill
the
powerful
enemy come.
chaos
Let them
demons.
darken the
Awesome.
horizon with their numbers. Still, we will prevail.
Depends if you
Though
have a
the emperor
Galliford.
sits rotting on the golden
Look, it's
throne,
the
his
Custodes,
talons
yeah.
remain sharp. The talons of the emperor was the name given to the most
Glory
elite
to the
forces
emperor!
at his
Yeah,
disposal.
so-
The left hand
The
of his
the-
talons
the
comes
custodians
in the
are the
form of the
personal
Sisters
honor
of
guard of the
Silence,
Emperor.
psychic
Oh, so
blades
they're
that scour the
10,000.
galaxy
Oh,
to claim
okay.
souls to fuel the astronomical.
They have
in
the
form
best
of the
weapons,
great tide.
full stop.
1,000 psychers sacrificed
I mean,
daily
that
to keep the
spear,
Emperor of Mankind
that's like, it's a
alive,
Guardian spear,
dragged
but it's got a
into the
melter
black
gun in
ships
there
of the
instead of a
Silent
bolt
Sisterhood.
gun.
Oh.
Right hand.
I
So,
love that thing.
Tokyo says that the custodians aren't made like normal space marines.
These are the custodians.
No.
While
No,
the
but
members
So
of the
Space
Marines
Marines
went out to
are
take back
like
the
they
galaxy,
take like a
the Legio
10-year-old
Custodians stood
and then
back
slowly
kept
and then like
close
turn
watch
them into
over
a
the
Space
Emperor
Marine
himself. The
through like surgeries and stuff.
Well,
custodians are like you like from birth like you start changing them from birth, slowly sculpting them to be like the perfect human ever. Because the thing is with Space Marines have a bunch of like extra organs to like have them like deal with different things or do different things. Custodians do not have that. They're just like engineered humans.
Oh, they're like peak humans. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's cool.
But it's a much slower, more expensive process.
Custodians are, in a sense, similar to Space Marines in that they are genetically
And their
modified super
armor is
soldiers clad in power
insanely
armor.
good.
But that is
And
where
their
the
weapons
similarities
are like
their genetic
their
makeup
armor
seems to be
what
made
is
by
it?
the Emperor
Is it
himself,
made from
or at least something
Aurum?
like
Is that what it's called?
the precision of their creation predates
Yeah,
No
something like
Titan
it's
can
like
defeat
it's
a
not
Primarch.
ceramite anymore. It's like
Unlike
a better
Space Marine
ceramite.
recruitment, where there's a
No
process
Titan
of
can
taking
defeat a
the subject
Primarch,
as at
and then
least
someone
somewhat
said the
grown,
Eldar
a
Titan
custodian's
did.
process begins at infancy. The methods in which they are made are a secret. But what is known
Elders
is
are
at
not
the very
all
beginning,
fast, not
each
powerful.
custodian was made
Wow,
by the
there's a
Emperor
full-on
himself.
faction war going on in
Regardless
chat.
of the bioalchemical process, the process is
Has this video
exceptionally
talked
long
about the
and grueling, and only a handful of
crux
selected aspirants make it
terminatus?
to the end. Those that do are
No.
clad in the most
No.
regal
I
and
don't think it does. It
effective
goes
armor
into
in the
it.
Imperium. Commonly, a
Because it's
custodian
an
is
amazing
seen
piece
carrying
of
a
lore
guardian's
is the fact
an
that
utterly
if you're
yoked
honoured
up
enough,
version
you
of the
literally walk
staffs the
around with
Praetorian guards
a
of the Emperor in
stone
Star Wars.
like
They are
seal on
also
you with a piece
clad
of
with
the Emperor's
specific
actual
shields
armor
and
in it.
blades. But the most interesting thing with all of their gear is that
That's
due to the meticulous
unbelievably cool.
and dedicated maintenance and preservation of their armor
What?
and gear,
Like, not
these
Elder
items
Titan
are the
defeats
same
Sundanus.
ones they
If you
used
could, why we...
10,000
Yeah,
years
look,
ago.
if you could
The
see my YouTube
custodians
chat, it's
do
really
not
just like
age
the one that's
biologically.
cool.
So
Great.
some
I
of the
love it. I love
veterans
this
in
kind
the
of stuff.
Guard may be several thousand years old. And unlike the Space Marines, they fight entirely
don't
as
want
a
to.
solo force. When a line of custodians is holding back waves of enemies, they operate independently. There are no battle formations, there are no squad tactics. Each custodian is the main character, trailed by serfs and servitors, tasked entirely to reload
You don't
their
understand
weapons.
the
They
lower
fight with a
faction?
singular purpose, if
That's
not
what it is.
action.
Yeah, the
Groups of
custodian armor is
custodians
made
will
out of
dispatch enemy
auramite.
after enemy, their spears coming within inches of each other, but never close enough for a killing blow. Their strikes are intentionally defensive, allowing their opponents to attack 1 to 2 times before parrying and ending their lives. Each strike deflected is an opportunity to know their enemy more and learn from their patterns. They are
Want to
truly
preserve
the
all people,
Emperor's
not rule the
bodyguards,
galaxy, not
masters
now?
of close combat, enemy knowledge, and reactions measured in milliseconds. Though the custodians
that's
are a part of
quick.
the Adeptus Terra, the members of the Guard only answer to their own leadership and the Emperor himself. The leader of the custodians is known as the Captain General, and individual squads of custodians are overseen by a shield captain. As their focus is on the Emperor, their command center is located within the
we are killing each other and you hate us more than the dark ones, but you attack us? Yo.
But there is a dedicated elite guard of custodians.
There's separate
known
lore
as
being
the
discussed in the
Companions
chat.
that stands 300 strong by the Emperor's side. In total, the custodians are 10,000 strong, and when a member retires, their name is added to the Hall of Name and vanish across the galaxy in a cloaked disguise to serve as eyes and ears for the Imperium. Despite their numbers and their strength, the members of the custodians do not consider themselves to be soldiers or warriors in any way. They see themselves strictly as the guardians of the Emperor in all facets of his presence. This extends beyond the physical. Custodians believe they represent the guarding of the Emperor's ideals and philosophies too. Their
Talking about the
gains
cinematic
are both
I'm thinking of,
and
it's
literal.
not
They are
a
the
Titan
protectorates
that
of everything the Emperor
it's a
stood
Wraith
for,
Knight
and in
versus
doing
a
so,
Imperial
the custodians
Knight.
are also
Oh,
artists
okay.
and
So
scholars.
they're talking about an Elder Knight one shot. They said that,
However, due to the
yeah. So they're saying that an Elder Titan versus an Imperial Titan.
Primarchs. The Emperor himself had
the Eldar do
insinuated
have
many times
the
that
Phantom,
once the galaxy
the
was
Sonic
brought
Titan.
to heal, that there would be no need for the Space Marines anymore. And they were
They even still
to go
do
the
that
same
model
way
because it used to be a
Thunder
model
Warriors
where it
went.
would have
For
Phantom
it,
Sonic
the
armors.
custodians were meant to be the judge,
Oh,
jury,
that's
and
a killer.
executioner
Although then again, funny things
and
like
our
Sight Titans are
not
like
only to be able to take down space
they're fucked up.
but
there was a time when the Harley Quinn started cutting through some custodians.
The custodians muse on how
that's been retconned because the
That's
author
retconned?
didn't know what custodians are when he wrote the
as if
lore.
they
He
were
thought they were
created
just
and
like
made for
regular
that explicit
guardsmen.
Purpose. Constantine
That's
Valiant,
crazy.
one of the
He thought they were
closest
just the
advisors to
other
the Emperor,
soldiers.
was asked if he ever
that
disagreed
piece of lore was
with
retconned.
BE on something.
So
And he
Hokio, that
said
was
it
retcon.
once,
Mainly because it was a
with
bunch
the
of
formation
crap.
of the Primarchs.
I feel
Who wrote that? Was that a Matt Ward?
Let me ask you a
I don't
very
think no,
fair
it wasn't Matt
question.
Ward. It was some other
What
author.
do you do
I think he's
successfully?
only
Quickly.
able to do it.
What the fuck am I watching? Yo.
Because there has been some terrible.
What the fuck?
I hate that every time we're in Untucked, the conversations are about me.
And besides the training distrust for Space Marines, the custodians also have evidence for their
Expedites
distrust.
Eldor when we
The
want to be
Horus
on
Heresy saw half of the chapters fall to
I mean, for me,
chaos
the
and
worst
turn
law being
traitor against the
Blood
Emperor.
Angels.
In the
and
mind of a custodian,
Necrons.
the fact that half of the Space
Not
Marines fell
sure the
before
Empress
means
Cannon
the
can
other
rip
half
apart Eldor's
can fall
Titan.
with
We
ease.
have better
They are
technology
fully
and we're
capable of
faster,
wiping
says
out
Alice.
literally
And then
any
French
force
says,
put
let's
against
ask them and we'll
And in
see.
a sense,
Oh,
are
we
the
got
final
the
representation
Imperials
of the
versus
goal.
Eldor in the chat.
However, they are forced to
no
stand in
faction
silent
in
and
war
blind
is strictly
service to
better
the
than
Emperor
the other.
and to the
They're
ill
like
of the
every
Imperial.
like
And
if
they,
any
for
one
10,000
faction was
years, have
stronger
stood
than
vigil over the
than
Imperium
anything,
and have
we
watched
wouldn't
its
have
rise
the
and
like
fall with the
clusterfuck that
inability
is
to
40k.
do anything about
Yeah.
it. While they do go out,
Yeah, and then
fight
the
some
other thing
battles
is
here
that
and there, at
they're
the end of the day, the
all probably
vastness of the
they're all
Imperium
good in
means that the
different ways.
closest
I mean, like,
advisors to the Emperor himself
sure, the orc
are
don't have
powerless to make
big
a
enough
change.
bullets
But
to
goddamn,
destroy
can
a
they
space
kill a
marine, but
space
because
marine?
there's so
For
many of
100
them and they have a
years, I
sheer
stood
volume
my
of
watch
fire,
amidst the
then they'll
somber
just
shadows of the
shred
sanctum
space
of
marines to
Imperialis.
pieces.
I was still
That's
Also,
the
the
important
orcs have like the
but always
like the
ready,
worst
always
shots
attuned to
ever.
dangers
They're so
unseen.
Yeah.
Days, months,
But then
years
again,
passed
there's
by
also
in
a very
frenzied
important part of
blur
their
beyond
law
those
that because
walls.
they
Yet with them,
simply wish
little
their
moved
magazines
and
to be
nothing
unlimited,
changed.
they are.
For 100 years, I did not but wait. Yet had any threat appeared,
The
I
orcs
would have
simply
struck it
wish
down
things
in a
into
heartbeat.
existence.
For 100 years, I stood my watch, and as it ends, I tell you this: patience is a weapon. Of course, a threat directly to Terra itself would appear to be something foolish. It's in the deepest parts of Imperial space and is one of the most defended bastions in the galaxy. You truly have to be
if only we had a
foolhardy or
Titan that is
insane
more,
to
that
think
had
that you
some
can take on Terra
castigator
itself.
Titan. What?
However, one faction certainly
You want it
got
faster,
close.
but with the
In the
web
dark
way, but you have a
ages
number
the
of brutal
stars,
times.
in a river
Castigators
of
is a
misery, there is one
sororitas
faction
tank
having
built on
a
the Rhino
kraken
Shuffle.
And
old time.
Always
The
says so.
galaxy
Go fight a
sees them as
Tyranid
savages,
orc
yet
regarding
they
your
have
planet.
already
Every
figured out the
sister tank
questions
is
of the
a
universe. Their numbers are uncountable,
rhino.
their technology incomprehensible,
Yeah,
and yet their violence
the
is so
Exorcist is a
very
rhino.
green. I am,
they're
of
all
course,
rhinos.
talking about the
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 football
orcs are the
hooligans.
pinnacle
Let's
of
go.
creation.
Let's go.
For them, the great struggle
The
is
orcs.
one. They have evolved
The
a
orcs.
society which knows
The
no
orcs.
stress or angst.
Now,
Who are we
orcs
to
is
judge
good
which? We
and
elders
glad
of
it's
faith,
done.
or
And
the
that is
humans on the road to
cunning
ruin in their turn?
and
And
dagger.
why? Because we sought answers to questions that an orc wouldn't
And
even
just remember
bother
the
to
red
ask.
ones do actually
We
go
see a
faster.
culture that is strong
red
and
ones
despise
go
it
faster.
as crude. During
The
the
red
war in
ones go
heaven, the
faster.
old ones were doing their best to spawn as many combatants to their
Yeah, let's
cause by
go.
seeding the galaxy in a
Bah,
specialized
bah,
sense. The
bah,
Eldar were made
yeah,
to be
yeah.
a precise and tactical species to fight off the Catan
Yeah.
and the Necrons. But another prominent species was made by them as
The
well.
Kriegs.
The Krork
Let's
were
go.
warriors
That
clad
fucking
in
music's
ornate armor
higher.
with more dangerous weaponry. However, things
Yeah,
changed,
we don't
and these
love
warriors changed.
sausage
The
rolls,
Krork
right?
are no more. They are now
Great.
known as the
Just
boys,
nice.
the lads, the mates, the orcs. An orc in 40k looks like an orc.
I'm a
in most
metalhead,
other
sorry.
fantasy. Hulking,
Orc
warlike
like is basically
monstrosities,
orc heaven,
big
yeah.
teeth and
Heretic
worse
Astartes is a good fight.
However,
Tyranids, it depends on.
unlike the more
You guys are still
Tolkien
discussing that, let's go.
creatures, the devastating
yes, we
nature
don't
of
travel
the
over
orcs is
time,
in
like
their
real soldiers
biology.
upon it.
Unlike most species in the galaxy, the orcs are actually a
Every
type of fungus.
faction
This fungus
loses and wins
itself comes in
against
various
each other.
forms, the small goblin-like
every faction wins against every faction as much as they lose
as well, and also the squigs, which can be used for basically anything. But regardless of what is a system, all of them are born from the spores that land on the ground.
Squig bombs.
As they travel around the galaxy,
I love the fact that they usually come as the two-legged like fat things, or like a squig off, which is just a fucking dinosaur. Just
or you have hair
because of
squigs,
this,
which are like
orcs are
parasitic
not only
hair.
prominent across the galaxy,
They
but
put
they
on their
are
heads that have hair.
exceptionally resilient
Aren't
due
there
to their
also
growing
squigs with like
even if
targeting
one
eyes?
orc lands on a
Yes,
it will be
there's
nearly
targeting
impossible to get rid
Well,
of
targeting
all
squigs.
of the orc presence.
I love
unless the
bomb
planet
squigs. They
is
just run at you with
destroyed.
mouths
And
full
even then,
of dynamite.
they might
We lose a lot. We managed to bring out more soldiers afterwards. That's stupid to say. What do you mean a silver soldier? Who? Charging an enemy on an enemy. A thing that you can't do.
You know what that's based on? That's based on like Fine Cascas when it was very stocky. Not the new
alongside this, however, they are a tribe species that is comprised of
love it
war
with the
bands.
quad
And
cannon
the
as well. That
biggest
thing
and
looks like
strongest
genuine,
war
like a
leads
weapon.
the war band known as the war
so
A thing that you
At the
can't
bottom of the war
dying
are the
some
Greggs
orcs.
and the Snob.
Saying not
These
human.
members act as the servants and slaves of the orcs, and
It really
sometimes
does
their
exemplify
actual
like his
ammunition,
immense
despite
size
being
as well,
a bit
because
smarter and more
lived for
cunning
so
than their
long.
bigger brethren.
He's
Because
like
in orc
20 feet
culture,
tall.
the biggest is the boss. The smallest gets picked on and thrown around.
The biggest is
Beyond
the boss,
war
and the
bands
smallest is a
tribes,
running
orcs
gate.
also belong to a specific clan.
Oh, I
Tribes
see what those
constantly
are
share
now.
and
Those are little
rebuild what the
orcs.
clans do.
Literally like
They are,
goblins.
in a sense, a
Do they still have
psychological
the,
state of being for
grot
any
tanks?
given orc,
Grot
and
tanks
gives
are
an
awesome.
orc their specific character and traits.
I
And to
think
make
they
things
just
easier,
blended
these clans are
them,
also color-coded. So
unfortunately.
that's very easy
Did
to
they do
tell what
anything about
orc
looted
does
tanks?
what.
Because the
Though
looted
there are
rule
many
was actually
clans out
really
there,
good.
6 of them are
Used to
the
be able
most
to
I don't
take
think there. I don't think
the
there's
bad
rules
moons
for
are
looted
essentially the
tanks.
merchants and have
But
a lot
if you
money
wanted
because
to,
their
you could
currency
kick
is
bash
teeth, and
another
they grow teeth faster
a
than
tank
any others.
to be
Oh,
The
yeah.
blood
another
axes are
army's
the
tank to
stealth
be like
units,
one
and
of
by
your tanks.
stealth,
Who
it
cares?
means like
I
slightly
do
more
like
quality
like
than the
new
others, and they have a
buggies
love
and
for
stuff.
Say your
laughing
species
and
was
shooting.
coming in
That's
soldiers
skills are
skills after having
transferred
world
to
class
boss,
and
which
one
is combat
Very
specialists.
good.
And on the two ends of the
so good.
spectrum, we also have the tech
Yeah,
savvy
Grot
and
tanks
the
are
more
good.
traditionalist and tribal snake bites. Another major facet of
You
orcs
know,
is their religious
you know the
beliefs.
one.
They believe in 2 gods.
The
Mork
reason
and
why
Mork.
we are better than
The one
you,
is
yo.
just
Brutal and
It has
Mork
a
is
squid
brutally cunning.
launcher, so
The
it
difference
just, like,
between them,
fucking
according to
catapult
Mork, is that
the
Mork
Wow.
hits you when you
squig
aren't
buggy.
looking, and Gork hits you
Squig
when you
buggy.
are. There's a lot of
Rocket
confusion
trucks,
as to
squig
which one
buggy.
is which,
Yeah,
and this
squid-
results
What
in
is
a
all
lot of
this
infighting. In other
nonsense?
species, this would be considered a
And
sort
then
of
the
religious
absolute
conflict.
Isn't
best
Chad
named
Orcs, it's just
Gork
another excuse
and
to
a
fight.
gork? What?
I have a quote here, but I don't
Orc
want
the
to
North.
absolute
orc
righteous
voice.
name
the orc
for
gods.
an
I'm going to
orc
get my
vehicle
co-host, so that's
ever
ridiculous,
is
to
the
read this
Waz
one.
It's
bomb.
Eldritch
That's the
Resistance.
jet.
Am I being the
The
mental?
Waz, the Waz
cunning
bomb
in
blast.
grot and more
It has a fucking
Well, it's
a
all cunning
gun
in a
that
quad and more
catapults you.
skillet and
It doesn't
glass.
matter where. it just
What's the
does it.
full, mate? Can't
On
get there.
Piscina, we jumped the Marine boys, and our boss pose was covered in the helmets we took from the dead-ends. We burned their port
You know
and
what
killed
the
their
orcs
bosses,
call
and
chaos
left
marines?
nothing but
What?
ruins
Spiky boys.
behind.
Spiky boys.
They are called spike boys to the orcs.
Accurate.
Speak with the word
These are
of the
humans.
gods.
These are
We's
boys.
gonna stomp the
And when they're
universe
dreadnoughts, they're
flat
can
and
boys.
kill anything
Yeah.
And then
what
when
fights
they're
back.
chaos marines, they're
We's
spike
gonna
boys.
do this
That's wild.
because we're orcs,
There's always
and
boys.
we was made to fight and win.
I love the fact
Fighting
that, like,
is the biggest
dreadnoughts are the most
aspect of
revered
orc
space
life.
marines,
and
and then the
it's
orcs just
essentially
call
their
them can
life source.
boys.
They are genetically hardwired to get into battles and scraps with enemies that can feel pain. The more they fight, the
so
bigger they
effective.
get.
Oh,
This
I
combined
see, I
with
see.
getting bigger over
Boys.
time means that some of the
Oh, I
biggest
see.
and baddest
Boys, and
orcs of all
then,
time have been notably gigantic. The Beast, as he was known, was
Yo,
for the size
that's
of
huge.
an
Space
orc.
Marines and
If
GTs.
an orc runs
Yeah,
out
well,
of other
Space Marines are
enemies to
BTs.
fight, they will
Those are
immediately
huge.
start
Only if they're in
fighting
Mark
to
6,
scratch
then they'd be
their
big
itch.
boys.
For example, in the Warp, a planet exists where a band of
Oh,
orcs
what?
are in a constant state of war
Whoa.
and battle and have
Oh.
been for an improbably long amount of time,
Oh, damn.
strictly because how much Korn enjoys himself watching it.
I
For
know,
some,
yeah,
being trapped in a perpetual war planet for all eternity would be a fate worse than
It's
death.
funny actually because the
Boys,
orcs were made
this is
directly by
heaven.
the old.
In
Yeah.
the event of a
As a sort of
particularly
counter.
big battle, a massive
So
That's
amount of
awesome.
war
these
bands
the
will
orcs
unite
are the
under what is
closest
known as
that
the
any
wall.
living race will get to its creators. These
Yo,
are the
what is-
direct creations of God.
What is going on here? We've got like mechs with skull faces,
Dog
World
War.
War II warplanes, machine gun,
Yeah, that's
Gatling
orcs.
guns.
The war.
What
The
the
war.
I think
fuck?
the mech is it's either a Gorkanaut or a Morkanaut.
No, that's a Death Dread.
Oh, Death
With the
Dread, yeah,
skull,
yeah, yeah.
that's
no,
a
yeah.
Death Dread. And then the red one
Death
off to the
Dread.
right, that's a Killer Can.
It's a kill can, yeah.
Oh
And
my
then you've got your
god.
Daka jets and your Blaster jets and
Daka
your
jet.
That's
what's
crazy.
There's a
man.
Stompa way
Burner
in the
Bomber,
back.
Blitzer Bomber.
Do you see the Stompa like right
Yeah.
behind Ricky?
Yes,
That's
the
crazy.
Stomper right there over his shoulder. Oh,
What
the thing, Stompers are cool because they actually the
Stompas
model
are so
has
silly.
the
That's-
model has the
They're
The concept
results
of a
in
wall
them.
They're
covers a few
huge.
bases.
They're fucking
The first
massive.
is the group aspect of the massive green
They're
tidal wave
they're
of orcs
Titan
fighting for
size.
the
They're not
same
Knight
cause.
size. They're bigger than
Cause being
We're not
the
sending
make
warriors
out
to
a
glory.
strip
But the most
Make
prominent
out a
aspect
strip
of the
spaceship.
wall
You have your
is
tactics
the
and good
psychic
points,
aspect.
but that's
There is
Remember how the
1v1.
old ones made
No
the Eldar
retreating.
and all the Eldar
We
psychic?
are
Well,
winning.
orcs are
They would just
too,
take a meteor
kinda, but just not as
rocket
much.
to it
Only a
and just
little
smash
bit
it
of
into your
And they
planet.
often
Oh,
don't
just
know
fuck
how to
the
use it, and
That's
frankly
crazy.
don't
Yeah, I
care.
think the
But a
orc
huge
Stompa
gathering
is
of
one
orcs
of the
generates a
largest
psychic
Wow.
field that
kits
allows
that
orcs to be
40
more
that
organized,
40K
dangerous, and
has.
dedicated to the war-based
Yeah,
cause.
and it's
Whoa.
However, the true
Like,
extent
they're
of the psychic
terrifying.
energy and its usage is relative.
I gotta
And
do
it's
a
so hard
reaction
to
That
build
stream.
Baneblade, that
matter
Baneblade also
considering
gets
the
there.
outcome 90% of the time.
We should
Yeah.
do a
Similar
reaction
to-
stream of
Their
all the
ragtag
cinematic.
technology and weaponry is also a mystery to most who
Oh,
encounter
you
it
should
purely
watch the
because
Dawn
of
of
that
War
raw
1
energy.
opening
The
cinematic.
technology, the
Oh, for
orcs
sure.
That's the
seem
best
to be
one
held
with
together
the
with duct tape
when
and
they're
plastic
holding the
glue,
line
and
with the
crude
predator tank.
doesn't even
That's
begin
so
to describe
cool.
it. Their guns seem to
definitely have
have
to do that.
an inordinate amount of ammunition and
Oh,
firing
that's
power,
another fun
and they are
game.
seemingly
Game.
able to put things together on the
Speed
fly
Freaks
in the
is
middle
is
of
pretty fun.
combat. The
Whoa,
Imperial
what's
I
going on
haven't
here?
played
the
it yet,
orcs'
but
weapons and
I
machinery
intend
only
to,
work
but
due
I'm
to
like,
their innate psychic
What is
ability.
Speed
Freaks?
Realistically,
It's not
orc
expensive.
gear hardly works in the first
I'll have to
place.
try that
Weapons
too.
blow up in a Bugs Bunny-esque manner all
It
the
looks like
time,
Twisted
and their
Metal.
war buggies can collapse
Oh.
in the
Very
middle of
Twisted
battle.
Metal.
Just because it works
I was gonna say,
Yeah,
it
it's your
looks very
attack.
Twisted
does
Metal,
not
which
mean
You're
it's
good
the
at your
effective
things.
weapon.
You're good at
But
numbers.
this doesn't stop
So
the
So if we
orcs
take a
and
wheel
their
of war, if
brain
only
time.
normal
To really
soldiers do
understand
win.
the power of
In a
war energy,
1v1 with no
orcs can
retreating, we
operate
won.
purely off of
Oh,
ability.
you have a win on yours.
misconception
One first here
is that
to
orcs
destroy a planet.
believe something
Yeah.
is real
Beast
and
Boys,
it
they don't
happens.
like the.
But that isn't true,
the
because
snake
that's
fights.
just one orc. However,
No, I
there's
think
never
I'm
one
more of a
orc.
Bad
There's normally a
Moons.
few billion
Hell
orcs.
yeah, I
and
think
if
they've
they
reached
all
an
believe
agreement.
something is true,
Kinda
the warp
incredible.
will
Bad
tend to
moons
respond
are
a
bad moons are
positive
blue.
green
They're
light.
the lucky. They're
Sometimes.
Ah!
I
Do
thought
the
bad
red
moons were
ones
yellow.
go faster? Well, with enough orcs, yeah.
I need more
How
water.
does an orc buggy
Those
with an
ones are good, they're
engine
made of
block
cheese.
that's just a boulder with vroom vroom written in chalk work? Who cares? Orcs
Or is bad-
breathing on a
when
ship with a
making-
hull breach? Go ahead.
Bad
An orc
moons
went
Bad
back
moons
in
are
time
primarily
to
speed freaks.
kill a version of himself
No,
so
speed
he could
freaks
have two of his favorite
are,
weapons. It is shenanigans. Because of their actions
bad
and
moons
aesthetic, the
are
orcs
yellow,
tend to
they're
be
the rich
presented
ones.
in
They're
a
the ones
dramatic
with the
bad moons
way
are
sense in a
yellow,
lot of media.
and then blue.
Particularly
Which
the
one's the
media
blue
from
one?
their perspective. They are
Because they're the
bumbling
ones
and
with the
loud
most,
and goofy
flash
British
kits.
football
The DACA,
hooligans, and they
yeah.
say silly things and act in silly ways.
I love
But to the
Black
citizens of the
Orcs. One of the
Imperium,
amazing
the orcs are
units.
far from
Which
funny.
one?
They are violent and irrational creatures that take humans for punching bags, slaves, or
Have you,
ultimately dinner.
have you guys
They
seen
have
Oh,
those
no
Death
moral
Skull. Yeah,
compass and
Death
are
Skull.
violent
Death Skulls
and
are
brutal
blue.
killers
Bad
that know
moons are
nothing
yellow.
else. They are
Sons are
genetically
red.
designed to be a violent
Goths-
species that was capable of
Goths
beating
are
back the
black.
Oh,
Necrons
Goths,
and
yeah.
the Catan. And if the orcs were ever
Remember
able
the
to
Goth Rocker
unify
models?
under
I still
one
own them.
banner, they would be utterly
I love the
unstoppable.
Goth Rockers
However,
models
due
with
to
the
their
guitars,
aggressive
they look
nature,
so
their
cool.
organizational skills are non-existent, and they tend to just beat each other up for the fun.
Blood axes.
All that exists in the mind of an orc is fighting and nothing else. If they wipe out their enemies, they will inevitably wipe themselves out as well. They are a brutal Aurora Horse doomed to an endless war cycle.
Yeah, that's blood axes.
Why does it matter? If they fight and they win, they win. If they fight and they die, it was a good fight.
They fought.
Now that the Xenos armies are growing in strength and
that is
more
one
are
joyous
threatening
thing about
safety of the
orcs,
Imperium,
that
they need to bring
no
new
win or
methods
lose,
in order
they
to
will
Fun to start
take
swinging up
away
against
what they
chaos.
wanted, which was the
The
gold.
Emperor
Snake
is on
bites.
the
Snake
golden
bites are
throne.
like.
Ah, you're gonna do it, Mina?
And they are beset from enemies within and without.
Lots of
So
choppers.
now the lords on
Hell yeah, beat up chaos, do it.
And
You know, I'm an Empress type
for
YouTuber
that,
as well. Go
they
fight.
take to the
Do it.
stars to explore and expand.
Yeah!
To make assassins for priority eliminations, they train a galactic police force and a
Galactic police force
to root out any and all heresy. The lesser known,
and
yet
then the most
most
40k
feared.
is less beast.
Whoa!
Because to me, they seem a bit too sick.
I carry with me an inquisitorial seal. It is a small,
but the thing is if I was gonna do
contained in a neat
Imperial agents. That's when we get into the
It is a
Inquisition.
modest thing,
You had the
relatively
RBTs.
adorned with a single
And
motif
then
and
etc.
a simple motto.
I would
Yet with
blend
this
in
little
an
object,
orc
I can
army
sign the death
with
warrant of
iron
the
jaws.
entire world
I think the
and
iron
jaws are
sign a billion souls to oblivion.
This is
Where the
crazy.
Imperium may see its
What was this, the
justice dealt
animation?
out by the hands of its armies and the gauntlets of its
Oh.
Astartes, when one needs
I wanna
eyes,
see
ears,
this.
or both cut out. It looks to the agents of the Imperium. In a meta sense, these agents are a homogenized version
Are those like
of
a-
multiple factions from
so,
the original video.
Is that an anime?
That,
Like
that
cartoon?
animation with the
aspects of the
that's
wide and
a
all-encompassing
trailer
armies
for
of
a new
humanity
game that's coming
and
out.
serve different roles.
Mm.
Whether it be
yeah,
the
the game
law
does look like
enforcement
that.
of the Sarbetes, the
Yes,
void
yeah,
This is so
explorers,
cool.
the
I'm
rogue
looking forward to
trader,
that.
I
the
have Rogue
invisible
Trader.
hand of
Rogue
the
Trader's
assassin
really
norm,
good.
or the
I
hospitality
need to play more
of
of
the
it, but
Emperor's
it's really
Inquisition.
good.
Each has
It
a
is
part
really
to
good.
play in the
I've gotten
God
to the point
Emperor's
which I've
domain.
unlocked the
Rogue
Space
traders
Marine.
are a great example of a somewhat
I'm
undiscussed
planning
part of
on
the
when I
Imperium.
get when
It's
I eventually
nobility.
start
While you
streaming
may
to
see
play
the general
Rogue
Imperium
Trader
as
on
a
stream.
totalitarian hellscape,
I'm playing the co-op.
because it
with
is,
my,
this
my
is to
stream
those
mod. It's
under
going
the
really well.
boot of the nobles that run
Nice.
it. Rogue
That's Rogue
traders
Trader.
are a special kind of
Yep.
explorer, and their existence is extremely important to the function of the Imperium. A rogue trader is often an extremely special individual and is given the
A rogue
monumental
trader is basically
warrant of
imagine a
trade,
D
allowing them to be
in
given almost
Warhammer.
complete and utter
Yeah,
freedom.
I have the
Their
Rogue
task is
Trader
simple, to chart
kill
the
team,
uncharted,
and it is
learn the
literally just
unlearned,
a D&D
and do whatever they
party.
can as
Oh.
an explorer and conquistador for those
Wait,
bent on
wait, it's all
this
Spain
information
always
is,
has
strictly
been.
speaking, invaluable. Whether a sector
Where your
can be
navy is the
settled and
most
colonies
important, yeah,
built,
it's
or
like,
precious
it's
rare
pretty much
resources
Spain.
exist on a floating
Mm.
asteroid
Time.
can be
Everywhere
mined,
is Spanish
or a
Empire,
long-lost
everywhere is
imperial world from
conquistadors.
the
That's
ancient
wild.
strife
A
is
Forge
recovered, it's
Fiend.
all absolutely imperative. These
What is
rogue
this?
traders are faster
the
than any
animation?
other kind of imperial armada, and therefore chart
this
the
is
direction
the
of the
Rogue
entire
Trader, I swear.
society.
'Cause that's-
Oh,
Because
same
of
thing?
this,
Yeah,
rogue traders are given a
Yeah, 'cause
substantial
that's
amount of
the,
freedom. They have a ship and a crew of specialists
Theodora
and
von
can do things that
Valentius.
would see any
And
normal
then to the
person
left
shocked.
was
They can barter
Abelarde,
deals
and
and
then
even
to the right
recruit
was the
Xenos
Psycho
races.
Oh.
They can
Lion.
explore areas strictly
That's cool.
prohibited, and they can earn a vast amount of
She's
wealth
doing
and
an all
riches in
specs.
doing so. This tends to make rogue traders a very
That's
long
awesome.
lineage, and their
That's so
heirs
cool.
take up the mantle of their house.
warrant
By
of
being
trade.
explorers, they become fabulously wealthy.
If you think about it,
and
the
some
warrant of
can
trade
become
is more
quite
important
the
than,
assholes while
like,
doing
being
so.
a space
But
marine.
truly,
That's
much
true.
like
Even
a
space
knight
marines,
pilot,
you don't
a
get
It
rogue
gives you more
trader is
freedom
an
than, like,
exceptionally
literally
large
anything else.
control
Oh,
and
that's
can
true.
handle
But the
They are
trade-off is
master
like
swordsmen,
you have more
explorers,
freedom than
settlers,
anything else in
diplomats,
the
and
Imperium,
everything in
but you'll
between.
never have
They
like a
chart
permanent
course,
home.
and they set the grounds, which
Who
means
cares?
they will need
If you've got
someone
a proper
to defend
ship,
them.
that is a
and the
permanent
prime
home.
choice for that
Yeah.
can be the Adeptus Arbites. Now the
Arbites?
Arbites are
Yeah,
called
you're basically like a
Judge
world
Dredd-style
governor
cults, as their
without
inspiration
like a
clearly
wolf.
shows. Each planet will
Well, you
have
have
their
all
own
freedoms.
members of local law enforcement,
That's
and most
crazy.
of them
I
will
just-
settle many of
honestly,
the
I'd
issues
sleep
there
in the
and
warrant
then.
chamber
But when something
because
requires a
nobody
far
else can
more
get in.
in-depth peacekeeping force, the
Chat,
Adeptus
I
Arbites
love
will
chaos.
the
You know that.
local
I mean, you do
police
know.
versus the FBI.
AKA
Arbitrators
Judge
in
Dredd.
the Arbites
My
tend to
empire
focus
was built on
heavily
chaos.
stopping crime before it can become
Every single one of them
threat.
just turns
A
around and goes,
criminal gang
I
or
am
uprising
the
can be
law.
subdued quickly, and if missioned
I
by
am
utilizing them and dealing
the
with
law.
soon-to-be
That's hot.
criminals, as they put it. They will tap into
Blocks are
communications,
under
create
arrest.
spy
Put down your
networks,
weapons and prepare to be
to
jumped.
sabotage, anything that helps the
Chat.
good of the Imperium. And
I said my empire was built on chaos, and then my friend and one of the people in my Twitch chat was like, "That's hot."
Pages showing every single law from every single High Lord of Terra in the history of the Empire. Because the
You think you can purge me? Try it!
Hundreds of laws are added every single day, and the library continues to grow with more and more laws and judgments. While Arbetes themselves carry a small version called the Book of Judgment law on their person, this does end up creating a system where the unjustly prosecuted will never escape their prisons.
I love the voice lines that he has
any form of legal counsel will need to go through
basically just like
judgments to help
every
get you
member
out.
of your
Often
party.
these cases require hundreds of years of litigation in
For the
which they will
smallest
eventually
things, like
expire
if
before they
somebody
can be
takes
deemed
the
wrongly
ammo
convicted.
and you need
Innocence
ammo,
is
he will
irrelevant.
sentence
You
them
have been
to,
judged
like,
guilty
9
of transgressing
months.
the
Oh,
law
wow.
imperialis. Do not compound your guilt by
Silence
evading
the
punishment,
breaker.
as there are greater crimes,
Ah, what
so
number is
are
four?
there greater sentences. Of
Do I
course,
know more?
should something go out
I
of
am
the hands of the
Piplup,
adept
highest level
Arbetes, there is
reality
always
warping
the
as well as
silent
time
hand of the
control.
officio assassin.
That is my character.
I can't take them seriously
Naturally,
anymore
the
because of the
Imperium has assassins, and
attention
these
Imperial
assassins are sent
citizen,
to dispatch
multiple
important
third
figures
party.
that would not normally be handled by
I can't see
simply sending waves and waves of guardsmen. The Assassinorum is
Guardsmen?
headed by the
Oh,
Grandmaster of the
yes!
Assassinorum, who is
I
a
just
High
said
Lord
that.
of Terra and
I don't know why I
perhaps
just
the
said it like
shadiest
that. What the
individual in the
fuck?
entire galaxy. At his disposal are
The
multitudes of
assassin.
assassins that
It's
all
your boy.
specialize in various
It's
things.
your...
Their training is extreme and
That's one of the
absurd.
ones that
Asteroid
Ah.
children are often subjected to Hunger Games style
Oh, yeah.
combat with each other on the ride over to the temple. Then
To
you
be
get
fair,
low
like,
gravity, high pressure,
That would be awesome.
horrendous
Awesome.
physical
Because they're
and mental strain, and
horrible.
everything
They
in
literally just
between.
take
Then
them,
their
like,
minds are wiped,
eye to an
and
eye.
the real fun begins.
Tooth
An
to a
Imperial
tooth.
assassin is
And
nothing
evil
to
for
mess
evil.
around with. They are some of the
And that's the
fastest
Eversoul.
moving and hardest hitting things the Imperium has at hand,
Yup.
Old
and can go
Eversoul
toe to
as
toe
well.
with
That's
the
hot!
Assassins,
Some
depending on
old
which temple they
Eversoul
are
are
from.
old.
Some,
are
like the Vindicares, are
Yo, what is
master
that?
The fact that
snipers
it
who
looks
lie
like
in
an
wait
album
for
cover
weeks,
for Iron
days, or
Maiden.
even
Bring the...
months,
Oh, hell
just to
yeah,
get
I
the
like that
fuck
shit.
out
Let's
5 kilometers away
go!
and disappear.
2
The Cowlus
minutes!
Temple
So
are
big.
masters of shape-shifting and take a drug
Bring
that
the
allows them to
lemon ones,
transmute
bring the
their body
Bendblades,
into
bring the
whatever
Kachans,
they see
bring the
fit.
Kriegsmen,
A
bring the
confidant of
Starters, and
target
bring the
may
Green
be
Knights.
killed, and they will take their place
Ah.
right. Or they could
You
shift
don't know
into a
anything about the
member of a
Grey Knights. The
chaos
Grey Knights
warband
don't
with symbols
I'm reading
of
the
flesh
shit
and
about that
all
chat.
to earn the
They're
trust
trying to
of
figure out how to
Cult
beat me, and I'm
before
like,
slitting
you
their
can't.
throat. The Caluxus assassin is a
They're like, so
blade,
chat
a
was like,
soulless
destroy her,
mutation,
burn her
making them
souls,
appear as
bring the
uncontrollable
lemon
humans
rust,
and
bring the
downright
Bendblade, bring the
disgusting
Coffins,
psychers.
bring
When
the
a powerful
Kriegsmen,
psyker is causing
bring the
issues,
Starters,
this
and bring
is
the Green
when
Knight.
sent. Their
Well, here's the
specialized
thing.
helmet enhances their
Where'd they go?
already
I just popped them out of
powers
existence.
and will allow them to
There you
all
go.
but drain the souls from
Besides,
those
the
they
Rust
touch
tank
and
doesn't
their
do much
very
anymore
body.
in
It is an
comparison. I've seen
extremely
Also,
dangerous with a direct
how can they all fight me if I time lock them?
Psycho. Now, if you need a direct pressure in a literal way, the Eversaur is for you. A drugged up comatose psychopath that is directly lines and allowed to
whatever here next to me, yeah.
killing
That's
anything
Zerk.
and
He's also an
everything
Eldritch
it
fiend.
sees in a blaze of luminous blood before it inevitably
Like-
dies and causes a plasma explosion on its demise.
Eldritch
There are other
God,
temples as well.
by the
The
way.
Vanis Temple, acting as sort of like a cyber hacker. The
And that's just a
Temple,
assist to
specializing
hospitality.
in poisons. But
Gotcha.
all in all, assassins move with their skin type.
We also have a bunch of other
unmatched
unique
and force
characters in our group.
unexpected. One of the best assassin novels puts a Vindicare Calidus
book
and
is good.
Vanis to infiltrate
It's
and
a secret knife
Assassin?
book,
kill the
but
High
it's
Lord
good.
My
of
boat.
the Knights, who is permanently stuck in his giant
I
robot
love the
knight,
wolf planes. See,
install a
honest?
new ruler in his stead, and make sure nobody
So,
knows the Imperium.
French
did.
and
Their missions
Honest,
are
I always
insane,
encourage
and their
fun
tasks
times in my chat,
impossible,
whether it be on
and they do
Twitter
it anyway.
or
Thus
in
is the
YouTube.
power the
So
assassin
I'm all about the fun,
needs.
chat.
We do not determine
Gotta
the
have
guilty,
fun,
we
chat.
do
There
not
ain't no
decide
fun,
the
you know?
punishment. We are merely
got an
the
idea,
cold instrument
brother.
of the Emperor's vengeance. There is no form of death unknown to us. There is no form of terror beyond our means.
Oh,
there
that's
is
kinda
no
hot.
enemy outside our reach. We are
Yo.
the
I
mean,
blade
I
that
just love the
hovers
fact
over
that
the
the way
throat
that
of
they
the
describe
traitor.
their
We
job
are
is
the bullet
basically
that
the way
awaits
that
the
the
heretic's
Night Lords
skull.
describe their
We are the
life.
poison.
I
Awesome
do not
sauce.
know why they didn't just all become
However,
Night
despite the prowess of the traitors, the
Yo, let's
police,
bring
and
up
the
a back,
assassins,
we'll
there
send
is
him to
one
her.
that
I
stands
I mean, look at
alone.
that.
As the Imperium settled
Dude,
into
that's
its
the fucking
post-Emperor
album
world,
cover
they
for,
needed a force to root
from
out
Dawn to
corruption
I
Eternity
have
by
killed
Iron
you
Maiden.
before.
But they needed specialized
I?
individuals who could do
You know,
so.
after a
Men
while, you kind
and
of
women who would
blend
serve
together.
as detective and
The
executioner.
Hold him
This
for a
new
second.
secret police
That's
would
funny.
have unlimited authority authority, and they would be known as the Inquisition. Inquisitors
to be fair, like, if you imagine
are one of the most feared individuals.
The Inquisition! John, what?
Lady Grey, is it Greyfax? Greyfox?
Yes.
They have long closed their
Katarina
minds.
Katarina.
Inquisitors are, for the
She's
most
an
part,
incredibly
detectives,
powerful psychic.
but they are
She has a
detectives
psychic
whose
ability to
authority is
basically
unmatched and actually
castigate
justified
people
by the
with a
state
sniper rifle.
itself. Similar
A
to
sniper
the
rifle!
Although she was in like Trajan's collection
but
for like
unlike those
Hurts
organizations,
them
the
up.
Inquisition has far more
Not just that,
authority
but she
The
has
Empire
one
versus an Empire.
Saint Celestine.
Here's the thing, though. My empire is millions of universes.
While it is a very
it's
exciting
gone
world and a
it's gone
commonly
splinter.
notable thing about Warhammer, Exterminatus is not actually used particularly often. It's a last resort entirely
they're
meant to
worried.
stop the enemy
Because he says, doesn't he?
foothold or spread.
Daniel comes in, and the second this person comes in, says racism, let's go, it's
It's still a
wild!
massive blow to the Imperium. Inquisitors range quite a bit, not just in
Yes,
how
this
they
is
operate, but
Warhammer.
also in their
Yes, they are role playing
They
in
are
the
often
chat.
main
Yes, I am role playing with
characters
them.
as
Welcome,
detective
Daniel. How are
noir
you?
is a great genre, and they can
Remember
be
back
the
when you
most
could get an
stone cold
Inquisitor in
killer or a
Terminator
pragmatic
armor?
and sympathetic individual, depending on who
Uh-huh.
you
No
are.
more,
Radical
they're
Inquisitors
not
may
right
utilize
now.
methods unlike
Chat
most
just said it's not
Imperium,
racism and xenophobia.
Puritans stick close to the
They got rid of
mandate
a
state and
lot
shun
of
any deviations.
like,
They also specialize in various
like,
aspects, as the
what's his
Inquisition has
face?
orders,
Eisenhorn,
such as
he's
Xenos for
in
aliens,
Legends.
Malleus for
Ah,
demons,
da,
and
da.
Atlantis for-
Really?
you guessed
They
it.
got rid of a lot of
If
shit.
you are a
I
normal
love it,
citizen of
because his
the
books were
Imperium,
great.
a person
I wanna
flashing
get
an Inquisitorial
coffee.
rosette in front of you
Coffee,
may be one of the most
a green
terrifying moments of
tea.
your entire life. It is the same as an FBI
Hello,
badge or
having
an
on.
KGB member, except now you're in Warhammer.
Don't confuse
So,
Eisenhorn
their
for the
authority and
Eisenstein.
tools
They're very
are
different.
infinite.
I
Agents of the
really wanna
Imperium
play,
are vast and offer a ton of different
I wanna
concepts
play
to
more
them.
Vermintide.
And they continue to
Terminator
expand as the
armor
Emperor's
was
descent into the Golden
Legend.
Throne has lasting
Go
effects.
for Vermintide.
Then,
So,
as time
Is there
progressed,
lore
a few
videos on the
people
Age of
seeing
Fantasy?
Emperor
I'm just
as deity
curious.
made their voices louder.
Probably
Yeah.
loads.
Over a few thousand
Especially
years,
considering
worship
the
of
old world
Emperor
is
was not
finished,
only
there's
considered
probably
expected,
tons of
but
Yeah,
state-mandated.
because I don't know anything about it. I just play
It won't
Vermintide.
change now.
And there
Yeah.
were many
It
who
won't
would look
change
to the
now.
I don't know the
position as
greatest amount
desperate
about
grabs at
iOS
their
because
power,
my
leaving
interest
horrid
is
effects
mostly
on the
40K.
populace. The age of
Yes,
apostasy
same, but
was
Horus
a time of
Heresy.
reformation
I
do
Time.
know some.
that saw
like,
its eventual
they
change
have
into
each
of
I know some
religious
stuff
empire.
about
During this
Warhammer
time,
Fantasy.
an all-female
each
warrior
of the
not
gods
like
in
Another!
Fantasy
called
has
the
their own
daughters of
realm,
the emperor
but
were a bit
Paish
more
and
isolated
Shaish
from the
are
wider imperium.
opposing
However,
and like
Hello.
Sigmar's
There's also
realm is
more.
where
There's
the
also
humans
more
Uh,
greater
Doge Van Dyer
factions
became the
than
High
in
Lord of the
40K.
Stratum,
Because 40K
and
you
he built
basically
This one
have
is just
Imperium,
the
Chaos,
Chaos,
Xenos.
useful to him.
And then,
Doge
but,
himself
uh,
told these
Warhammer
warriors that he was the
Wow.
voice of the Emperor himself and demanded
That's
they
the
fire
Emperor?
her.
Let's
You mean
go.
I was gonna say, do you
Having
mean
a
the
little
Grand Alliance?
destruction.
That's what I said, that my streams are
Grand
chaotic.
Alliance.
I'm all over the
And showing
place.
him to be unharmed, truly.
So like
blessed
death is
by the Emperor.
vampires,
This cult
zombies,
became
night
Death
known
is
as the
vampire,
Brides
yeah.
of the Emperor, and acted
destruction
as his
is
personal
orcs,
bodyguards and
gargoyles.
Yeah.
aides.
Fierce
However,
Blue!
Doge Van Dyer
Chaos
was a
is
tyrant,
Chaos
and his
Demons,
horrendous
it's
reign
like
It's
started
Chat-
Doge Van
Chat,
Dyer.
listen.
which made
I am
the
not a
Adeptus
cheesenet.
Custodes take
Oh
notice.
no, they're talking about
Despite an
Van
outright
Hey,
coup and revolt
Proof, I turned
against
into my
deadlock
blue
was
form
getting
and they said it's a
as the
t-shirt.
brides of the Emperor's
You called me a
fierce combat
t-shirt.
skills kept him safe. One,
They are
custodial,
officially
made contact with the leader
talking
of the
about the
brides
Age of
and brought
Apostasy.
her into the
Burn
throne
before
room
she
of
mutes
the
us.
Emperor's
Oh no.
Nobody knows
Well,
what transpired.
I have another
the
form.
battle, aka the
Save
best
for
of use of
Alicia
the loophole.
Dominica,
I always have another
Custodium,
form.
and the Emperor himself. However,
Can't have men
she left the room
underarms.
with her
What
hair
about women
bleached
underarms?
pure
What
white
about women?
from the interaction, marched her battle brides
Didn't
directly to
expect that,
Van
did
Dyer
you?
himself and said,
I got
"You
my
have
yellow
committed
form out
the
now,
ultimate
child. What do you
heresy.
think?
Not only have you turned your back on the
But they get
Emperor and stepped
power
from his
armor
light, you have
and
profaned
bolt
his
guns.
name and almost
Like,
destroyed
they're
everything
basically
he has
It's not as
served
good.
to
It's not
do.
as good as
You have
Space Marine
perverted
power armor,
and
but
twisted
it's
All
the path
of these
he
are
laid
from
for
different
mankind.
universes, child.
As your decrees have stated, there can be no mercy
Smug.
for such a crime, no pity for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue.
41,000, all 40 hammers. I changed to my yellow form and they said, call the exterminatus on her!
Van found some time to do so. With his head lopped clean from his body, the
I am
brides of the
electric.
emperor were
I am the
and
concept
the
of electricity.
document to stop Van Dyer's reign from happening again.
Oh,
They would
yeah.
no longer be
Like
allowed to
every
have men under arms.
single
I'm busy.
Men.
beginning
I'm
as
too
an
busy.
original. I am going to be prime again.
The Adeptus Sororitas, or commonly known as the Sisters of Battle, the nuns with guns, the fighting force of the church. Despite being the main militant faction, the Sisters of Battle, their organization actually is far more diverse than this and have many more nun-based roles for their members. They are organized by various orders with various specialties in mind, such as the non-militant orders like the Hospitaller, Dialogus, and Familius, or things like helping with surgical equipment and various medical stuff, lingo, and a polysci. These orders are further separated into smaller orders and almost Space Marine chapters, but tend to have more flexibility due to the nature of their work. And in addition to that, there is flexibility between the orders. It is not uncommon for a member of one of the more battle-hardened orders to switch to a more passive one once they've sustained battlefield injuries or are a bit closer to retirement. As mentioned before, the Sisters of Battle are a part of
I'm a
the
beaver. Is this heresy? Oh, maybe it's heresy, maybe it's not.
They are
the Imperium Demon
fighting
Saint
force of the
Celestine.
ecclesiarchy, and they specialize in wars of faith. Unlike the deployment of Astartes and Guardsmen, the Sisters of Battle are often deployed with members of the Inquisitorial Ordo Hereticus.
As you can see, Chad, I do have a lot of models.
Of their battles. The Sisters of Battle are suited up with their own form of specialized power that gives them almost like a Joker on the battlefield. Though lacking the more extreme modifications, the Sisters are for the most part
that was like a story.
The power armor of a Sister of Battle almost matches the defensive power of an Astartes, but with added flexibility and versatility in exchange for strength. Some of the patterns of armor do allow for the enhancing of genetics, but this is far from
you know what's good?
This combined with tanks and vehicles
the one where she's holding the sword up in it.
There you go. Yeah, I was just showing you, chat, all of my models. Those are all of my models.
War vibe in a Gothic manner. Accompanying a Sister of Battle in the fields of war is the Holy Trinity of weapons.
Also, chat, I'm going to tell you something that not many other people know. I am in the works of making a fourth model. A fifth model. My Sakura Spring version, as well as my, what's the other one? The Holy Light version, which is all white and silver.
In times of great turmoil or impossibility, a living saint of the sororitas itself.
So I'm praying to yawn. While I do it, I'm going to sleep at night. Good night, Alice. Have a good night.
Almost comical scene.
Thank you for stopping by. I love talking to all of you.
By literal hellfire. The Sisters are a fascinating organization because they take what is normally seen as a benevolent force and turn it on its head to be a horrifying method of war. Because the Sisters are so zealous, they are nigh impossible.
Your universe has only lived since I allowed it.
In fact, any deviation from the Imperial faith may see you killed outright as you are deemed a heretic. And sometimes Sisters have even less patience than the Inquisition. To the Adeptus Sororitas,
Viridian was the city.
And heretical behavior, whether it's lobotomizing
Michael
traitors to
Nuss,
use as shock troops,
I mean,
or
Smug,
attaching them
sounds like you for a second. You must kill the monster.
So they can
and I'm like,
die for the Emperor. Anything goes.
They say I'm a slurping of
Slanesh. The Sisters, however, is their faith. We discussed how orcs often make
the Sisters of Battle, they manifest miracles.
The Sisters
to
create
sheer
miracles where they
amount
walk.
of faith
They are not many
collectively
cyclists like
have.
orcs, but they are
And the way that works on the
excessively
game board
devoted
is that you
and make
get
up
to
for
replace
that. Bullets
dice
barely
rolls that you
miss
make
targets.
crap
They
with dice
absolutely
rolls you've
should
already
hit.
made.
Guns jam, tanks malfunction.
Oh, so is
enemies
this person
slip
able
and
to
fall.
cause
The
negative
scene
miracles?
from Pulp Fiction
Yo.
is an accurate portrayal of what happens when
So-
the Sisters fight.
So when she fights, right, anything comes out or misses, anything jams, right?
Yeah, they have like they'll shoot a volley that they know would have missed, but they'll like wish it into not missing, so the
That's
bullets will just
crazy.
fly around and like hit the target.
That's crazy.
One of the most prominent figures is the Triumph of
Wow.
St. Catherine.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Open casket with the Saint
the Triumph of St. Catherine is one of the best
held
ones
aloft
ever.
by
It is a
lobotomized
funeral
servant
procession
cherubs
with
and
guns.
protected by bodyguards of the faithful. The
That's so
devotion
cool.
to the
It
Emperor
has
swells
every
so strong
bonus
that acts
Don't
of
let
peace
me.
are made
You'll
manifest,
join
and
him soon
sometimes
enough.
angels themselves.
Toast
When the
potato.
sisters go to war, they
Who
have
cares? You get
thundering
like
organs
a
and
walking
litanies
bonus.
screeching out into the battlefield,
Ah,
hymns
da, da,
and
da, da, da,
songs.
da.
They rabble off
La, ba, da,
prayers
da,
on
da,
their
da.
lips and burn holy
Oh.
fire across the area. They
That's hot.
spray
Models, well, they
holy
did do a
water
model
down
of the,
from horns
My
atop their
sister
vehicles.
is
It
beautiful
is
indeed.
a genuine
in the cover.
holy
That
war,
is,
a procession
very much
of
so.
death. Saint Celestine is
Even though it's one of the-
undying deity.
Much beautiful
arriving
like
on
my
site
little
where she is
angel.
needed and returning to
The
the
songwriters has been
death.
modeled
When she
on
dies,
Volker
she
with one
sees
hand.
a crying young
Yeah.
girl atop a mountain of
maybe.
bones.
Wanted it,
Her
but like they
bones.
totally
After
ran out.
every
And,
one
like,
of
if you
her
try and buy
deaths,
them on the
she
second hand,
climbs
they
this
wasn't
mountain
fortunate.
every
Whoa.
time
Yo.
to help comfort this crying child. and
That's
rebirth
crazy.
There she
upon
is.
the battlefield. And one
Oh,
day,
hell
her
yes.
death
Resurrecting
will create
Johnny
a
on
mountain
a
so
bone
large
line.
that even she will not be able to traverse it. Is she a demon of the god emperor?
Uh-huh.
Perhaps.
Probably.
But she'll be shot for saying
She's
so.
kind of like
She is
Avison, right?
Genuinely and literally faith.
Avison
made
is
manifest.
crazy.
Some sisters
Like
may make
Avison, if
mistakes
someone
and
pulls that
almost
Avison, I'm
question
fucking folding.
their faith, disobeying a command, even leaving their order. These sisters
In the card
are
game.
Play
reconditioned
Innistrad, so-
and are known as
I
the
used to play
sisters of
Elish
Ish.
Norn.
They generally face the front of the line head on and seek retribution and forgiveness from the
I stopped
emperor
playing because it got too
Though
toxic.
their actions were
It's
heretical,
Repentia.
repentia on the fields of
AKA,
battle is an
you ran
indication
from
of an
battle,
individual
now run
wanting
towards
to
him.
become
Yeah.
free. They run aloft with torture
Currently,
devices attached to
my,
their bodies and a chainsaw
main
the
decks, I've
size
swapped out a
of
little
their
bit.
body,
I
completely
made
armorless,
the Minotaur deck
determined if this is
with
how
that one
they die,
Ineb,
or if the emperor
whatever his name
will
is.
forgive them. Even the most
The one
famous
Minotaur
champion
commander,
sisters,
I
that
built a deck
Saint
about him.
Celestine was a
And
repentia.
then I made
Even she
a
questions her
Sahili
faith.
deck.
And if she can do it,
Sahili deck.
so can you. Just don't run away again.
From the ground up.
They don't really do third chances. The Sisters of Battle are
And it is gross.
martyrdom-enthused zealots that create miracles in their tread. Their devotion is boundless, and also a direct source of their power.
Yeah.
A whole army of power-armored soldiers shooting,
What?
burning, and melting all
That's
in their path
craziness.
is bad enough. But it enters a
You
whole
talk
different
about
level
Holy Trinity.
when God is on
That's
your side.
wild.
By bolter shell, flamer burst, and melta blast, the mutant,
There it
the
is, the
heretic,
Holy
and the
Trinity.
traitor
Bolter,
alike are
flamer, melter.
cleansed of their sin of existence. So has it been for 5 millennia.
That's
so
fucking
shall it
crazy.
be until the end of time.
That is such
The
an
Imperium
awesome
devolving into wars of faith is to push its agenda further. Where the xenophobic nature of humanity was once strong, it has now been magnified, and there are plenty of aliens in this galaxy. 6,000 years prior to the current events of 40K, a planet was found by an AdMech exploration vessel. The life forms on the planet were seen using tools,
Hey,
but they
anybody
were still very
willing
primitive,
to
so
later
the
on,
planet was
not
marked
this
for
week, next week, maybe at the
destruction
end of
and
next
paved the way
month,
for the
I want to
war
do a
machine.
zombies
However,
timeline.
this was thrown off because of
Gonna
an
go
extreme
over to 2
war
a.m.
storm
Hell yeah.
that
I'll see you later, Friends
Those
Empire.
Van Dyer
I'm
things
glad you
flash
stopped by.
forward to modern day,
You're
and
welcome to come back
unknown
anytime.
but
I do
highly
stream
advanced vessel
every
was
single
shot
day
down
on both
near
Twitch and
the
YouTube.
mining world,
Thank you
and
so
the
much for
bodies
coming. I
on
had lots
this
of fun.
vessel match those life forms found on that primitive world. The native creatures on that planet were able to evolve rapidly due to them being unobstructed.
Oh, I
and
know.
their highly advanced
We're almost done,
pose a new
yeah, I think we're
threat
like
to the Imperium. Advancing over these
at
years
26
with
minutes, I think.
remarkable speed, these are the new upstarts in the
It's
galaxy,
okay, Zerk.
looking
Yeah,
to
thank
make a
you
name
so
for
much for
themselves,
coming.
all in the name
No
of the greater
problems at all.
good.
Take it easy, guys.
These are the
Bye, Zerk.
The alien is not intrinsic evil. Do not hate him.
Let's
Pity
go.
him his ignorance. Seek to understand his
Bye,
differences
Quentin.
and acquaint him with his inadequacies. Only then will he accept his place in the greater good. The early history of the Tau is chaotic at best. Due to their extreme speed run to space travel, their journey to the stars were
That
overburdened
is so
with
cool.
inner
I like that.
It wasn't until the appearance appearance of the ethereals that things began to settle. These Tau to the warring tribes marked their unification under one common belief: the greater good of the Tau Va.
What about the greater good?
The greater good.
How can this be for the greater good?
The greater good.
This system is a caste-based system that seeks to unify and organize the Tau into an effective and successful society while working for their mutual benefit. These castes, in order from lowest to highest, are the Fire or Shas caste, which is soldiers, Earth/Fio, which is manufacturers and industrialists, the Water or Kor, being diplomats and traders, and the Air/Kor, being navy officers. Also, you have the Ethereal/Un, which is the lords and leaders of the Tau. Now, unlike the paths of the Eldar, the Tau don't get any say into which caste they're in. It's determined upon birth due to inheritance from a parent. Trying to deviate from your caste or trying to do tasks or even use tools assigned to another caste is a grievous crime against the ethereals, and those guilty of this crime tend to be sent to re-education camps, which sounds not so great or good, but a greater good than the good that the Imperium sees as greater.
Oh my god.
The guidance of
I've had a lot of fun so far. It's interesting stuff.
The Empire through the absorption of other races and cultures.
Very interesting.
The expansion of the Tau Empire is split into
Ooh,
spheres of
I don't know what that is.
So
That sounds
far,
fun.
there have been 5 spheres of expansion.
It means that your lot in life is determined at birth, and you can't deviate.
Oh, so Gundam Seed Destiny.
Known as Seps, and absorb multiple races into their ranks.
Oh, Cube, you should watch Gundam, because after this part of the stream, I'm gonna stop for 2 hours.
Which
in between,
went about as well as you think it did.
In between the Left 4 Dead one.
Are highly advanced compared to
we can all just chill, and then we can start up stream again once everyone too.
Tactics are highly precise.
Hey, I might want to get up and stretch.
You're good.
Problem, the Tau carefully assess any
But yeah, after this, it is at 7 o'clock.
Commonly, you will see
I believe.
a Tau warrior in a heavily modified.
So I believe there's at least 8 of us. If not, hey, if there's always 4 of us, we can still win a campaign.
To be something very effective, so they don't really put much stock into it.
If there's 6, we could probably do 3v3 as well. We don't have to have completely
ranging from overwhelming firepower to stealth-based combat. And since they're an upstart species with a bit of technical flair, they have plenty of
the only
AI
problem
drones
is
that
if
help
we
them
have
in the field of
5.
battle. In addition to this, the Tau are also joined in the field of battle by some of the
I'll probably, at that point, I'll see who's
absorb
the most skilled and pair them up with someone else's,
deploy tactics that the Tau are unable to do on
not
their
as
end,
skilled.
such as the brute force and almost primitive nature of the Kroot, combined with the
any less than 5 though, it gets hard.
Style of the vestments. But the Tau assimilate more and more species with time.
Oh yeah, but like if we have less than 5, then we just play a
campaign.
Yeah. Pick a reason. The aesthetic of the Tau also leans a bit more into the East Asian.
If we have 6 and 3v3, 7,
but the general
4v3,
garb of their higher-ups
4
kind of create that
people,
boat
3
team,
monsters.
and they often have accents in the games that they are in. But while Tau are looked at as Gundam mech faction by some, others enjoy them for the full coalition of aliens. One of my favorite images in Warhammer is this official artwork by Games Workshop.
That?
Now, not a single one of these aliens are a faction in Warhammer, and yet they all are different species that do
is that all the Tau
in
killed?
this universe. The Milky Way galaxy is vast,
That's
and
wild.
while the Imperium and many others exterminate what they can find, the Tau will assimilate those that can be assimilated. The crew investments we already discussed,
like
the humans and also
Tau are like a
Voton will join them
coalition
at
of
times.
different alien
But you also
races.
have
That's like the Covenant,
kind of like,
the Kasar,
like the
Vorg,
Covenant,
the
yeah.
Thraxian,
Except
the
better.
Torellian, Greet, Damati, and
Yes,
many
they
others.
have Gundam.
Some of these are just one-off lines,
Yeah, plus
and
the more
some
organized,
are major
right?
players in the civilization. The Nikasar are, for lack of a better word, gigantic psychic polar bears with bird-like
Psychic
faces.
polar bears,
The
let's
Tau have
go!
psychic bears.
It's a
And in fact, I haven't
tragedy
seen
that
this
we do
is a
not have
crime. The Tau as a culture are generally marred by the
Tau
various
sounds
issues that
awesome. We
advanced
need more
civilization
Tau.
would have in an unadvanced galaxy. They do not travel through the warp because of the insane dangers.
Yeah, the thing
but
with
instead
them being
use
a
more
coalition of
classic
aliens, you
FTL
only
jump.
really that
However, because they
it's
aren't
not
going
really
through hell,
represented on
it
the
makes them a lot
tabletop.
slower.
The tabletop
than
is
many other
mostly just
races.
mech
The
suits.
Imperium might surf through hell and lose a few ships, but they will get there first. Often they will take enormous cannons and weaponry and defeat their foes before they can even close the gap. One of their light walkers carried a weapon.
Oh yeah, so they just said they have FTL, traditional FTL, but it'll take them like way longer, but they won't have to worry about like losses from health.
One,
cool.
the projectile's entry point, the other its exit. The tiny munition had
in a
passed
way,
through the vehicle with such speed that
makes
everything
more
within
sense.
the hole not welded down had been sucked out through the exit hole, including the crew. We never identified their bodies, for all that remained of them was a red stain upon the ground, extending some 20 meters from the wreck.
The Tau
fascination
have like
of the
some
Tau
of the
is
best
that in any other
guns
modern day world,
in
their
the
society
setting,
would be
That's
but they're
crazy.
terrible in
systems,
melee.
corruption, and politicking and
Understandable,
and
'cause,
basically
yeah.
it's the greater good or nothing at all. But
Yeah,
in the world
sleeping
of
was
war,
lame.
They're good,
simple
they're
fact
good
that
at
humans are
shooting, but
accepted
they have like
into their
no
sphere should they
melee
please,
at all.
already puts
Yeah,
them
the Tau
far
is
and
strictly
above
long-range
the
to
other
mid-range
races that would
fighters,
murder
yeah.
or eat them. But despite this, the existential dread that is the Tau Empire is ever so apparent.
Oh,
Despite
damn.
being hyper
Tau's
advanced
that
and
big of a
welcoming a
deal?
coalition of aliens, they are the upstart
really.
and they are painfully outnumbered on all sides.
That's crazy.
Almost
In
any
lore,
other
they're
faction
kind
in
of
the universe,
stuck
given
to
the right
one
amount
small
of force,
corner of the
can wipe out the Tau
galaxy
Empire from
because they don't
existence.
have
They
like
themselves might
FTL
not be
tech.
perfect, but
Wow.
their slight
they don't
glimmer of
live very
hope
long.
is exactly
Like,
that.
they're like average
a
human life
glimmer
cycles, right?
in a dark and crushing
shorter,
galaxy.
even
of course,
shorter than
nobody
human.
dares
Wow.
take the attempt to destroy the Tau Empire
Tau
because
live, like,
doing so is
60
an
years.
enormous amount of resources, and for the same reason why you don't full send your whole army to one
If you're
person
lucky.
in a
What?
commander game of Magic. You open yourself up to player 2 and 3.
The commonest
but not
fish?
to say it won't be a struggle. The Tau Empire, when prepared, are a vicious fighting force who might delete your formation before you even
The
see
reason
them.
why
But
the Tau
they lack
aren't wiped
numbers,
off the
and
map
in the dark
is
corners of the
because
galaxy, something
they
is
are
coming that is entirely
any one faction could probably wipe the Tau off the map, but the problem is then that leaves you open to like
everybody else,
to like everybody else, and they're not quite enough of a threat to really focus on, but they're enough of one that you can't just like wipe them off as an afterthought.
Oh, so there's this kind of a nuisance, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, now we get
It's
to
mostly
the.
it's mostly because they just can't go very far. They don't have FT since they don't have FTL.
If they
tech.
did, it'll be like wild.
They'd be more of a problem, but since they are the Tau are pretty psychically dead.
Right.
They don't really have much an impression on the warp at all, so they don't have a way to like navigate.
But it also means they can't really add to the warp, right?
No, but it also means they can't use the warp they can't use the warp to fast travel.
That's true. So the Tyranids, here we go.
The Tyranids.
Everyone, the
Almost
thing that
done.
says crazy stick.
There is a cancer eating at the Imperium. With each decade, it advances deeper, leaving drained, dead worlds in its wake. This horror, this abomination, has thought and purpose that functions on an unimaginable
it just threw
galactic
one of
scale,
those.
and all
It
we
just
can
killed.
try to
Oh
do
shit!
is stop the swarms of bioengineer monsters.
Oh yeah, they're gonna Imperium Guard to do something. Holy shit!
We have given the horror a name to salve our fears. We call it the Tyranid race. But if it is aware of us at all, it must only know us as
Tyrannid,
the conflicts of
them
Warhammer
being called the
40K are
Tyrannids
chaotic
is
enough
just
with
what
the
the
sheer
Imperium
volume of
has given
violence
them
that
as a
exists
name.
in the confines of the Milky Way.
They don't
However,
necessarily
there is a
know what
threat
they
to the
know
galaxy that
themselves
extends
as.
beyond our known galaxy.
Yeah.
That is
We don't really have any
creeping ever
first-person
closer
perspectives
and
of
cannot
them
be
because
negotiated.
they're hive mind.
What drew them to the
So
galaxy
are they
is unclear.
comparable
It may have
to
been
the
the light of the Astronomicon itself, like a moth to a flame. It could have been a
shit.
Xenos device.
Oh, the
detonated in
Yuzan
Horus
Vong as a
Heresy.
threat?
It could have been that they were done eating the Andromeda
Yeah,
galaxy,
kind of, like
and they
they're
have
an
come
outside
to take
threat
ours,
that
or they might be
everyone-
running
that
from
they're kind of a
something
problem
far,
for everyone.
far worse.
Yeah, kind of like the Yuzan
Regardless
Vong. They're
of
outside the
why,
Star Wars
the
galaxy.
where,
Yeah.
when it came to the
Outer
first
threats are always
encounter with these
scary because you never
was
know
the
what the
planet of
fuck they are.
Titan. This is the site where the Imperium encountered
How to
a
fight
fleet
them.
of these creatures
And
before
like the
being
Yuzan
utterly
Vong,
torn
they're
to
all
shreds. Thus,
like
these
organic
creatures became
bio
known
stuff.
as the Tyranids. There is plenty of evidence that the Tyranids have been lurking in our galaxy
They're
for
all
years
bugs.
beforehand, but this was the first true instance of
Uh-huh.
their presence being fully known. Unlike
Yes.
other creatures in the
Wow,
realm of fantasy that can be talked
sick.
to, captured, or
And some
negotiated
old
with,
art.
the Tyranids are unable to be reasoned with. They are,
Wow.
at their core, animals. But not
That's
the fun
wild.
kind of animals. They are the xenomorphs of 40K.
Oh.
And boy, are they hungry. They are instinctively hardwired to
Hunger.
either kill or be killed, and they are an
Crazy.
unrelenting
It
force
could
to do
actually
this.
be a
However, just
manufactured
because
race
they
from
don't
outside
talk
the universe
outwardly
too. That's the
doesn't
scary
mean they
thing.
don't communicate communicate with
we
one
don't
another.
really
The true
know
horror of the
anything about
Tyranids
them,
is
at
found
least
in
of
their
their
driving
origins.
force,
Yeah.
the hive mind.
It would make
3, 2, 1.
sense though
Hot
if
near
they
my
were
nose. That's what
manufactured.
I
It's kind of like, you know how like the thing is in that one movie, the White Spikes. They were just the accidental manufactured
The Tyranids are a
creatures.
collective consciousness that are all connected to a
So for all we
singular
know,
embodiment of
they're just
something
small fry.
that is utterly incomprehensible to the human mind. To keep this connection there, the Tyranids on the field
That's
of battle
crazy.
are followed around by synapse
All we know about
creatures,
them is
essentially
that they are
serving as their
hungry
Bluetooth
and there's
connection to the
multiple
greater hive
prongs of
mind.
invasion
This allows them to
that
send
are
and
coming
receive
from
information
different
about the
sides
battle
of the
they're in,
galaxy.
and it also allows
So
them to
potentially
adapt
the
to certain
galaxy is
situations
completely
based on the
surrounded by
information
Tyranids.
gained.
Oh,
Actually, as
even
far as we know,
enemy,
there's
the
nothing
swarm of people
outside the
develop
galaxy
new weapons,
that's
besides the
not
Tyranids.
Tyranids.
so they can get
It
the
could
upper
it
hand.
could all
When the
just be
synapse connection is
Tyranids.
cut,
So,
they are
what you're
unable
saying
to
is the
essentially
rest of
form
the
a
universe
sane
could have been
state and
killed
are
by them,
stranded.
and we're all
The
that's left.
sheer power of the hive mind
Or the
presence
worst
pours from
option,
each Tyranid
they're
in
running
such
from
a
something
manner
worse.
that it causes a distortion in the
Oh,
war
that would be
itself.
wild.
A hive fleet's arrival can cause a dark shadow the size of several
Any of them, you know,
coined
any
the
of those
shadow
options
in
is
the
terrifying.
warp.
It's kind of like
This
the Dead
shadow
Space
prevents any
theory,
usage of the warp,
where
or at
either
least makes it
everything in the universe is
exceptionally
hiding
difficult.
from each other,
Communications shut
or it's
down
all
due
dead.
to Astropaths being
Right?
unable to talk. Ships
It's kind of more terrifying though, because you got something that is either A, wipes out all life in the other universe, or B, is getting scared of something from it on the universe that is currently wiping out stuff there.
The Tyranids
The secondary option is far scarier, because that means, well, what hope do we have then?
And these ships contain birthing pools for Tyranid armies, and
The only hope then is everything in the galaxy teams up. That's never gonna fucking happen.
fuel this war machine, the Tyranids consume any and all biomass they come across and absorb it into their respective hive. From the ground to literally the air, the Tyranids
That is
strip a
crazy.
planet to a lifeless and uninhabitable hulk. As a means to curb the
Oh.
advancement of the Tyranids, the Imperium has been known to preemptively exterminate worlds in the path of a hive fleet so that they have less biomass to consume in an attempt to starve them.
Yeah.
The Halo method, literally scorched earth tactics by taking everything out of the freezer and lighting it on fire. Outside of the obvious threat and adaptive and unreasonable enemy posed on the field of battle, the most dangerous aspect of the Tyranids comes in the form of their general unpredictability. The Tyranids are external to the Milky Way galaxy itself, and it's unknown where they truly hail from. However, their arrival in the Milky Way is seemingly random and in 3D space, implying quite heavily that Tyranids have the galaxy surrounded in some kind of way. Due to this, you will sometimes see instances of species engaged in a separate conflict, both agree to a temporary truce in order to take out a Tyranid threat.
I mean, that makes sense.
Regardless of the stakes at hand, the existence of the Tyranids
the Imperium will
marks
even
the
like
heat
have
death of the
truces with
galaxy
orcs
itself.
to deal
And
with
all the
Tyranids.
factions can
That's
ultimately
crazy.
agree
Orcs.
that the Tyranids themselves act as the
that's a big
biggest
threat.
to all of them. The Tyranid race is truly an unknowable horde and pulls from that horror of the unknown. They, as a faction, are not ones with a large amount of general lore because their entire race is told from the point of view of those being eaten by them. Tyranids are called that due to the planet Tyran they destroyed, as we mentioned earlier, and their names are often phrases given to them by their
The
victims.
planet Tyran was like the
Swarm
first
Lord.
documented instance of Tyranids.
Oh, yo, that game came out a while.
Old One Eye, the Death Leaper, Von Ryan's Leapers, and so on.
Oh, Von
Despite
Ryan's
the inability
Leapers.
to even perceive the vast psychic hive mind of the Tyranids, they are fiercely intelligent. Special poisons and items designed to counter them are adapted in a matter of hours. If you bring light infantry, they create
hive mind
ambushes. If
itself
you brought
is
weapon emplacements, they
very
spawn little
intelligent.
creatures to scour your vents and sewers.
That's
Many
so
of you
crazy.
enjoyed the
Yeah,
Servitor
very
excerpt from
adaptable.
Part 1, and so bear with me as I provide you another very long account of a planetary governor whose planet is in the final death throes of the Tyranid menace. This starts about halfway through. It has been many weeks since a handful of us escaped the
I
sinking
like how he
of
reads
the
it like a
Seafort
gentleman.
Divine Anchor via airlift. We have escaped in this manner because the Tyranids had overwhelmed so much of our world, they no longer appeared to need to continue spawning beasts for aerial supremacy.
That's wild.
I shall never forget what I saw from my craft's portholes.
Oh,
Alien
God.
biostructures dominated Huto's surface. Gigantic, lumpen barnacles pumped out clouds of matter to further poison the planet alongside pulsating, brain-like nodes that resembled lethal fungi. Immense capillary towers stretched high into the poison sky. The glistening chitin coated their flanks crawled over by chains of lesser beasts fulfilling some sick alien purpose I cannot know. Digestion pools spread for miles, replacing our once great lakes with reservoirs of bubbling bile.
Made of the citizens, no doubt.
Bloated with consumed flesh, vomited their guts into the pools, or threw themselves entirely into the billowous liquid. Amidst the seas of feeder beasts consuming all in their path, we would every so often see an explosion or a burst of fire. Were these heroic final stands by other survivors, or merely abandoned ordnance detonating at random? I will never know.
Who knows?
I cannot rejoice in the deaths they
Who
inflicted.
knows?
The biomatter
Who knows? You fucked the other way.
Surely recycled by the Xenos regardless in no time at all. Our aircraft ran out of fuel a week ago. Now I stand in the snow, not far from the peak of Mont Saint Hilaire.
Oh no.
I am the only one left that I know.
Oh, that sucks.
One by one, those with me perished. The slightest cut on a mountain rock resulted in an immediate infection that left the pilot screaming in agony. Her co-pilot fired the shot that ended her torture, and my senior aide threw himself from a ledge. The reality that there was no escape hitting him. I have no idea what happened to my chief medicae. Others were slain by lone beasts the rest of us were unable to kill or drive away. A justly deserved end will soon be mine. I have failed on every possible level. We were not even able to send word. An alien disease has me within its grasp. My limbs are numb, my tongue is dry as sand, my head throbs. Even at these chilled heights, I sweat profusely. From here where I sit, I can see the final death unfold on the planet entrusted to me. Before me is the Radarin Ocean. The water level is visibly dropping. Hour by hour. They are even taking our seas. There are enormous beasts with great, slowly flapping wings and immense open maws moving through the sky. I may be at high altitude, but the air is thinner here than it should be. I know enough of mountaineering to know that. They will not even leave our air. There is an isthmus I can see, on which is sat one of the Xenos capillary towers. Now I believe I can tell what they are truly for. High up, foul Xenos bioships cling to their flanks like twisted calves at their mother's arms. They are feasting, I am sure, hungrily filling themselves to burst on the hideous gruels that are what remains of my people.
Planet.
I have witnessed the planet's death from sinister start to hideous conclusion. I see the power of our foe, and though I have shown boundless weakness these past months, I do not see how we could ever have won. If this is any sort of good news, it seems that one thing that might be an inadvertent repellent effect on the Tyranids is chaos. Chaos and chaotic energies offer no nourishment to the Tyranids. They cannot eat that. And the presence of rifts and warp storms work as a means to starve out the Tyranid fleet. The Tyranids, of course, are attempting to adapt to this, but it seems that even at the most primal core of the galaxy itself, Chaos agrees that these dinner guests are not welcome in any way, shape, or bioform. In the end, though, the Tyranids represent the final fears of the galaxy itself. Despite the goals to conquer the galaxy as a whole, the remainder of the universe may very well be dead and derelict space. Instead of
actually, you see the Imperium and Chaos and Chaos working together to get rid of Tyranids, because they were like, because Chaos doesn't like Tyranids, and neither does the Imperium.
So the two sides get together? That's crazy.
However,
it's not like they get together, it's more of they stop fighting each other to deal with the Tyranids.
The more general buffet
went back to killing each other.
The hive mind has a more secretive and dangerous means of planetary conquest in the form of something a bit more terrestrial.
Although also they will often sabotage each other.
However, though the idea of a societal revolt for the good of the populace is an admirable thing, these leaders have the nefarious intent of the hive mind itself. These are the downtrodden and the oppressed, the revolutionaries to a better cause, the heralds of the Star Children. These are the... In the sunless body of our hive, the flock of the faithful grows. We are guided by our great father's sacred vision, protected by his loving hands.
Loving hands, crazy.
Janet!
What?
Within these holy shadows we dwell, while the impure bathe in spire-topped starlight. And what lies between those stars? What sails beyond those distant suns? Shrouded in night, born within that eternal black, our redeemers, our gods, truer than the silent, long-dead emperor, the children of the void. We hear them in our dreams, we feel them in our blood. They call and we will answer. We will rise and claim the engines of labor that have bound us in servitude. This world will burn. It will be cleansed, purified, made ready, and the heavens will deliver our reward. The ground zero of a Gene Stealer cult comes in the form of the Gene Stealer itself. Deep in the depths of a planet, a Gene Stealer acts as almost an advanced recon unit for the Tyranids.
I love this shit. Like, the Tyranid stuff was generally scary.
Long before the first Hive Fleet made its presence known. Unlike the Tyranids that can only
is some like real like
cosmic horror.
Yeah. Via the Big Smooch.
That's an unstoppable, unescapable force. Because you can go nowhere. Where are you gonna go outside the galaxy? You can't.
And releases an embryo. However,
instead of a chest booster, they could be, the rest of the universe is dead or something worse is behind them,
turning it into the primary conductor of a localized version of the hive mind known as the brood mind. Any offspring that this host produces is known as a Gene Stealer hybrid, and the host assures their survival to continue to reproduce. The first few generations of a Gene Stealer hybrid look more like the Gene Stealer itself, which in our current reality would be terrifying. But considering how the vast majority of humanity is a little mutated in 40k, it doesn't stand out as much as it should. As the generations continue, the mutations and the general alien look is almost entirely phased out, and the resulting hybrids look almost identical to the species that they once were. Due to the size of most worlds, the makings of a Gene Stealer cult can exist almost entirely in secret, generation after generation. After a certain period of time, those hybrids will make their way into generalized society. Still connected to the mind of the Gene Stealer itself, the hybrids operate with the express goal of gaining power within society itself in a political and religious sense. Most of the time, they will present themselves as revolutionaries, looking for the betterment of the population. And honestly, it sounds great for a lot of the folks on the planet. By the people, for the people. As they expand more openly, the crossbreeding continues until all aspects of the planet's society is infiltrated. However, all bets are off when a hive fleet comes close enough. When a Tyranid hive fleet gets close enough to a planet, the broodmine activates essentially an endgame scenario. The once political and religious leaders become bloodthirsty fanatics that work to finalize the collapse of society and the death of those who oppose them. But to those in the broodmine, the god they believe in is coming, and this is holy justice and vindication for their religious and political beliefs. As the hive arrives, the planet is essentially ripe for the taking. The original Gene Stealer pieces out to the next world or is reabsorbed for deployment elsewhere, and the Tyranids begin to take the planet for themselves. The cultists sing praises and holy songs as the Tyranids begin to eat everything up in kind of a meet the pyro sense of religious delusion. But as they are harvested, some of them are snapped back to reality, oops, there goes gravity, before they are thrown into the biomass soup. For a fleeting second, they see that this was all a ruse to consume the world and that their false gods were a bunch of hungry bugs. The cultists essentially put the checkerboard dining cloth on the table for them and invited them for a feast. Due to the constant deployment of Gene Stealers, there are known cults that pop up across the Imperium itself. Some of the more well-known ones are the Cult of the Bladed Cog or the Rusted Claw, but there are hundreds, if not thousands, of different cults that keep popping up all over the galaxy as the Gene Stealers spread. And due to their covert means taking over the planet, they are not generally viewed to be a threat until it is far too late. And due to the know-how of Gene Stealers, they tend to be predatory to those in the lower classes of a given planet.
That's
the Gene Stealer cults overall have really come into their own, commercially and artistically. They have very much embraced the revolutionaries aesthetic and crafted a fascinating method in doing so. It's this great combination of this pseudo-Marxist Bolshevik uprising mixed with the hills have eyes in the populace. What's particularly enjoyable about their uprising is that often from their point of view, the reasons they have are extremely justified. Most of the members of the GSC are the extremely impoverished and menial laborers of the Imperium, who honestly wouldn't need an an alien presence to provide a manifesto.
I thought that was on my computer.
Their weapons are all makeshift and often involve things
I was like,
mining
doing
lasers,
what?
drilling saws, demolition charges, giant stop signs. Their political machinations work quite well, as the cult ends up being really good at assassination, especially when you have a third arm holding a pistol beneath all those robes. They're a faction rife with fascination and culture, and their plans are generations in the making, to the end goal of being thrown right back into the soup by the star children they prepared the world for. And those are the threats to the galaxy now. The degradation of almost every species is now behest by the Tyranid menace, and all of the infighting between each and every single one of them will be their undoing. The world of Warhammer is a bleak and horrendous one, and that is in its own right.
It's not a happy one.
It is so large, so vast, so absolutely horrendous and insane, and yet is treated with 100% severity and seriousness. In the beginning of part 1, I gave you an abridged and different opening to the Warhammer world, the grim darkness of the far future, and I leave you with this part 2 with the full quote itself. It is the 41st millennia. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold millions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods.
Let's go!
Thank you so much for watching. I hope you have a
that was
wonderful
awesome. Awesome. Good. I love that. Okay. Alright, chat. That was the Warhammer lore. Thank you so much for all those who stopped by on both YouTube and Twitch's end. We are gonna find someone out to raid both on YouTube, Twitch's end right now. Let's also find somebody. This concludes Warhammer. We might do more stuff later, but at the moment,
Space Marine at some point.
Space Marine at one point I'll be playing Space Hulk as well. Yeah, we're gonna do all that stuff. Who did we raid? Anyone from the group on? That's Ghosty's cute. Awesome. Pelican, now they raided me last time. Ushi, definitely don't need to raid a lava. See, Fogheimer. Ooga Booga Cream. Should I raid Katsu? Gabrielle. Yeah, we're gonna raid a random person. A random VTuber. Minia. I'm gonna go with We'll go a few. You look like fun. Boop. Alright, chat, here we go. I don't know who this is, but they just seem nice enough. Alright.
Be nice, chat.
Be nice. Let me join you alone in the raid. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go! As for you, YouTube chat, thank you so much for being here. I will be on next time. Goodbye.